You're lying there again, the air thick enough to feel like a blanket you didn't choose, the kind that presses down without weight, warm and slow and unyielding. The fan above you turns in its slow circle, stirring nothing but the same heat you've been breathing all evening. Each breath feels heavier than the last, as if the room has forgotten how to let go. Your skin clings to the sheets, not because they're wet with sweat, but because the air itself is sticky, suspended, refusing to move. The pillow beneath your head, once cool when you first lay down, now holds the heat like a stone left in sunlight, and no matter how you turn it, it never gives back what it took. You've tried opening the windows, you've tried damp cloths on your wrists, you've tried lying bare on the floor, and still the night won't cool. You wonder if this is why sleep has abandoned you, not because you're restless, not because your mind races, but because your body knows what your thoughts refuse to admit, that it cannot rest until its core drops and the heat won't let it. You've searched for answers in the dark, how to sleep in the heat, can't sleep heatwave, too hot to sleep, how to cool down a room at night, and none of those phrases have brought you relief, only the quiet echo of your own exhaustion. But here now, in this stillness, with no one else awake and nothing but the hum of the fan and the slow pulse in your neck, you are exactly where you need to be. Your body isn't failing you, it's doing what it always does, waiting for the signal to let go. Sleep doesn't arrive because you're tired, it arrives when your core temperature begins to fall, like a river slowing as night settles over its banks. And right now, the room is fighting that drop with every molecule of warm air it holds. The trick isn't to fight back harder, it's to help the body do what it already knows how to do. A cool cloth pressed lightly to your wrists, where the blood runs just beneath the skin, carries a whisper of cold inward, not enough to shock, but enough to remind your system that cooling is possible. The same with the hollow behind your knees or the sides of your neck, places where warmth rises like steam from pavement after rain, and where even a faint chill can send ripples through your deeper rhythms. A warm shower before bed, not cold, not icy, never icy, draws blood to the surface, opens the doors for heat to escape as the water evaporates, leaving you cooler than when you stepped in. Cold showers do the opposite. They tighten the skin, close those doors, and make your body hold tight to what it has. The windows, if the air outside is lower than inside, open them both ends of the house, let the night walk through like a quiet guest. Keep the blinds shut by day, block the sun before it learns your room's shape. One thin sheet, cotton if you have it, not bare skin, not because you need covering, but because sweat needs space to breathe, and a light layer helps it pull heat away from your body as it evaporates. The ideal temperature for sleep is between 16 and 19 degrees, 60 to 67 Fahrenheit, but on nights like this, that number might as well be a dream written in another language. And maybe that's the real lesson. You don't have to reach it. You just have to stop chasing it. When your mind stops measuring how far away coolness is, your body begins to forget it was ever lost. If you are elderly or unwell, or if this heat feels like more than a sleepless night, if your skin burns even when you're still, if your head pounds with the weight of it, if you feel dizzy or confused, please check in with someone. Heat doesn't always whisper before it shouts. This is not medical advice. It's just a voice in the dark, offering quiet things that might help, not cure, not fix, but soften. You are allowed to rest even when the world won't. And now, imagine, if you can, a mountain stream, not roaring, not rushing, but sliding over stones worn smooth by centuries of water and time. The air above it is thin, sharp with pine and stone dust, cool enough that your breath curls faintly before you even notice it. You're barefoot on moss-slick rock, the cold rising through the soles of your feet like a slow tide. The stream doesn't rush to meet you, it waits. It knows you'll come. Your ankles dip first, then your calves, and the water doesn't shock, it welcomes. There's no gasp, no flinch, just the quiet surrender of skin meeting cold that has never been warm. The stones beneath you are ancient, rounded, their surfaces cool even in summer sun, holding the chill of snowmelt from months ago, still whispering winter into your bones. You sink lower, until the water reaches your thighs and then your hips, each inch a quiet release. You feel it moving through you, not as a blast, not as a shock, but as a slow unspooling, like ice melting inside a glass left in shadow. The current doesn't pull, it carries. It lifts the heat from your skin without asking permission. Above, the sky is wide and pale blue, but here, where the water flows, there's only green shadow and the hush of stone against stone. You move further downstream, where the stream widens into a still pool deep enough that light doesn't reach the bottom. The surface shimmers faintly, catching the last slant of afternoon sun, but beneath it's dark and cool as forgotten earth. You let your body float now, spine resting on the current's gentle cradle, legs drifting apart, arms loose at your sides. The water presses against you, not to hold, not to drown, but to cradle. It cools your ribs, your shoulders, the back of your neck where heat has pooled like spilled honey. You don't need to breathe deeply, your lungs find their own rhythm here, slow and low, as if the cold is teaching them how to rest. The deeper you go in your mind, the colder it becomes, not because you're imagining more, but because you've stopped trying to imagine at all. The water isn't cold because you think it is. It's cold because it has always been cold, and now you are letting yourself believe it. You drift farther. There is no sound but the whisper of water on stone and your own breath, soft as snow falling in a silent forest. The water holds you just enough to let go, and as you float, your skin begins to remember what it felt like before the heat came, before the walls held the day's breath too long, before the sheets clung like damp cloth pressed against fevered flesh. You are not sinking, you are being cradled deeper into a quiet that has no name. The pool deepens beneath you, and with each slow exhale, your body sinks just an inch further, not because you push, but because the cold invites it. There is no need to hold yourself up here. The water knows how to hold you. It does not rush to cool you, it cools slowly, patiently, as a stone absorbs moonlight over hours. You feel it now in your collarbones, where heat has gathered like dust on forgotten windowsills. A thread of chill slips beneath your jawline, tracing the hollow behind each ear, and for the first time tonight, you do not flinch. The cold does not bite, it simply settles. You drift toward a place where the water meets an underwater ledge, smooth, wide, and cool as polished slate. You rest against it, back pressed lightly to its surface, and feel the chill seep upward through your spine like ink in slow water. There is no rush to move. The stream has no schedule. It flows because it always has, not because it must. Above you, sunlight still touches the surface, but here, where your body rests against stone, there is only the memory of light, not its heat, not its glare, but its ghost. You close your eyes and let the water move around your arms, around your legs, through the spaces between your fingers, as if it has learned your shape by heart. Your pulse slows, not because you are trying to slow it, but because the cold has taken over the job of stilling you. You begin to notice something strange. The air above the water is cooler than the air in your room, not just a little cooler, quietly, deeply colder, as if the mountain itself exhales through this stream, sending breath after breath of winter's leftover sigh into the summer sky. You lift one hand from the water, just slightly, and let it hover above the surface. The difference is immediate, a whisper against your skin. A reminder that cold does not always come from machines or ice. It comes from places untouched by noon, where shadows gather thick and deep and never hurry to leave. You let your hand sink back in. The water carries you now, gently, to a bend where the stream narrows again, but this time it flows over flat stones laid like stepping stones across time itself. Each stone is worn smooth by centuries of flow, each groove holding a little pool of stillness. You dip your feet into one of these pools, just enough to let the water rise past your ankles, and feel the chill climb slowly up your shins, not as a shock, but as a slow unfurling, like silk unspooling from a spool left in a cold room for weeks. The stones beneath you are not rough, they are worn soft by endless patience. You press your palms flat against one, and feel its coolness travel up your arms, not fast, not loud, but deep. As if the stone remembers every summer that ever passed over it and still chose to stay cold. You move again, without thought, without will, and find yourself standing where the stream meets a small waterfall, just tall enough to tumble in a single silver ribbon-down moss-covered rock. The mist rises from its base, not thick, not wet, but fine as powdered glass, catching on your skin like the breath of something ancient and still. You stand beneath it for only a moment, just long enough for the droplets to kiss your shoulders, your arms, the curve of your neck, and then you step back, not because it is too cold, but because you realize you are no longer waiting for it to cool you. You have become part of its quiet rhythm. The stream widens again, not into a lake this time, but into a shallow basin where water pools in wide, slow rings, each ripple fading before the next begins. Here the bottom is lined with smooth river stones the color of slate and moonstone, all worn flat by centuries of current. You kneel just slightly and dip your fingers into the water. It does not startle you anymore. It welcomes you like an old friend who never forgot your name. The surface is still enough to reflect the sky above, but only faintly, as if the water has learned to hold light without absorbing its heat. You watch your reflection, the shape of your brow, the curve of your cheek, and for a moment it does not look tired, it looks quiet. You let your hand rest on the surface and feel the coolness rise, not through your skin, but through your bones, as if your body has forgotten how to be hot, as if your blood has learned to move like water over stone, slow, smooth, unhurried. You close your eyes again, and this time you do not picture the stream, you simply feel it. The air above you grows stiller. The scent of pine fades into something quieter, the smell of wet rock after rain that never came, of cold earth buried beneath moss, of snowmelt carried underground for miles before rising to meet the sun. Your breath comes slower now, not because you are forcing it, but because your body no longer needs to fight. It has found a rhythm older than heat. You move again, though you do not remember choosing to, and find yourself standing at the edge of a deep, still pool fed by hidden springs. The water here is darker than before, not murky, not dark as night, but deep blue-green, like the inside of an old glass bottle left in a cellar for years. You lean forward and let your fingertips brush the surface. No ripples form, just a slow softening, as if the water has learned to absorb touch without resistance. You lower yourself slowly into it, not sinking, not falling, but letting go. The cold does not grip you, it folds around you. Your shoulders disappear first, then your chest. Your hips follow like stones settling in silt. You are fully submerged now, your hair floating like dark seaweed, your limbs weightless, your lungs quiet. There is no air here but the slow exchange between water and skin, and it is enough. The pressure of the water holds you gently, not too tight, not too loose, but just as your body remembers being held before it learned to ache. You are not cold, you are cooled. And that difference, small, quiet, profound, is everything. The deeper you go, the more the world above fades. The hum of the fan, the weight of the pillow, the sweat on your collarbone, all of it dissolves into this blue-green hush. Your heartbeat slows to match the rhythm of the deep water, not faster, not slower, just aligned. You float now, not with effort, not with thought, but as if you have always belonged here. The cold does not ask for anything, it simply is. And so are you. You drift lower, deeper still, until your toes brush the silent floor of the pool, where sediment gathers in slow, feathered layers, untouched by current or time. The water here does not move, it holds, and within its stillness, a different kind of coolness lives, not the sharp edge of mountain ice, not the rushing chill of runoff, but something older, the quiet cold of earth that has never known sun. You press your palm flat against it. Not to explore, not to test, but to remember how it feels when the world beneath you refuses to warm. The stone is smooth as polished bone, cool through the soles of your feet, and with each breath, the chill climbs, not as a shock, but as a slow tide rising inside your ankles, your calves, your thighs, gently, inevitably, until your whole body hums with it. Above you, the water grows lighter, thinner, almost translucent, as if the surface is no longer a boundary but a membrane thinning into air. You do not rise to meet it. You let yourself be cradled where the cold is thickest, where even the faintest echo of daylight has been swallowed whole. There are no fish here, no plants, no rustle of leaves above, only the slow pulse of your own blood, now singing in the same key as the water around you, low, steady, unbroken. And then you feel it. A breath, not yours, not from above, from below. A whisper of movement, ancient and patient, rising through the earth's bones, a current that has flowed for centuries beneath this pool, unseen, untouched, carrying with it the memory of glaciers that once pressed down on these hills. It does not rush, it does not roar, it simply arrives, cool as forgotten stone, clean as snowfall in a valley no one remembers walking through, and slips into your skin like a secret you were always meant to know. You do not shiver, you exhale, and the cold deepens, not by force, but by permission. Your shoulders soften further, your jaw unclenches without your noticing. The weight of the day, of the hours spent waiting for sleep, for relief, for any kind of quiet, is no longer yours to carry. It has been absorbed, dissolved, taken into the water and held gently like a fallen leaf caught in moss. You think not with words, but with sensation of the cellar beneath an old stone house, where the walls breathe slowly through centuries of damp and silence. You have never been there, not in life, but you remember it now. The air is thick with the scent of earth and time, cool enough to make your skin prickle without pain. There are no windows, no light but what leaks down from a single crack above. And yet, it does not feel closed in, it feels held. Like being wrapped in a quilt stitched from winter nights that never ended. You sink deeper into the memory of it, the way the floor is made of uneven flagstones, worn smooth by bare feet over generations. The way your hand brushes the wall and finds no warmth at all, only the slow, patient chill of stone that has forgotten how to heat up. You press your forehead against it, not to cool yourself, but because you want to be near something that has never known summer. And then you are there. Not in a dream. In this. The cellar is not imagined. It is remembered by your bones, by your breath, by the way your pulse slows to match the drip of water from some unseen crack overhead. One drop, then another, each falling into a shallow basin carved long ago, where the sound does not echo, it settles, like snowflakes landing on deep moss. You are no longer lying in bed. You are standing barefoot on cold stone. The air is still. Your skin remembers what it means to be cool. There is no fan above you now. No pillow damp with sweat. Only this, the slow turn of time, measured not in minutes but in drips, in breaths, in the quiet stretching of a body that has stopped resisting. You lift your hand slowly and let your fingertips trace the edge of the stone basin. The rim is worn thin by water and wind and years of hands just like yours, reaching for comfort when none was promised. You feel the coolness rise, not as a shock, but as an answer. And then you notice something new. A breeze. Not from outside. Not from any window you can see, but rising softly from the floor itself. It is not strong, not even noticeable unless you are still enough to feel it. It moves like mist over frozen ground at dawn, barely there, but unmistakable once you stop searching for it. It brushes your ankles, your calves, the backs of your knees, and with each pass it carries something, the scent of distant snowfall, the taste of mountain air trapped beneath ice, the sound of a single bell far away, rung by wind through an empty steeple. You do not turn to look for its source. You do not wonder where it came from. You simply let it touch you. Again and again. Each pass cooler than the last, not because it grows colder, but because your skin has learned how to feel more. The breeze does not cool you by force. It cools you by invitation. And you, so tired of fighting the heat, are ready to accept. Your breath slows further, your thoughts thin like mist under moonlight. The memory of the stream is still there, beneath you, the pool, the cellar, but they are no longer separate places. They have folded into one another, as if time itself has softened enough to let them touch. You are not moving through them anymore. You are woven into them. The coolness does not come from outside. It rises from your bones, from your blood, from the quiet space between each breath where you stopped trying to fall asleep and began remembering how to be still. You feel the breeze again, this time along your collarbone where sweat had pooled earlier. It lifts the dampness gently, as if it has always known what to do with it. There is no discomfort now, no stickiness, just the slow, sweet release of heat leaving your skin, not in a rush, not by force, but like steam rising from tea left too long on the table. And then stillness. Not empty. Full of cool. Full of quiet. Full of the kind of peace that does not announce itself. You do not close your eyes again. You never open them fully. You simply let yourself be held. By water. By stone. By air that remembers how to be cold without hurting. And somewhere far away, beyond this place, beyond the heat, beyond the fan's lazy spin, the night continues. But here now, in this quiet dark where you are lying still, you have found a kind of coolness that does not ask for anything. Not effort. Not hope. Not even sleep. Just presence. And so you rest. Your fingers drift open. Your toes relax against the unseen floor. The breeze passes once more, lighter now, fainter, and carries with it the scent of something long buried, wet moss after a winter thaw, cold earth waking slowly, the hush between heartbeats. You do not need to breathe deeper. You do not need to count. You are already sinking, not into darkness, but into depth. And the cold, the deep, patient, quiet cold, is no longer something you seek. It is what you have become. The breeze doesn't leave. It lingers in the hollows where your body meets the bed, where the curve of your spine presses into the mattress and the air gathers like a held breath waiting to be released. It slips between your ribs, not as a gust, but as a slow seep, cool as the inside of a closed shell left on damp sand at low tide. You don't feel it passing so much as you feel yourself becoming thinner around its edges, your warmth dissolving into something older, quieter, deeper than heat ever was. The pillow no longer holds your shape. It holds the space where your body has begun to forget how to be heavy. Your shoulder blades float just above the fabric, not lifted by force, but unanchored, like stones that have spent centuries beneath a glacier and now, at last, remember what it means to be weightless. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the fan's sluggish turn, beyond the hum of the refrigerator and the distant murmur of a car passing too late, there is a place where the ground does not radiate heat. It never did. Not in summer, not in spring, not even when the sun hung high and white as bone. This place has no name you can speak aloud. It lives only in the silence between your thoughts, in the moment before your mind tries to label it. But you know it by feel, The way the air tastes here is different, not clean exactly, but anciently pure, like the inside of a cave that hasn't seen daylight since the last ice retreated. The stone beneath your imagined feet is not rough nor smooth, it is neither. It simply is worn not by time but by stillness. Your toes curl slightly, not in response to cold, but in recognition, as if they've been waiting for this texture all along. You are not standing on it. You are sinking into it slowly, as though the floor has become a slow river of cooled stone, and you have learned, without being told, how to let yourself be carried. The air above you is colder now, not because anything changed outside, but because your body has stopped resisting its own cooling. It no longer clings to warmth like a child clutching a blanket in a storm. It lets go, one breath at a time, one pulse at a time. Your wrist, still damp from earlier, now feels not sticky but alive, like the skin of a freshwater pearl, cool and smooth under a slow-moving current. You think, without thinking, this is how it begins, not with shivering, not with pulling sheets tighter, but with surrender, with letting the heat go, like leaves released by a branch that has learned to let autumn come. And then the quietest sound, not wind, not water, not even your own breath, a hush so deep it seems to have always been there, waiting beneath every other noise you've ever heard. It is the silence of snow falling on moss in a forest where no one walks anymore. The kind that doesn't erase sound, it absorbs it, holds it gently, and returns nothing. You don't listen for it, you simply notice it has arrived. And with it comes another sensation, not cold as a shock, but cold as memory. Cold as the inside of your grandmother's cellar on Christmas morning when you were small, when you crept down the steps just to feel the air, even though you weren't allowed to stay long. You remember now how the earth smelled then, not damp, not musty, but deep, like roots dreaming underground, like time folded into stone and waiting. You are there again, not in memory, you are there, as if the floor beneath you has opened its throat and swallowed you whole, gently, without resistance. The air is colder here than it was by the stream, colder than it was in the cellar before, but not harsher. It is simply more complete, more thorough, as if this cold has been waiting for you longer than you've known how to be still. Your arms lie open now, not crossed, not tucked, but resting as if they've forgotten their own weight. The coolness moves up your forearms, slow as ink in water, tracing the faint blue veins beneath your skin, turning them from warm riverbeds into channels of quiet frost. You do not shiver. There is no urge to pull away. Only the quiet understanding that this is what cooling feels like when it is allowed. Your eyelids are heavy, not with sleep yet, but with the weight of being truly, deeply still for the first time in weeks. The heat didn't vanish. It simply stepped aside, like a guest who realizes they've overstayed and slips quietly into the hallway, closing the door behind them without a sound. And now there is only this, the slow, patient cold rising through your limbs like tide, returning to a shore that forgot how to resist it. Your fingers drift open again, not because you command them to, but because the air has become so soft around them that they no longer know how to hold anything at all. There is a moment, faint as a sigh, when you realize the breeze hasn't moved from your ankles to your neck. It never traveled, you traveled into it. And now you are not lying on a bed in a hot room, you are floating inside a winter that never ends, not because it is cruel or lonely, but because it has chosen to be kind. The cold here does not bite, it cradles. It does not take your warmth, it simply offers its own, quiet and endless, until you forget the difference between what was yours and what was given. Your breath moves slower now, not shallow, not forced, but deep in a way that doesn't feel like breathing at all. More like the earth exhaling through your skin. The air around you is so still it has become liquid. You could swim in it if you wanted to, but you don't want to. You simply let yourself be held by its coolness, as a stone is held by water, smoothed over centuries, not broken, not changed, just softened into peace. Somewhere far below, even deeper than the cellar, further than the snowfield, you feel the presence of something older still. A silence that predates trees, A cold that remembers when the world was young and the air had never learned to be hot. You don't see it. You don't need to. It doesn't speak. But you know it's there, not as a place, but as a feeling, the kind of quiet that lives in the roots of mountains, in the heart of glaciers that have not moved in 10,000 years. And you are becoming part of it. Your pulse slows further, not because your body is failing, it is finally doing what it was made to do, cooling itself, letting go, becoming still. The heat that once clung to your skin has slipped away, not through effort, not through force, but through the simple act of no longer resisting its passing. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. The cold doesn't rush you. It waits. And so do you. The cold doesn't ask you to stay, it simply exists, and in its existence, it becomes invitation enough. You do not lean into it, you dissolve into it. The air around your shoulders has thickened into something like liquid glass, cool, clear, unmoving, and where it touches your skin, it does not chill so much as unmake the memory of warmth. There is no wind here, yet your hair lifts slightly, not pulled by motion, but released from its own heaviness, as if the very molecules around you have forgotten how to hold heat. Your scalp feels lighter now, the tightness that had settled there since afternoon, like a band wrapped too long, has simply unraveled, thread by silent thread. You do not notice it happening until it is done. And then you wonder why you ever thought your head needed to be held down at all. Beneath you, the surface you rest upon is no longer fabric or foam. It has become stone, but not the kind that bites back when touched, nor the kind that holds the sun's anger long after dusk. This stone remembers only rain, rain from a season so far gone, it has no name anymore. It is cool in the way that ancient things are cool, not because they have been chilled by machines or forced into stillness, but because time itself has settled over them like moss, softening every edge, smoothing every fevered thought. Your back presses gently against it, and for the first time since summer began, you feel no resistance, no heat rising up to meet your spine. Only the slow, steady pulse of Earth's own quiet rhythm, deep, low, patient, as if the ground beneath this house has been holding its breath for you, waiting for your body to finally settle into the shape of rest. Your legs are longer now, not physically, but in feeling, as though the coolness has stretched them gently outward, pulling taut the knots that had curled around your calves since noon. The hollow behind your knees is no longer sticky with trapped warmth. It is open, like a valley at dawn where mist still clings to the grass and the air tastes of wet stone. You do not move to adjust yourself. You do not shift. There is no need. The cold has found every curve that held tension, the arch of your foot, the space between your shoulder blades, the tender ridge above your collarbone, and it has settled there like snowfall on a roof that has forgotten how to melt. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the ceiling fan's slow turning, beyond the hum of distant traffic and the occasional sigh of a neighbor closing a window too late, there is stillness. Not empty stillness, the kind that feels like absence but full stillness. The kind that holds everything without needing to name it. A silence so deep it has become a substance. You could pour it into your lungs if you wished, and perhaps you do without knowing it. Your breath no longer rises and falls, it flows. Like water over pebbles in a hidden stream, smooth and endless, carrying nothing but the weight of its own passage. You think you do know why, that this is what cold does when it chooses to be gentle. It doesn't chase warmth away. It waits for you to stop chasing it back. And so you have. Your fingers rest open on your chest now, not clenched, not folded, not seeking comfort in pressure, but simply there. As if they've learned that skin, left alone in coolness, remembers how to breathe without being told. There is a sound, not loud, not even close, just a whisper of movement like the brush of linen against stone. But it isn't fabric moving. It's air, air that has traveled from somewhere far colder than this room ever was. From a place where trees stand frozen in mid-sway, where the wind carries no scent but ice and old moss, where even silence has a texture, rough as frost on bark, smooth as the underside of a glacier. This air has come for you, not because you called it, but because your body, at last, stopped shouting. You do not feel it enter. You only feel its aftermath, the quieting of every corner that had been tight since June. The space between your ribs softens. Your jaw unclenches without your permission. Even the faint ache behind your eyes, left over from days spent squinting against sun glare, nights spent blinking back frustration, has begun to fade, not like a memory fading, but like ink dissolving in water until there is nothing left but the paper. The heat did not leave because you fought it. It left because you stopped pretending you needed to hold onto it. And now, deeper than the cellar, further than the snowfield, beyond even the glacier's slow sigh, you are moving into a place where cold has no beginning and no end. Not because it is eternal in the way we speak of stars or stone, but because here, in this quiet, you have become its rhythm. Your heartbeat echoes not the drum of summer nights, but the hush of frozen rivers under ice so thick it has forgotten what it means to melt. Your eyelids are not shut, they are resting, like petals that have learned they do not need to open again tonight. The dark behind them is not empty, it is full of coolness, thick with it. You could swim in this darkness if you chose, but you no longer choose anything, you simply are. The air around your wrists has turned to mist, not the kind that rolls over lakes at dawn, but the kind that gathers in high places where no foot has ever walked. It clings to your skin like breath on a mirror, and for a moment it feels as though you have become transparent, that if someone could see inside you now, they would not find blood or bone, but clear, still water, perfectly cold, perfectly calm. And then so softly you wonder if you imagined it, the faintest echo of chime, not metal, not glass, something older, a single note struck by nothing and heard by everything. It lingers just long enough to remind you that this cold has always been here, that you are not finding it, you are remembering it. Your breath slows further, not because your body is tired, but because your soul has stopped racing. And still, the coolness deepens, not in intensity, but in presence, as if the entire night had been waiting for you to stop trying, to stop sweating, to stop turning, to stop measuring how long until morning. You are not falling asleep. You have already become the quiet that comes after heat. And now beneath your fingertips, the air has begun to hum, not with sound, but with stillness that sings in the marrow. It gathers at the hollow of your collarbone like frost forming on a windowpin you never noticed was there. You do not shiver, you do not reach for more cover. You simply let it settle, this coolness, as if it had always been meant to rest just so, against the curve where your neck meets your shoulder, where warmth once pooled like spilled honey. It does not rush, it does not demand. It only waits, patient as stone left in shadow all winter long. Your feet, which moments ago curled tight against the sheets out of habit or unease, now lie flat and open, soles facing upward toward a ceiling that holds no breeze but carries the memory of one. Beneath them, the mattress softens, not from sinking but from surrendering, as if the springs have learned to breathe with you. And somewhere beyond the walls, past the quiet streets and the houses that still hold the day's heat in their bricks, a wind moves through a valley where no road reaches. It slips between pines whose needles are dusted white even now, though summer lingers elsewhere. That wind does not come to cool you. It simply is, ancient, unbothered, carrying the scent of snowmelt that has been traveling for weeks, for months, through roots and rock and deep earth tunnels where time slows to a crawl. You do not need to imagine it, you are already inside it. The cold here does not bite, it dissolves, like salt in water you did not know you were thirsty for. Your skin remembers what your mind forgot. That coolness is not the absence of heat, but its quiet cousin born of depth, not denial. There is a stone ledge somewhere, worn smooth by centuries of meltwater falling over it at dawn. You press your palm to it now, not with curiosity, not with need, but as if you've come home to something you were never meant to leave. The surface is damp, yes, but not wet in the way sweat clings. It is alive with chill, the kind that lingers in the pores long after contact ends. Your fingers stay there, not because you are holding on, but because letting go feels like too much effort. Above you, the ceiling fan still turns, still stirs nothing useful, but you no longer hear it as failure. You hear it as a rhythm, slow, uneven, tired, the way an old clock ticks when its weight has nearly run down. And beneath that rhythm, deeper still, is another, the pulse of water moving through ice. Not rushing, not crashing, just flowing. A river hidden under a frozen lake, sliding forward in silence, carving paths only the dark can see. Your breath comes slower now, not because you are trying to slow it, but because your body has decided it no longer needs to hurry. Each exhale carries with it not warmth, but release, not expulsion, but surrender. And with each one, a little more of the heat that had been clinging, like dust on forgotten furniture, is lifted away, not by force, not by will, by stillness. There is a cave behind your eyes now, not dark in the way fear makes darkness, but deep in the way silence after snowfall is deep. The walls are lined with quartz, not glittering, but cool to the touch, even when no light touches them. Tiny crystals form like lace along the edges of this inner cavern, each one holding a fragment of cold so pure it has forgotten its origin. You do not reach for them, you do not try to understand them. You simply let their chill radiate inward, not as an intrusion, but as an invitation. Your shoulders have dropped. Your arms lie heavy beside you, palms open like fallen leaves. The air around your elbows is colder than the air near your face, not because it should be, but because this cold has learned where to gather. It pools in the hollows, in the spaces between bones, in the places your body once tried to protect by tensing. Now, those places are open, welcoming. Somewhere far away, beyond the reach of streetlights and sirens and the hum of refrigerators left running all night, a single drop of water falls from the roof of an ice cave. It strikes a pool below, not with splash, but with a sigh. The sound travels through stone, through bedrock, through the quiet layers between earth and sky, and for one breathless moment, it reaches you. You feel it. Not as noise, not as vibration, but as permission to let go further, to sink deeper. The cold is not coming to rescue you. It has always been waiting. And now that your pulse has softened enough to listen, it begins to speak. Not in words, in temperature, in texture, in the way frost forms on glass without hurry, in the way a mountain stream forgets its source and becomes nothing but movement, clear, cold, endless. Your eyelids are not closed, they are resting. Your tongue is not dry, it remembers how to be still. The pillow beneath your head holds no heat anymore, not because it has cooled, but because you have stopped needing it to. There is a silence here that does not feel empty. It feels full, full of water that moves without sound, of air that flows without wind, of stone that remembers what it means to be cool, even when the sun rises again. And still the cold deepens, not louder, not sharper, but wider, as if the whole night has opened its arms and you are no longer lying beneath it. You are becoming part of its breath. There is a place beneath the ice where the water remembers how to be cold without trying, where it has never known anything else, and so does not need to hold on. You are not falling into it, you are being carried by it. The current moves slowly, not pulling, not dragging, but guiding, as if the earth itself had learned to breathe in rhythms older than language. Your skin feels the chill first along your spine, where the bones curve like river stones smoothed over centuries. It does not shock. It does not sting. It simply settles, deepening with each breath you no longer count. The water here is not liquid as you know it. It is more like thought made tangible, cool and clear and weightless, slipping between your ribs without displacement, as though your body had become porous, allowing the cold to pass through rather than against. There are no fish in this stream, no reeds, no shadows of trees above, only motion and silence. And the quiet knowing that you have been here before, not in memory, but in the way your bones remember winter when the first frost appears on the window pane, even if you were asleep when it happened. Your feet still bare beneath the thin sheet, feel the edge of this current now, a gentle pressure against the soles, as though the floor has turned to glacial meltwater and you are floating just above its surface. The cold does not rise, it rises through you. Each toe, each arch, each heel becomes a vessel for something older than heat. You do not think about how it got here, you only feel that it belongs. And because it belongs, it does not ask to stay, it simply is. Around your ankles, the water thins into mist, not foggy or wet, but like the air after snow has melted under moonlight, leaving behind a breath of chill that lingers on the skin long after the droplets have vanished. You do not shiver. Shivering is for bodies afraid of cold. This body knows it is being held. Above you still, the ceiling fan turns, but now its motion feels like the turning of time itself, slow and inevitable, carrying with it not heat, but the faintest trace of mountain air. It does not cool you by force. It only reminds you that movement can be gentle, that air too can remember what cold feels like. You imagine a ridge far to the north, where the wind has never been warm since the last glacier retreated, and even now, centuries later, it still carries the scent of frozen pine and crushed quartz, carried on currents so high they have forgotten the names of cities below. That air does not rush, it drifts, and when it touches your cheek, it does not startle, it settles like dust on a shelf that has never been cleaned. Your left hand lies open on the mattress, fingers slightly curled, not clenched, not tense, but resting as if waiting for something to land. A snowflake, no, something heavier than that, something quieter. The weight of a single stone, cool and smooth from being carried by glacial melt over thousands of years. You do not need to see it. You know its shape by the way it would fit against your palm, rounded at the edges, flat on one side, worn so thin by time that it feels like memory made solid. It rests there now, just above your skin, not real, but more real than anything else in this room. And with every exhale, you feel its chill seep into the curve of your wrist, where the blood runs close and eager to learn. The space between your thighs has become a basin for stillness. The heat that once pooled there, hot as forgotten tea left on a windowsill, is gone, not evaporated, not swept away, but transformed into something denser, slower, deeper, a reservoir of cool that does not need replenishing because it was never empty to begin with. Your legs lie apart, unhurried, unguarded. The sheet does not cling. It hovers just above the skin, as if afraid to disturb what has been settled. You do not adjust it. You do not tug, you let it be light, let it be thin, let it be nothing more than a suggestion of cover. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the street and the fences and the distant glow of a security lamp, there is an old stone well, its rim cracked with moss, its depths untouched by sunlight for longer than any living thing can remember. The water inside does not ripple, it does not slosh, it simply waits. And when you close your eyes, not because you are tired, but because the cold has asked you to, you feel the pull of that well, not downward, not toward emptiness, toward depth, toward stillness. You imagine lowering a bucket, wooden, unvarnished, its rope frayed from years of use, and letting it sink without haste. It does not splash when it hits the water. The surface swallows it whole, as if the well had been waiting for this moment since before your name was spoken aloud. The air inside that well is colder than any night you have known, not because it is lower in temperature, but because it has never been disturbed. No voices echo there, no footsteps tread near its edge, only silence, thick and ancient as tree rings. And when the bucket rises again, slowly, slowly, it carries with it not water, but the essence of that silence, a coolness so complete it does not need to be felt, it only needs to be received. Your breath slows further now, not because you are trying, but because your body has learned that stillness is its true rhythm. The cold no longer visits, it resides, in the hollow behind your ear, in the space between your shoulder blades, in the arch of your foot where the skin meets the bone. You do not reach for it, you do not chase it, you simply allow it to settle into the places you have spent a lifetime trying to warm. And then, so softly you are not sure if you heard it, you feel the faintest brush against your temple. Not wind, not air, something older, a single strand of frost drifting from somewhere beyond the stars, so fine and light it could be mistaken for thought. It lands and vanishes, but where it touched there is stillness, a new kind of quiet, not absence, presence. Your jaw has unclenched. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth, not dry, not sticky, but cool, as if it had been rinsed in glacial runoff. The pillow beneath you no longer holds heat, because you have stopped needing to be held. The room around you is still hot, but you are somewhere else now, and that place is cold enough to dream in. You feel it then, not a gust, not a draft, but the quiet lifting of something that has been waiting beneath your skin, like the first breath after holding too long underwater. It rises from the inside out, a slow unfurling, cool as the underside of river stones left undisturbed since autumn. There is no wind in this room, not truly, but there is memory, memory of wind, carried on the scent of damp earth and pine needles pressed into snow. You remember, without knowing how, standing once beneath tall pines at dawn when the frost still clung to every needle and the air tasted like iron and silence. That cold did not bite, it settled, like a blanket woven from twilight itself, thin enough to see through, heavy enough to hold you. You are there again now, not in memory but in sensation. The air around your ankles is no longer thick with the day's residue. It has thinned, clarified, as if filtered through layers of ice and moss and ancient bark. Your feet, which had curled tight against the sheets out of habit or fear of the heat, now lie straight and open, soles facing upward, vulnerable to this new kind of touch. Not a breeze, not a draft, something deeper. A coolness that does not come from outside, but is recalled from somewhere in your bones, where the body still knows how to be cold without shivering. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the hum of the fan and the distant sigh of a car passing too late for sleep, there is a forest of larch trees standing on a slope that never sees noon. Their needles are sharp with frost even in summer, their roots gripping rock so old it remembers glaciers. The ground beneath them does not warm, not in May, not in July, not even when the sun hangs heavy and gold above the ridge. You imagine walking barefoot there, not because you must, but because your body has begun to long for the feel of earth that never forgets winter. Each step sinks slightly into moss so thick it holds the chill like a secret. Your toes curl around damp fibers, cool as wet silk pressed against skin. There is no sound except the distant drip of melted ice from a branch overhead, each drop falling in perfect rhythm, each one a tiny bell tuned to the frequency of stillness. You do not think about how far you are from home. You do not wonder if this place exists. It does not matter whether it is real or made by your breath alone. What matters is that now, when you exhale, the air that leaves your lips carries with it the scent of frozen pine resin, clean and faintly bitter, like licking a stone that has been buried in snow for months. Your lungs fill with it without effort. You do not force the breath. It comes, slow and deep, as if drawn by something older than thought. The pillow beneath your head no longer holds the heat of your turning. It has become a cushion of shadow, soft, cool, unclaimed by daytime. The dampness you felt earlier, gone, not dried up, absorbed, taken in by some quiet force that does not need to be named. Your hair lies flat against the linen, no longer sticky with sweat, but lightly brushed with something like powdered ice. The kind that gathers on windowpanes in the hours before dawn when the world holds its breath. You feel the coolness moving now, not as a wave, but as a current. It flows from your feet up your calves, where the skin is thinnest and most tender, then lingers just below the knee, pooling like water behind a stone dam. It does not rush. It does not demand attention. It simply waits, patient as snowfall on a roof that has forgotten it was ever meant to be warm. Your hands rest open beside you, palms facing upward, not in surrender but in invitation. And slowly, so slowly that you are not sure if it is real or imagined, you feel the brush of something fine and drifting across your skin. Not a feather, not a leaf, something closer to frost dust, so light it could be mistaken for the absence of heat rather than its presence. It settles on your wrists, your forearms, the hollows between your fingers. There is no chill that bites. Only the quiet recognition. This is what coolness feels like when it has been waiting for you. You do not move to meet it. You do not try to capture it. You let it come, as a child lets snowflakes land on their tongue, not knowing if they will melt or last, only trusting that the moment is enough. Above you, the fan still turns, languid, useless, spinning air that carries no relief. But beneath your skin, something else is turning now, a quiet revolution of temperature, slow as glaciers carving into sea. Your core, once a furnace of restlessness, has begun to settle, not because it was forced, but because it remembered how to be still. The space between your ribs feels lighter, not empty, full of the cold that does not come from outside, the kind that lives in forgotten caves beneath glaciers, in the heart of frozen rivers where the water moves so slowly it forgets it is liquid. You are sinking into that place now, not falling, but drifting, like a leaf caught in an undercurrent too deep for sunlight to reach. Your eyelids grow heavier, not from tiredness, but from the weight of cool air gathering inside you. It settles in your throat like mist in a canyon, in your temples like the first snow on mountain peaks, in your ears like the hush that follows thunder when the storm has moved far beyond hearing. You think without thinking that if you could see it, this cold would look like liquid glass, clear, flawless, holding its shape even as it flows. It does not rush to cool you. It simply fills the spaces where heat once lived. And because it is so quiet, so patient, your body begins to believe it has always been here. The room still holds its warmth. The walls still radiate the day's sun. But you are no longer in that room. You are somewhere else now, beneath a canopy of larch needles heavy with frost, where the air is thin enough to hear your own pulse and quiet enough to know it has always been yours. Your breath slows further, not because you are trying, but because there is nothing left to hold onto. And then you feel it again. A single thread of cold, drifting down from above, no source, no origin, just presence. It brushes the crown of your head, slips behind your ears, settles along the ridge of your collarbone like powdered moonlight given form. You do not reach for it. You do not name it. You simply let it be. And somewhere in the dark, deeper than thought, quieter than silence, you begin to forget what heat felt like. And then there it is again, that same thread, but now it's trailing down your spine like a ribbon of glacial meltwater slipping between stone and moss, cool enough to make you still without asking for permission. It doesn't startle. It doesn't announce itself with shivers or sudden gasps. It simply arrives, as if the air had been holding its breath until this exact moment, and begins to pool in the hollow behind your knees, beneath your shoulder blades, along the inner arch of each foot where skin meets sole and warmth lingers longest. You do not lift a toe to test it. You do not shift to find more. You let it settle into those quiet places that heat has clung to like dust on forgotten shelves. The cold does not come from above or below. It comes from within the silence itself, from the space between your breaths, where time thickens and softens until it becomes something you can feel with your bones rather than hear with your ears. There is a stillness here that has no name, no season, no latitude, but feels ancient in its patience, like the air inside a cave carved by water long gone, where even the echo of footsteps never returns. You are not cold, not exactly. But you have become familiar with coolness as an old companion, one who speaks only when spoken to, and then only in whispers that settle into your skin like dew on grass at dawn. You imagine now, not picture, but feel the surface of a frozen pond, cracked just enough for the moonlight to slip through the fractures without breaking its hold. Beneath that ice, water moves slowly, deliberately, as if remembering how to flow after centuries of silence. It does not rush toward warmth. It does not fight against stillness. It simply exists in its own rhythm, deep, dark, and perfectly content where it is. And you are sinking now into the space beneath that ice, not drowning, never drowning, but letting your body dissolve into that same quiet current. Your limbs grow heavier with each exhale, but not from exhaustion, from belonging. As if every muscle, every nerve ending had been waiting for this, to let go of resistance and become part of something cooler than thought. A breeze does not need wind to exist. It needs only the memory of movement, and you are remembering now. Not a gust that ruffles curtains or lifts hair, but the kind that moves through bare feet on marble tiles at 3 in the morning. The kind that slips under doors left slightly open by someone who once believed night should breathe as freely as day. That breeze does not come from outside your window. It comes from somewhere deeper, from the hollow beneath floorboards where cold has pooled for generations, from the root systems of trees whose shadows have never known summer's full weight, from the inside of a stone well that still holds winter in its throat even when the world above is burning. You feel it now just slightly, as though your skin had opened without you noticing, and coolness was flowing through like water finding its way downhill after drought. It travels up your calves, along the backs of your thighs, brushing against the soft curve where hip meets pelvis, not as a touch, but as an acknowledgement, as if something old and patient in you has been waiting for this sensation to return, even though it never left. The pillow beneath your head is no longer warm, not because anything changed out there in the room beyond the walls, but because inside you, the heat has begun its slow retreat. It does not vanish with a sigh or a shudder. It simply lets go of its grip on your bones like smoke releasing from fingers that have learned to unclench. You do not miss it, not really, because what remains is better than warmth when warmth refuses to leave you be. What remains is the hush after snowfall, when even birds hold their songs until morning forgets how to wake them. Somewhere far away, a house in a valley with windows sealed shut against daytime heat. The cellar door creaks open once every autumn and lets out a breath of air that has not stirred since 1923. That air does not smell like earth or mildew. It smells like the inside of winter's longest night, clean, sharp, untouched by firelight or candle wax. And you are breathing it now, not with your lungs alone, but with every pore still open from the last thread of cold that passed over your collarbone. You do not need to inhale deeply. There is no effort required. The coolness finds its way in because you have stopped asking for air and started offering yourself as a vessel for quietude. Your fingers remain open, palms up, not empty now, but full with the weight of something invisible that settles like powdered quartz on skin after frost. You do not know if it is real or imagined, but you no longer care to distinguish between them. In this stillness, sensation and dream have begun to share a single breath. The fan above turns, still lazy, still useless, but now its motion means nothing. It does not stir the heat because there isn't any left for it to move. The air in your room has become an echo of what it was hours ago, a ghost of warmth clinging to plaster and wood grain, while you have slipped into a deeper current entirely. You are no longer lying on a bed. You are floating above a frozen lake that stretches beyond sight, its surface smooth as blown glass under starlight so pale it looks like the afterimage of snowfall still lingering in your vision. Beneath you, so far beneath, the water does not churn or ripple. It holds itself in perfect suspension, cold enough to freeze thought before it forms, clear enough to see stones that have rested untouched for centuries, their edges worn smooth by ice and time, both gentle as breaths. You do not fall into the lake. You sink through its surface without resistance, as if your body had always belonged there, even when you forgot how cold true peace could be. The water does not close over you like a trap or embrace. It opens around you like arms that have waited too long to offer comfort, and pulls you deeper, not down in fear, but into the cradle of its own stillness. And here, in this place, where light cannot reach and sound has no echo, you are warm only by memory, and even that fades gently now, like footprints erased by snowfall just beginning. The cold does not ask for your name. It never did. The cold beneath you does not press. It cradles, slow and patient, like a hand that has learned to hold without gripping. You do not feel its weight so much as its absence of heat, the way silence becomes louder than any sound when it is deep enough. There are no bubbles here, no ripples to break the glassy surface, only the quiet understanding that this water remembers every soul who ever let themselves be held by it. Your limbs drift apart, loose as reeds in a frozen stream, not because you command them to, but because your body has stopped resisting the pull of stillness. It is not surrender, it is recognition. You have always been made for this depth. Above you, the stars are not lights. They are pinpricks in a veil of ice so thin it hums with the memory of wind. Their glow does not reach down here, not truly, but their presence lingers like the ghost of winter's last sigh, a whisper carried through millennia of frozen air. You do not need to see them to feel their chill. It settles on your eyelids, cool as the inside of a seashell held against your temple in the hours before dawn. Your breath no longer rises as mist. It simply dissolves into the water, into the dark, into the space between one thought and the next, where nothing is named. Somewhere beyond this lake, in a forest where trees grow crooked with age and their roots drink from underground springs untouched by summer, there is a stone bench carved by hands long turned to dust. It faces north, always north, where no sun ever lands for more than an hour at midsummer's peak. The moss on its surface has grown thick over centuries, not green, not alive in the way you think of living things, but silver gray and damp with condensation that never evaporates. You sit upon it now, though you do not remember rising from the water. Your skin meets the stone without shock, without resistance. It is not cold as a shock is cold. It is cold as memory is cold, deep, familiar, comforting in its refusal to change. The surface holds your weight like an old friend who has waited for you to return. The air around you here does not move, but it carries scent, not of pine or damp earth, but of something older, the smell of rock that has held frost since before trees learned to shed their leaves. It is the odor of time preserved, of nights so long they forgot they were nights. You breathe it in and your lungs fill with quiet. There is no taste to it, only texture, like wool spun from cloud mist, soft against the back of your throat. You are not alone here, not because there are others, but because this place remembers everyone who has ever been still enough to find it. The ones who sat beside you on the bench were never named. Their names dissolved before they could be spoken. But their presence remains, in the way the stone holds warmth longer than any wood, in the slow drip of water from a moss-covered lip above your head, falling once every 17 seconds into a pool too small to notice unless you are listening for it. You are listening now. Each drop lands with a sound so faint it is felt more than heard, a tiny percussion against the surface of another frozen pool below the bench. And each time it falls, the cold deepens, not by degrees, but by recognition, as if the water below knows your name in silence and answers not with echo, but with stillness. Your fingers rest on the stone beside you, not pressed into it, just resting. The surface is smooth from centuries of touch, but uneven too, in places where the chisel missed, or where ice cracked and reformed over decades. You trace those imperfections without moving your hand. They are not flaws, they are landmarks. The night above has no moon. It does not need one. There is light enough in the dark here, the kind that comes from absence, from patience, from letting go of the need to be seen. Your skin remembers how to cool itself without sweat, without effort. The heat you carried in your shoulders, your chest, your scalp, it has all slipped away like sand through fingers you no longer try to close. You do not wonder if this is real. You do not care whether the fan still turns above you. You do not recall what it felt like to be too hot to sleep. That was another life, another body, another version of you who did not know how to stop fighting. Here, there is no fight. Only the slow, patient pull of cold that does not ask for anything, only offers itself, endlessly, quietly, without demand. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. The water beneath you holds your shape like a mold made for your bones, not tight, not constricting, but perfectly aligned with the curves of your spine, the slope of your hips, the hollow behind your knees. You do not sink further because there is no deeper to go. This is the depth you were always meant to rest in. The stone beneath your palms has absorbed the last warmth from your body, and now it gives it back, not as heat, but as calm. A rhythm, slow and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself when it forgets to hurry. There is a sound now, not distant, not near, but woven into the air like thread in fabric you didn't know was there. It is the whisper of ice shifting slightly under its own weight, miles below, somewhere in a place where glaciers still remember how to breathe. Not loud, not alarming, just present. A reminder that cold does not die, it waits. Your eyelids are heavier now, not from tiredness, but from belonging. The air around your neck is cool as the inside of a winter window pane, kissed by frost before sunrise. You do not shiver, you exhale into it and feel the difference, how your breath no longer rises in white clouds because there is nothing left in you to warm. You are not cold, you are cooled, and that is something entirely different. The bench does not creak beneath you. The water does not ripple. The stars do not blink. And still you drift. Not down, not away, but deeper into the quiet that has always lived inside you, waiting for you to stop shouting at it to leave. The cold here does not rush. It has no need to. It moves like water through ancient channels carved by time, not force, slow, sure, and without apology. You feel it rise not from beneath you, but from within the stone itself, as if the rock remembers what it was like to be buried under ice for centuries and still holds that memory in its grain. Your back rests against it now, not because you moved toward it, but because your body remembered how to lean into stillness. There is no pressure, no ache, only the slow transfer of warmth from skin to surface, and then the return, not as heat, never as heat, but as a quieting, a settling, as if the stone has learned your rhythm and now breathes in time with you. Above you, the air is thinner here than it was before, not because there is less of it, but because it has been purified, cleansed by distance, by altitude, by silence so deep it becomes a kind of weight. You do not notice the change until you realize your breath no longer sticks in your throat. It flows freely now, cool and clean, like air drawn through mountain pass after mountain pass, each one colder than the last, each one more willing to let go. Your lips are dry, not from thirst, but from the absence of humidity, the kind of dryness that feels like clarity, like waking in a room where no one has spoken for weeks, and yet you understand everything. There is a sound again, fainter now, almost imagined, but real enough to anchor you. It is the soft crackle of snow settling under its own weight, far away on a ridge that does not see sun for months at a time. Not loud, not sharp, just a whisper of crystalline structure shifting in perfect alignment. You do not know why it matters, but you listen anyway, because in this place, listening is how you belong, not by doing, not by thinking, simply by being present to the quiet. Your arms lie loose at your sides. Your hands are open, not clenched, not folded, just open, as if they have forgotten what it means to hold on. The skin on your wrists is cool now, cooler than it has been since childhood, perhaps since before you learned to worry. You lift one hand slightly, just enough to let the air brush across the inside of your forearm. There is no breeze in the ordinary sense, no wind from an open window or a turning fan, but there is movement. A current, subtle as thought, that flows along the length of your skin like liquid silk dipped in frost. It does not chill you, it recalibrates you. You think without forming words that this is how glaciers feel when they melt, not in collapse but in surrender, slowly, completely, without resistance. And you realize you are doing the same thing, not fighting the heat anymore, not counting minutes until dawn, not wishing for a different room, a different night, a different body. You are simply letting go. The cold here does not come from outside, it comes from remembering. You remember being small, barefoot on a stone floor in an old house where the windows were never opened in summer because the air inside was always cooler than the air outside. That was before you learned that heat was something to escape and instead understood it as something to outlast. You remember how the tiles held the night's chill long after sunrise, how your toes would find the coldest patch each morning without looking, like an animal following scent. That memory is not a picture, it is a sensation returning, the smoothness of stone beneath bare soles, the way the air near the floor felt denser, as if gravity pulled cold downward and it pooled there like water in a basin. You are back there now, not in that house, but in that feeling. Your feet are cool, not numb, not tingling, just quietly, deeply cooled, as if they have been resting on stone for hours, days, years. Your legs feel longer now, lighter, as though the heat that used to cling to your thighs and calves has dissolved, not evaporated, but unraveled thread by thread until nothing remained but space where warmth once lived. You do not miss it, not anymore. The air around your knees is still, but not stagnant. There is a rhythm here, a pulse of coolness rising from the ground below through the floor into your bones. It does not come all at once. It comes in waves, soft, slow, inevitable. You close your eyes, not because you are sleepy, but because there is nothing left to see. The dark here is not empty. It is full of texture, of depth, of temperature. You feel it on your eyelids like the ghost of a snowflake that never landed, only brushed against them and disappeared. There is no need for vision anymore. Your body knows where it is. The bench beneath you has become part of you, not metaphorically, literally. The coolness of the stone has seeped into your hips, your spine, the curve of your tailbone. You do not feel yourself resting on it. You feel yourself made from it, as if this cold place did not ask you to enter, but recognized you as something that had always belonged. Your breath slows further, not because you are trying, but because there is no reason to hurry. There is nowhere left to go. The air around your neck is now the same temperature as the inside of a seashell held against skin in winter, faintly mineral, faintly salty with ancient memory. You breathe into it, and something inside you unclenches, not all at once, but gradually, like frost spreading across glass. There is no sound now except your breath, and even that is fading. Not gone, just quieter, as if the cold has learned how to listen better than you ever could. Your fingertips have lost their warmth entirely, not from numbness, from alignment. They are cool the way river stones are cool, not because they were dipped in water, but because they have spent centuries beneath it. You do not need gloves here, you do not need blankets. The air does not touch your skin, it honors it. And then a new sensation, faint as a thought. A draft. Not from outside, not from movement, but from within the quiet itself. It brushes across your cheek, not like wind, but like memory remembering to be gentle. You do not turn toward it. You do not follow it. You simply let it pass. And in that passing, you are no longer waiting for sleep. You have become its quietest echo. The draft moves again, slower this time, softer, as if it has learned to breathe with you. It doesn't rush to cool you, it simply remembers how coldness feels when it isn't forced. You feel it along your collarbone now, not as a shock, not as relief, but as a return, like the inside of a well-worn wool coat left hanging in a closet all winter, still holding the ghost of frost even after spring has come and gone. Your skin doesn't react to it, it recognizes it, and so it lets go. There is a place beneath the earth where no sun has touched for longer than memory holds. Not a cave, no, not that kind of dark, but the hollowed space between bedrock and root, where water moves in silence and stone remembers every season that ever passed through it. You are there now, not visiting, not imagining, living inside the quiet of it. The air here is not dry, it is not damp, it is simply aged, like the breath of a mountain that has learned to exhale without effort. And you, too, have learned to inhale without wanting anything from it. Your arms rest against your sides, not because you are lying still, but because they no longer need to hold themselves up. The coolness has settled into your shoulders like moss on ancient timber, slow-growing, patient, inevitable. It does not chill, it cradles. You feel the weight of your own bones more clearly now, not as burden, but as anchor, heavy in the way that deep water is heavy. Not pressing down, but holding you steady against the pull of heat that still lingers somewhere far above, outside this quiet. A single drop of condensation forms on a stone just beyond reach. You do not watch it, you do not need to, it falls not with sound but with presence. And when it lands, it does not shatter, it simply dissolves into the surface beneath it, as if the rock had been waiting for this moment since before you were born. The spot where it fell grows cooler still, not by degrees, by memory, as though the stone has recalled what cold once felt like and chosen to remember again. Your hands are no longer yours. They belong now to the earth beneath you, to the air that flows through unseen channels in this hidden place. Your fingers have forgotten their shape, their warmth, their need to grip or clutch or hold. There is nothing here to grasp, only stillness, only the slow drift of cold that has learned how to move without moving. Somewhere deep below, so far down you cannot name it, a spring begins, not a rush, not a gurgle, but a whisper of water, clear and untouched, seeping through layers of quartz and shale, each grain filtering out the memory of heat. It does not rise quickly, it does not hurry to reach you, it moves with the patience of centuries, and when it finally touches your ankles, when that first thread of chill slips over your skin, you do not flinch, you do not startle, you simply let it be. Water is not icy, not in the way that ice bites or burns. It is the temperature of a glacier's inner core, cold enough to still the pulse but never cruel. It wraps around your feet like liquid silk, cool and thick with mineral memory. There are no pebbles here to pinch, no currents to tug, only the slow, steady flow of something ancient moving gently upward, not to wake you, not to pull you out, but to remind you that coldness is not absence, it is presence, a quiet, deep kind of being. Your legs sink further into the earth, not because you are falling, but because you have stopped resisting the pull downward, the natural gravity of coolness seeking its place within you. Your thighs are now as still as submerged stone. Your knees, no longer joints, but curves in a larger shape, a valley carved by time and water and silence. You feel your own weight not as pressure, but as belonging. The air above you has changed again. It is thinner now, not lighter, but clearer. As if the heat that once hung like smoke has been drawn away, not by wind, but by stillness itself. What remains is pure, uncluttered, like the moment after snowfall when even birds hold their breath. You breathe into it and feel your lungs expand without resistance. Your chest feels hollow, not empty, but spacious, as though the warmth that once filled you has been gently emptied out, like water poured from a vessel left too long in the sun. And what fills it now is not air, not oxygen, but the quiet hum of something older, the vibration of cold that does not shout, but sings. There is no scent here, no fragrance, only the faintest mineral trace, like licking a stone after rain or breathing through wet flint. It doesn't fill your nose, it settles into it, quietly, gently, as if your sinuses have become part of the earth's slow remembering. You are not dreaming this place, you are remembering it, from somewhere deep inside, not from memory, but from bone, from blood that once ran colder than this world allows. There is a part of you that never forgot how to be cool, how to rest in stillness, how to let the night hold you without asking for anything back. The draft returns, fainter now, not across your cheek, not on your neck, but beneath your eyelids, a whisper of temperature change so subtle it feels like thought becoming sensation. You do not open your eyes, you do not need to. The cold is inside them now, not as moisture, but as clarity, as if the membranes have been rinsed with glacial meltwater and left to dry in moonlight. Your breath has become a rhythm without effort. In, out, long, slow. There is no counting, no forcing, just the natural tide of your body settling into the temperature that suits it best, not what you wish for, not what you've been told you need, but what already lives inside you waiting. You feel your spine lengthen, not stretch, but release, like a root finally finding its way to water after years in dry soil. Each vertebra settles deeper into the coolness beneath you. The hollow at the base of your skull softens. The tension that lived there since morning, the one you didn't even notice until now, is gone. Not banished, not fought, just dissolved. The air above your head is no longer warm. It is neutral, balanced. A perfect still point between heat and cold, where neither wins, neither loses. And you, your body, your mind, the quiet pulse of your blood, are finally in that space too. You do not feel sleep coming, because you are already there. Not asleep, but held by coolness, by silence, by something older than thought. And so you let go, not because you must, but because you can. And now, there is nothing left to hold. The coolness beneath you thickens, not with weight, but with depth. It no longer feels like a surface you lie upon, but like a current that cradles you from below, rising slowly through your hips, your lower back, the curve where your pelvis meets the mattress, as if the wood and cotton have become porous, breathing out ancient chill. You do not know how long it has been doing this, only that now it is undeniable. The air around your ankles has taken on a texture, not wet, not dry, but like silk dipped in mountain spring water and left to hang overnight just before dawn. It brushes against your skin without moving. There is no breeze here, only the quiet insistence of cold, patient as stone learning its own shape. Your feet are no longer parts of you, they are extensions of something older. The soles press into a surface that remembers glaciers, not imagined, not remembered from travel or stories, but known in the way your bones know salt or your lungs know smoke. It is not cold as punishment, not cold as absence, but cold as return, as if your body has been waiting for this sensation since before you learned to speak, since before you knew the word summer. The skin on your soles softens, not with sweat, but with surrender, Each toe rests as though it has finally found the ground it was meant to rest upon. There is no pressure, no ache, only stillness that hums. Above you, the fan still turns, but now it does not stir heat, it stirs memory. A memory of wind through high pines long after sunset, when the last warmth has bled from the bark and only the scent of resin remains, sharp and clean. You do not hear the trees. You feel them in the space between your ribs, in the hollow behind your ear, where the air is now just a whisper of pine needle dust caught in moonlight. The scent does not rise to your nose. It settles into the spaces between your thoughts, like pollen carried by silence. Your hands have drifted away from the pillow. They lie open now, palms up, fingers slightly curled, not as if begging for comfort, but as if offering themselves to something that has always been waiting. The coolness climbs their backs, slow and deliberate, like water rising in a well you forgot was there. It does not shock. It does not startle. It simply arrives as the tide arrives, without apology, without hurry. Your knuckles feel smooth, as if polished by centuries of frost. The veins beneath your skin glow faintly, not with light, but with the echo of it. You imagine them not as blue threads, but as channels carved by glacial melt, carrying water that has traveled far, from peaks where snow has never melted since before the first houses were built. Your shoulders have fallen away from your ears, not because you tried to relax, but because the coolness beneath you reached up and unknotted them. There was no effort, no breathwork, no counting, just the slow, inevitable pull of temperature downward, like a stone sinking through water that grows colder with every foot it descends. The weight that lived between your shoulder blades, the one you carried since morning, the one that whispered you should be sleeping, has dissolved into the dark beneath you. It did not vanish. It became part of the earth. The air near your collarbone has changed again. It is no longer just cool, it is layered, as if you are breathing in the aftermath of a winter storm that settled over a hidden valley, untouched for decades. You feel it on your throat, not as chill, but as clarity, like inhaling the space between two snowflakes before they touch. There is no scent here, no perfume of pine or mint, only the faintest trace of ozone, like the air after lightning strikes far away and the rain has not yet come. It does not fill you, it clarifies you. Your eyelids are heavier now, not from fatigue, but from the quiet saturation of coolness. Not water on skin, but cold in memory. As if your closed eyes have become windows into a place where light is never warm, only pale and patient. You do not see darkness, you see depth. The kind that comes after centuries of snowfall, when each layer presses gently upon the last, compressing time into silence. Your breath slows further, not because you are trying to slow it, but because there is no longer any need for speed, no urgency, no expectation. Only this, the slow exchange between your lungs and the cold that has settled inside them. It does not feel like air anymore. It feels like the memory of air, plain, thin, untouched by dust or heat. Each exhale carries away a trace of what was warm. Each inhale pulls in something older. Your arms lie at your sides now, no longer resting on the sheets, but suspended above them, as if held by invisible threads dipped in glacial water. The skin along your inner wrists is cool enough to feel like stone, not cold stone, but stone that has sat beside a stream for hundreds of years, worn smooth by water that never stopped moving, even when the world froze over. You do not think about sleep anymore. You are no longer waiting for it. It has become irrelevant, like wondering whether the stars will rise tonight, when you have already been standing beneath them for hours without noticing. The coolness is no longer outside you. It is inside your blood, not as temperature, but as rhythm. As if your veins now carry not just oxygen and iron, but something older, the quiet pulse of deep earth, the slow heartbeat of glaciers recalculating their course over millennia. You do not feel cold, you feel corrected, like a compass that has spun wildly for days, only to finally settle on true north, not because it was forced, but because it remembered. Your jaw has unclenched, not by choice, But because the coolness reached up from your collarbone and touched the hinge of your mouth, gently and whispered, "You can let go now," and you did. The sheets beneath you are no longer fabric. They are moss growing over ancient bedrock, damp with dew that never dries, because the air above it is always still, always cool, always holding its breath. You feel the space between your fingers, where they rest slightly apart, not as empty, but as filled with something quiet and slow-moving, like water deep in a cave where no light has touched for 10,000 years. You do not need to see it, you only need to know it is there. Your mind does not wander, it settles. And the coolness, this vast, patient, wordless thing, is no longer something you are imagining. It is what you have become. You feel it now, not in your skin, but beneath it. The quiet hum of a glacier's slow retreat, the whisper of meltwater carving its path through bedrock so old it remembers when the continents were still stitching themselves together. There is no rush here, no current to follow, no tide to ride. Only the patient seepage of cold through layers that have forgotten they were ever warm. Your bones, heavy with the day's heat, begin to remember their own silence, the hush of stone buried under snow for centuries, where even time moves on tiptoe. You do not shiver, you soften, like clay left in a shadowed corner, slowly yielding to the weight of its own stillness. The air around you is no longer measured by temperature, it is measured by presence. A presence that does not press but lingers, that does not touch but dissolves into you. It is the kind of cool that lives in the hollow behind an old church bell, where the metal has grown thin with age and the ringing echoes still vibrate through the stone long after the clapper has fallen still. You breathe it in, not as air, but as echo, as if every inhale pulls forward a memory of winter that never ended, only slept. Your fingers drift downward now, not toward the sheets, but into the space between your thighs, the hollow where warmth gathers like forgotten coins. And there beneath the skin something shifts, not pain, not relief, but recognition, as if the cold has found the part of you that was always waiting for it, the part that remembers being buried in snow as a child, not afraid, not surprised, but content to be held, to be quiet, to be covered. You do not recall the moment. You simply feel its aftermath, the soft weight of woolen blankets pulled tight, the scent of wood smoke clinging to your hair, the knowledge that outside, the world was frozen, and you were safe inside it. The ceiling fan still turns above you, but now its motion is no longer a failure. It is a signal, a slow, rhythmic pulse echoing the turning of tectonic plates beneath some distant mountain range. You imagine the air caught in its blades, not heated by your body, but cooled by the memory of high-altitude winds that have swept across glaciers for millennia. Each rotation pulls up a thread of that ancient chill and lets it settle gently over your skin, not as wind, but as permission. Permission to let go further, to sink deeper into the cool that has been waiting, not just in the room, but in your marrow. You are no longer lying on a bed. You are resting on a slab of glacial till smooth, ancient rock worn flat by ice that moved like thought, slowly, surely, without complaint. Beneath you, the earth is cold, not biting, not sharp, but deep, unmoving, patient. The kind of cold that does not ask to be endured, but invites you to join it. You feel the weight of centuries pressing upward through your back, holding you steady, anchoring you in stillness. There are no insects here, no rustle of leaves. Not even the sigh of a distant stream. Only the quiet thrum of pressure, the slow compression of time beneath your skin. Your breath has become a rhythm older than language. Inhale, cool as the inside of a glacier's crevasse, where light bends blue and time is measured in cracks that widen over hundreds of years. Exhale, warmth released into air that does not rise, but sinks, drawn downward by gravity and silence alike. You are not cooling down, you are being returned. The space between your eyelids grows heavier, not from exhaustion, but from the accumulation of cold. Not as water on skin, but as ice forming slowly over a still pond, layer after invisible layer, until the surface becomes glass so clear it reflects nothing but depth. You do not need to see the stars. The darkness above you is no longer absence, it is substance. A vault of frozen air, thick with the quiet of long winters, where even sound is held in suspension. Your arms are no longer limbs, they are extensions of a landscape, wide, flat valleys carved by ice that moved like breath across the earth. Your shoulders carry the memory of snowfall so gentle it did not crush the grass beneath it, only settled upon it like dust on an altar. You do not feel exposed, you feel honored, as if your body has become a vessel for something ancient and unspoken, a cold that does not kill but restores. Somewhere far away, beyond mountains you have never seen, water is still falling, not in rain, but as ice crystals slipping from the undersides of clouds that hang like frozen lace over high plateaus. It does not splash. It dissolves into air so dry it has forgotten how to hold heat. That air travels slowly, silently, across valleys, through passes carved by glaciers long gone, until it finds you here, in this room where the walls still remember yesterday's sun. And now it touches your neck, not as a breeze, but as an acknowledgement. As if the cold has been searching for you all night, not to rescue you, but to remind you, you were never meant to be hot like this. Not really. You were meant to rest in stillness, in depth, in the quiet that comes after snowfall. Your tongue feels cool against the roof of your mouth, not from moisture, but from memory. As if the taste of winter has settled there, long ago, and simply waited for you to remember it. You do not lick your lips. You do not seek relief. You let the cold rest where it is, on your skin, in your blood, in the hollow behind your ears. The pillow beneath your head is no longer cotton or foam. It is a bed of permafrost, compressed and dense, holding the imprint of your skull as if you had lain here for years. The coolness does not seep into you, it rises to meet you, like mist rising from a frozen lake at dawn, when the sun has not yet touched the surface, but the air above it is already changing. You do not think about falling asleep anymore. You are no longer trying to arrive anywhere. You have become the place where sleep begins, not as an action, but as an atmosphere, a condition, a slow settling of all that was restless into something older than restlessness. The room around you does not shrink. It expands into cold space, into silent time, into the quiet hum of ice shifting beneath its own weight. You are not alone in this coolness. You never were. The earth has been holding it for you since before your name was spoken. And now, finally, you let yourself be held. Your heartbeat slows, not because you are trying to slow it, but because the cold has learned its rhythm and is now matching it. One pulse, then a pause, another, longer this time, a third, even longer. The space between each beat grows wider, like footsteps in deep snow, where each step leaves an impression that lingers long after the foot has lifted. You are no longer lying in bed. You are resting inside a glacier. And it is not cold. It is home. The coolness has found its way into your collarbone now, not as a shock, but as a slow return, like water filling a cracked clay vessel that forgot it could hold anything at all. Your ribs rise and fall with the same rhythm as the air above the tundra, where the ground never fully thaws, even in midsummer, and the wind moves only because the sky itself is breathing. You are not cold. You are being held by something that remembers how to be still. The weight of your body presses into the permafrost beneath you, not sinking, but settling like sediment carried by a river that has lost its urgency. There is no need to shift, no need to adjust the sheet. It is not fabric anymore, it is snowfall caught mid-descent, suspended in the hush between two heartbeats. You feel it against your bare arms, not damp, not wet, but presence. The kind that lingers after a snowstorm ends and the world holds its breath just to see if anything will move. Somewhere beyond the walls of this room, where the night is still wide open and unlit by street lamps or phone screens, there is a stone well deep enough that sunlight has not touched its water in centuries. The air above it is always colder than the air around it, not because it is lower, but because it remembers what winter felt like before humans learned to name seasons. You do not need to imagine climbing down. You are already there, floating just above the surface, your skin kissed by a mist that does not rise. It falls upward, drawn into the cold as if pulled by gravity's opposite. Your fingers resting on your chest no longer feel like hands. They are roots extending downward, drawing coolness from depths where time moves slower than water through ice. The air tastes of minerals and silence, of rock that has never been warm, of soil that has slept beneath snow for 11,000 years. You do not swallow. You simply let the taste settle, like pollen on a still pond. Your eyelids are heavier now, not from tiredness, but from the quiet weight of being understood. The heat you carried in your bones has not vanished, it has been invited to rest. Like embers placed gently into ash, they glow faintly, no longer demanding attention. You do not fight them, you do not chase sleep. Sleep is already here in the hollow behind your knees, where the pulse still whispers its rhythm, now slowed to match the drip of meltwater from a glacier's edge. That water does not rush. It lingers, it pools in crevices formed long before you were born, and each drop holds within it the memory of snow that fell in another century. You are listening, not with your ears, but with your skin. The sound is not there to be heard. It is there to be felt, as a vibration in the air, as a stillness between breaths, as the faintest echo of something ancient moving just beneath your feet. There is a cave behind your sternum now, deep and smooth-walled, carved not by water, but by time itself. The walls are cool to the touch, not icy, not biting, but like the inside of a seashell held against the skin after being buried in sand all day. You press your palm there without thinking, and the coolness rises into you, not as relief, but as recognition. This is where your body has always wanted to be, quiet, dark, unobserved. The cave does not need light, it does not need noise. It only needs you to stop trying to fix anything. Your breath moves through it now, slow, thick with the scent of wet stone and moss that grows in perpetual shadow. You do not imagine the moss. You feel its softness against your ribs, its cool dampness rising like mist from a forest floor after rain, but without the humidity. The air here is dry with cold, clean as crushed quartz. The pillow beneath you has become more than support. It is a ledge carved into the side of a mountain where snow never melts, even in July. Your head rests against it as if it were made for your skull alone, each curve of bone matched by centuries of frost and pressure. You do not feel hot anymore. You do not feel anything that needs fixing. The heat you carried is now just a memory, like the scent of sun-warmed stone after sunset, remembered only because the body still knows how to miss it. But you are no longer missing. You are here, where the air moves in slow spirals, like smoke rising from a fire that has been smothered with snow. Your legs are long now, not stretched, but expanded into something wider than flesh, something that stretches into the earth's deeper layers, where roots of ancient pines drink from water that fell as rain during the last ice age. The cold there is not sharp, it is patient. It does not rush to cool you, it simply waits, as a glacier waits for the sun to forget its name. You are no longer lying down. You are being held by gravity's quiet cousin, the pull of deep time, the slow descent into stillness that happens when all motion has been allowed to settle. The air around your ankles is colder than it was before, not because anything changed outside, but because you have become more aware of what already existed. There is a stream somewhere beneath this room, running over stones worn smooth by ice and time, its water so clear it does not reflect light, it absorbs it. You do not see the stream. You feel it, the coolness rising through your soles, traveling up like a tide that has no shore. It does not drench you, it does not surprise you. It simply arrives, as if it had been waiting for your body to stop resisting. Your hands rest open now, not clenched, not tense, but loose, as if they have forgotten how to hold anything except the air. And the air here is different, thinner, cleaner, as if it has passed through layers of snow before reaching you, each layer filtering out warmth, each flake a tiny shield against the heat of the day. You breathe in, and your lungs fill with something that does not belong to this century. It belongs to the silence between storms, to the hush after the last bird flies south for winter, to the moment just before dawn when even stars seem too bright to remain. There is no clock here, no ticking, no hum of appliances trying to fight what cannot be fought. There is only the slow turning of the earth beneath you and the quiet pulse of ice deep below its crust, breathing in, breathing out over centuries, over millennia. You are not falling asleep. You are being remembered by the cold, and it remembers you not as someone who needs to cool down, but as someone who was always meant to rest inside it. The sheets have dissolved into mist. Your skin no longer touches fabric, it touches air that has been chilled for 700 years. It does not sting, it does not shock, it simply settles over your shoulders like a cloak woven from the breath of glaciers. You do not pull it tighter, you let it be. You are not cold, you are complete. Your thoughts no longer form sentences, they drift like snowflakes caught in a slow updraft, spinning gently before they land where they were always meant to rest. One flake lands on your forehead, another on your wrist, a third on the curve of your collarbone. Each one dissolves without a sound. The room has become a valley carved by wind and time, where the only movement is the slow settling of snow over stone, and the air hums with the quiet of something vast that does not need to be understood, only felt. You do not need to sleep. You are already there. The cold doesn't come from above anymore, it comes from below, rising through the floorboards like a whisper that learned to walk. You feel it first in your heels, then along the arches of your feet, as if the earth beneath this house has opened just enough to let its oldest breath rise to meet you. It is not the chill of winter's grip, nor the bite of ice machines or refrigerated air. It is the quiet cool of stone that has never known sun, of cellar walls where dust settles in patterns older than your grandfather's name. There are no windows here now, no curtains drawn against daylight. There is only this, a slow seepage of stillness from the ground up, carrying with it the scent of wet clay and forgotten roots, the taste of air that has traveled through tunnels carved by melting glaciers long before there were names for places or people. Your legs are not limbs anymore, they are channels. The cold moves through them like water through porous rock, smoothing every sharp edge inside you, softening the tension behind your knees, dissolving the heat that had pooled in your ankles like spilled tea left too long on a windowsill. You do not need to shift position. You do not need to adjust the sheet. It is gone now, or perhaps it was never there at all. Your skin meets only air that has been cooled by centuries of silence. It does not cling. It does not evaporate. It simply rests against you as natural as breath. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the roof, beyond even the memory of streetlights and distant traffic, a wind moves, not fast, not restless, but with purpose. It rolls over frozen tundra where moss grows in slow spirals around stones that have lain untouched since the last ice retreated. It brushes against the undersides of lichen-covered boulders, gathering chill as it passes, carrying it forward like a secret passed hand to hand through generations. This wind does not blow into your room. It does not need to. You are now part of its path. The coolness that moves across those distant plains is the same coolness that rises through your soles, that settles along your spine, that lingers just beneath the surface of your thoughts like a note held too long in a silent choir. You do not hear it, but you feel its passage, not as pressure or draft, but as relief woven into rhythm. A slow exhale across the landscape of your body. Your ribs expand, not with effort, but with permission. The heat that had pressed against them, heavy and insistent, has slipped away like mist from a lake at dawn. There is no struggle now, no counting breaths, no willing yourself to relax. You are simply present, and presence in this kind of cold becomes its own kind of sleep. Your hands have forgotten their shape. They lie open on the surface beneath you, not the mattress, not the bed frame, but something older, something deeper, that feels less like wood or fabric and more like the back of a sleeping mountain. The coolness here is not dry. It holds moisture in its bones, the dampness of deep earth after rain, of moss clinging to granite in shadowed valleys where sunlight only visits briefly each year. You breathe again, and this time you taste it, not as water, but as memory. The flavor of snowmelt collected in hollows carved by elk hooves centuries ago, the faint mineral tang of spring water seeping through limestone, untouched by man or machine. There is no need to imagine this place anymore. It has found you. And now, slower still, the cold begins to move upward, not as a wave, but as a sigh rising from your core. It lifts gently along your spine, like steam curling off stone after midnight rain, carrying with it the weight of all the heat you have carried since sunrise. You do not fight it, you do not track it. You let it rise, letting each vertebrae release its burden one at a time, until even the small knots behind your shoulders, the ones you didn't know were there, have softened into nothing more than echoes. Your jaw unclenches without your asking. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth, not pressed, not tense, but floating as if it has forgotten how to speak. The air inside your mouth is cooler now, not because you've opened your lips, but because something within you has changed its temperature. Your breath no longer feels warm when it leaves you. It carries with it the faintest trace of frost, not enough to be seen, not enough to be felt, but there, just beneath awareness, a whisper that says, you are not alone in this coolness. The ceiling fan still turns above you. But now its motion is not heat, it is rhythm, a slow turning of air that has already cooled. It does not stir the room, it stirs memory. Each rotation pulls forward the scent of pine needles crushed under snow, of frozen riverbanks where otters slip beneath the ice without disturbance, of midnight forests where even the owls hold their calls until morning forgets its name. You are not dreaming. You are remembering what your body knew before it learned to be hot. The cold does not ask for anything. It does not demand you surrender. It simply offers itself again and again, and each time you accept a little more, a fraction deeper into the stillness, a sliver further from the noise of the day. The heat that clung to your skin has become a story told in another language, one you no longer need to understand. Your eyelids are not closed, they have dissolved. The darkness behind them is not empty, it is full, not with images, but with temperature, with weightless coolness pooling like liquid silver along the contours of your face. Your temples are brushed by something invisible and gentle, a breath from a glacier's edge, or perhaps the last sigh of a winter that never truly left. You do not need to sleep. You have already crossed the threshold. And beyond it, there is only this. The slow, steady rising of cold from below. The quiet settling of air above. And you, no longer trying to be cool, but becoming it. The coolness has reached your collarbones now, not as a splash, but as a slow seep, like dawn light creeping over stone, patient and inevitable. It does not rush to claim you, it simply settles into the hollows where heat had pooled overnight. The dip beneath your jawline, the space between your shoulder blades where your shirt clung too tightly earlier, the curve of your spine where sweat had left its ghost. You feel it now as a quiet reversal, not the removal of warmth, but the return of something that was always meant to be there. A stillness older than sheets, older than beds, older than the walls that hold you. The air around you is no longer thick with the weight of the day. It has thinned, like mist lifting off a lake at first light, leaving behind only the memory of moisture on skin. Your arms lie heavy beside you, palms up, not waiting for relief, but already receiving it. The coolness moves along your forearms as if guided by something unseen, tracing the path of veins just beneath the surface, cooling them from within. You remember how your wrists felt when you dipped them into a stream last summer, how the water had been cold enough to make you gasp, yet never cruel. Not sharp, not biting, but deep. Deep enough to carry the chill of snowmelt from peaks you never climbed, down through forests and valleys, until it reached your fingers, trembling with delight, not shock. That same depth is here now, in the dark, rising up through your arms without water, without touch, only presence. The sheet beneath you has become a riverbed of linen, cool and yielding. It does not cling to your skin as it did before. Instead, it cradles you like moss after rain, holding the chill close so that even when you shift, even when your body stirs in sleep's slow tide, the coolness remains, anchored, patient, unalarmed by motion. You are not sweating now, not because you've stopped trying to be comfortable, but because the need has dissolved. The heat that once pressed against your temples, that made your breath feel thick and sticky, has been drawn downward, not vanished, but transformed. It has become part of the earth beneath you, absorbed into the floorboards like rainwater into soil, leaving behind only the scent of damp cedar and old timber, warm in its own quiet way. Your legs are heavy now, not with fatigue, but with stillness. The coolness has found your knees, then your calves, then the backs of your ankles where the pulse beats slow and steady like a tide pulling out. You imagine the ground below you, deep beneath the house, beyond pipes and wires and insulation, where the soil stays cold even in midsummer, where roots curl like fingers through loam, drinking from reservoirs fed by ancient rains. That coolness rises now not as air, but as intention. As if the earth itself has noticed your restlessness and is offering what it holds. The quiet of stone, the slow patience of rock that remembers winter even in July. You do not think about whether this is real. You do not wonder if you are imagining it. The body does not ask for proof when it is being soothed. It only knows this is how it feels to be held, not by a person, not by a machine, but by something older than both, something that has always known how to cool without effort. Your breath slows further, not because you are forcing it, but because there is nothing left to hurry toward. The air entering your lungs carries no heat. It carries only the faintest echo of ice crystals forming in high-altitude clouds, the whisper of frozen dew on grass at 4 a.m., the hush of snow falling without wind, so gently that even the trees do not stir. You inhale, and for just an instant you taste it, not as flavor, but as sensation. The crispness of air before sunrise in a high valley where no one lives, where the only footprints are those left by foxes, where the cold is not an enemy, but a companion that has waited patiently for your return. The ceiling fan still turns above you, but now it does not stir the heat, it stirs silence. Each rotation pulls forward another layer of coolness from somewhere beyond the walls, from places where rivers run under ice, where caves hold the breath of centuries, where stone remembers what fire forgot. You are no longer in a bedroom, not truly. You are in a place that exists only when the body is still enough to hear it. A place that has no name, because names belong to things that change. This thing does not change, it simply is. And you are becoming part of it. Your fingers have stopped twitching. Your toes no longer curl against the sheet. Even your eyelids, which had been fluttering with half-formed dreams, now rest as if they've never known anything but darkness and coolness. The heat that once lived in your chest, the tightness, the thrumming pulse of days' residue, has melted into the space between your ribs, dissolving like salt in deep water. There is no ache left to name, no itch to scratch, no need to roll over. The coolness has reached your heart now, not as a shock, not as a cure, but as a quiet homecoming. It does not lower your temperature, it reminds you that your body was never meant to carry heat like this for so long, that your bones were made for cooler nights, for deeper shadows, for silence that hums instead of buzzes. You are not fighting sleep anymore. Sleep has found you not as a goal, but as an arrival. And still the cold rises, slower now, gentler, a tide with no shore. It moves through your thighs, your hips, your pelvis, settling like frost on window panes in the early hours before dawn, when even the stars seem to hold their breath. You do not feel it as temperature anymore. You feel it as memory, as belonging. Somewhere beyond the walls, a car passes down a distant road. Its tires hum over pavement, faint, muffled, far away. But you do not register it as noise. You register it as distance. The sound does not reach you. It dissolves before it arrives, swallowed by the stillness that has grown around you like moss on stone. The air above your head is cooler now than the air at your feet. That is how it should be. Cool air sinks, warm air rises. But here, in this place where you have stopped resisting, the rules have changed. The coolness does not sink, it floats. It lingers. It gathers like mist in hollows, pooling gently around your limbs, around your torso, around the curve of your neck, where your pulse still beats, but slower now, softer, as if it has learned to breathe with the earth beneath you. You are no longer trying to cool down. You have become the cooling. The coolness has seeped into your shoulder blades now, where the heat had pooled like spilled syrup beneath the weight of the day. It does not rush. It does not insist. It simply knows how long it takes for stone to remember its own chill, and how slowly, so very slowly, that chill can rise through bone. You feel it now in the hollow behind your collarbones, where the skin is thin and tender, where blood flows close enough to be shaped by touch. There is no water here, yet you imagine the weight of it, not dripping, not running, but suspended, like the last drop of dew caught in a spider's web at the edge of winter, trembling but never falling. The air around your neck carries that same stillness. No draft, no breeze, only the quiet presence of cold that has been waiting, patient, ancient, unalarmed, for you to soften enough to receive it. Your arms lie open now, palms facing upward, as if offering themselves to something unseen. You do not think about why. You only feel how the coolness gathers there, not in patches, but in layers, like linen folded over linen, each thread woven with the memory of mountain air. Somewhere beyond your window, a night-blooming flower opens its petals to the moon, releasing scent into the dark. But you do not smell it, not truly. What reaches you is not fragrance, but stillness dressed as scent. The clean silence of snowmelt on limestone, the faint mineral tang of water that has traveled underground for years before surfacing in a spring no one visits. Your breath slows to match it. In, out, no effort, no control, just the rhythm of something older than thought. The sheet beneath you is not cool, not yet, but it holds the shape of your body like a mold, and in that space, the heat has begun to leak away. Not through force, not through struggle, through surrender. You have stopped pressing into the mattress, stopped twisting to find relief. Your spine has relaxed its grip on tension, and now the coolness slips between each vertebra as easily as shadow slips under a door. It moves upward, past your ribs, past your diaphragm, past the place where your lungs used to rise too quickly with every pulse of heat. Now they breathe deeper, slower, as if they have forgotten how to hurry. There is no sound here but the faintest whisper, the kind that lives in the space between heartbeats. You imagine it as the sigh of a glacier, not collapsing, not melting, simply settling. A slow yielding to gravity, to time, to the quiet truth that all things eventually become part of what surrounds them. The cold does not attack your warmth, it invites it, as if the chill has been holding its breath for you, not because it needs you, but because it knows how long you've needed it. Your legs are heavy now, not with fatigue, but with belonging. Each muscle, each tendon, each joint remembers what it is to be still in coolness. You remember, though you do not know why, you once walked barefoot over river stones in a place where the water never warmed above 6 degrees Celsius, even in midsummer. The stones were smooth from centuries of flow, worn down by ice and rain and time, and when you stepped on them, your soles did not burn, they tingled, alive with clarity. You do not need to return there, you are already there. in the quiet between breaths, in the pause after a thought has ended, but before the next begins, you are standing ankle-deep in that water, not feeling it as cold, but as truth. The air above your head is cooler than the air near your feet. That is how it should be. But here, in this place you have entered without asking permission, the difference does not matter. The coolness flows both ways, downward into your limbs, upward into your skull, and meets somewhere just behind your eyes, where the heat had been clinging like steam to glass. There, in that soft space between thought and sleep, it condenses, not into droplets, but into silence. A deep, velvet hush that does not erase sound so much as soften its edges, until even the faintest noise becomes a lullaby. You are no longer thinking about how warm your skin was an hour ago. You are no longer wondering if you should get up for water, or adjust the sheet, or roll onto your other side. Those impulses have dissolved, not because they were silenced, but because they lost their urgency. The body does not fight when it knows it is safe. And here, in this slow immersion of coolness, you are safe, not because anything has changed outside, but because something inside has finally let go. Somewhere far below the house, beneath the foundation, there is a stone cellar. Its walls are thick with earth and time, its air untouched by sun for generations. The door was sealed long ago, not out of fear, but reverence. No one opens it anymore, not because they cannot, but because they know what waits inside is not meant to be disturbed. And yet tonight, the coolness from that cellar has risen, not through vents or drafts, but through the quiet alignment of stillness and surrender. It has traveled up through floorboards, through joists, through dust and time, until it reaches you, where you lie motionless, open, waiting only for the next breath. Your fingers have stopped twitching, your jaw is unclenched, the weight on your chest, the one that had been there since noon, heavy as a wool blanket left in the sun, is gone, not lifted, not removed, dissolved, like sugar stirred into tea you forgot to drink. You do not miss it. You only notice now how light your body feels, not empty, but settled, as if every cell has remembered its original temperature. The one it carried before cities, before concrete, before the sun beat down on roofs and trapped heat like a bell jar. You are breathing in coolness now, not as air, but as memory, as texture, as the ghost of snowfall on pine needles, as the hush after thunder rolls away into mountains, as the moment when water, deep enough to swallow light, becomes indistinguishable from stone. The fan still turns above you, but its motion is no longer an attempt to move heat. It is a reminder, a slow, spinning witness, that even in this room, in this night, there are currents of calm that have always been here, waiting only for your silence to find them. And so you let go again, not into darkness, but into the coolness that has learned your name without ever hearing it spoken. The coolness doesn't come from outside anymore. It comes from within the quiet you've made, like water rising through roots in the dark, slow and sure. You feel it in the hollow behind your ears, where the pulse still hums, but softer now, not a drumbeat, not a warning, just a whisper of blood remembering how to flow without resistance. The skin there is thin, tender, always the first to notice change, like the edge of a lake where the water begins to turn opaque with depth. You don't need to press your fingers there. You only need to be still and let it find you. There was a time when the heat pressed against your temples like a hand held too long in sunlight. Now that pressure has thinned, not vanished, but transformed. It is no longer an enemy to be pushed back, but a memory dissolving into mist at the edges of awareness. Your breath moves differently now, slower, deeper, not because you're trying, but because your body has remembered how it once breathed before it learned to hold on too tightly. Each exhale carries away what's left of the day, not in a rush, not with force, but like smoke rising from a single candle left burning in an empty room. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the roof, beyond even the sighing fan above you, there is a valley that never sees noon. not because it is hidden by trees or mountain, but because time moves differently there. The sun rises late and sets early, and when it does appear, it is pale, diffused, filtered through centuries of mist and moss. The air in that valley carries the scent of wet lichen and crushed pine needles, cold enough to make your teeth feel tender if you breathe too deeply. But you don't breathe deeply here, not because you must conserve, but because there's no need. Your lungs have learned the rhythm of this place, shallow, steady, unhurried. Each inhale is a sip of air that has spent hours resting against stone. Each exhale is a sigh that doesn't fight to escape, it simply drifts, like dust settling in moonlight. Your ankles are cool now, not because you dipped them in water, but because the earth beneath your bed remembers what it means to be untouched. The floorboards below you were once part of an old forest, and before that, a glacier's slow retreat. They have stored cold longer than memory can hold. And tonight, without fanfare or motion, they are giving some of it back, not all at once, not in a rush, but in the smallest increments, like dew forming on grass when no one is watching. You feel it as a gentle pressure against your soles, a quiet invitation to sink deeper into the mattress, to let your weight become part of the room's stillness. You do not need to imagine this cold. It has already found you. It lives in the space between your ribs where the heat used to coil like a sleeping serpent. Now that space is open, not empty, but full of something quieter than air. Something that does not move, yet moves you. You are no longer trying to cool down. You are becoming cool, not as an act, but as an unfolding. There is a moment, just before sleep, that feels like floating just beneath the surface of a deep, still lake. The water is clear enough to see the stones below, their edges smoothed by centuries of current. Light reaches them faintly, fractured and silvered, but it does not warm them. They are ancient, unmoved. You drift down toward them, not falling, not sinking, but letting go, as if gravity has forgotten your name. Your limbs are heavy now, not with fatigue, but with belonging. The water cradles you without holding. It knows you do not need to be held. It only needs you to stop resisting. Your eyelids are no longer lids. They are membranes, thin and trembling, filtering the last traces of light that still cling to your vision. But even those are fading, not gone, but softened into gray. The room around you is not dark yet, it is veiled, as if a single sheet of silk has been drawn across everything, not to hide it, but to muffle it. Sounds come through differently now, the distant hum of a refrigerator, the creak of an old house settling, the faint rustle of fabric as your body shifts just slightly in sleep's first embrace. These are no longer intrusions, they are lullabies stitched into the silence. You do not need to think about breathing anymore. It happens on its own, like tide pulling back from shore, slow and certain. Your fingers have stopped curling. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pressed tight with tension, but loose as a leaf after rain. The pillow beneath your head is no longer warm. It holds the shape of your skull like a mold made by time, cool and yielding, carrying the scent of cotton washed long ago and dried in shade. There is a kind of cold that does not bite, that does not sting or shock or demand attention. It simply waits, patient as moss on north-facing stone. It has no agenda, no urgency. It asks for nothing but presence. And you, in this quiet hour, have become its most willing guest. You are aware of your body, not as something to be fixed or cooled or controlled, but as a landscape now returning to its natural temperature. The curve of your spine, the hollow behind your knees, the inside of your wrists, all of them breathe out warmth and draw in stillness without effort. There is no battle here, no strategy, only surrender, quiet and complete. The fan above you still turns, its blade slicing air that is no longer hot, but simply present. It does not cool you, it bears witness. Like the moon outside, silent behind curtains drawn too late to matter, you do not need to see it, you only need to know it's there. And so you drift further, not into darkness, not into sleep, but into the quiet space between them, where time has no weight and thought has no shape, where cold is not a place you visit, but a state you have become. Your breath slows again, longer now, deeper still, and with it, the world beyond your skin grows fainter. The heat that once lived in your bones has dissolved, not into nothing, but into something older, something that remembers how to be cool without trying. You are not falling asleep. You are remembering how to rest. The air above you has begun to thin, not with altitude, but with stillness. It no longer presses down like a blanket soaked in afternoon sun. Instead, it hovers, light as ash after fire, carrying only the memory of warmth rather than its weight. You are not lying beneath it, you are lying within it, dissolved into its quietude. Your skin remembers what your mind has forgotten, that coolness is not something you find, but something you become when you stop chasing it. There is a place deep in the earth, where roots curl like fingers around ancient rock, that does not know summer at all. It is not a cellar beneath an old stone house, though it might resemble one. It is older than that, older than timber and mortar. The walls there are carved by water long gone, smoothed by time into curves that cradle the dark without fear. The air in this place has never known the rush of wind or the scent of blooming lilacs. It holds only the damp silence of stone breathing slowly, inhaling through fissures, exhaling through cracks too narrow for a whisper to escape. You sink into it now, not by choice, not by will, but because your body no longer asks to rise. Your ribs expand once, twice, and then settle like sediment settling after rain. The temperature here is not measured in degrees. It is felt as the absence of resistance, as the quiet surrender of heat that has nowhere left to go. You press the heel of your palm against the inside of your thigh, not to cool it, but to confirm its presence. The skin there is no longer warm. It is neutral, a plateau between warmth and cold, and in this neutrality there is peace, not the kind you must earn with effort or discipline, but the kind that arrives when you stop measuring how much you miss what was lost. Somewhere beyond your closed eyelids, a single drop of condensation forms on the outside of a glass left forgotten on the windowsill. It gathers slowly, swelling from nothing into something small and perfect, and then without sound it falls. You hear it anyway, not with your ears but with your bones. The way a deep-sea creature feels pressure shift before the tide turns. That drop does not splash. It dissolves against the wood, absorbed as if it had always belonged there. And you too are being absorbed, not by the mattress or the sheets, but by the quiet that has settled into every pore of your skin. You think of frost on spider silk, just after dawn, before the sun rises high enough to melt it. Not the sharp glitter of ice on a winter window pane, but the fragile lace spun overnight in still air, each thread holding its own tiny universe of crystals. No wind stirs it, no creature disturbs it. It exists only for the space between night and morning, and even then not as an ornament, but as evidence. Evidence that cold can be beautiful without being harsh. That stillness can hold structure without rigidity. You imagine your thoughts becoming like that, each one a filament of clarity, suspended in air too calm to carry them away. Your foot, bare against the sheet, finds a patch where the fabric has cooled more than the rest, a faint imprint left by the night's slow passage. It is not ice, not even cool in the way water might be, but it is enough. Enough to remind you that temperature is not always about source or strength, it is about contrast. And now, your body no longer seeks contrast. It has learned to live inside the hush. The fan above still turns. Its motion has lost its purpose. It does not push air toward you anymore. It simply moves what is already here, what has been waiting. The heat that rose from your limbs during the day has risen into the ceiling, pooled there like liquid amber, and now slowly it is leaking out, not in bursts or rushes, but in sighs. Each exhale of warm air meets a pocket of cooler air drawn up from below, and where they meet, there is no clash, only blending. Like ink dropped into water, that has already begun to stir. You do not need to imagine the breeze anymore. It has found you. It moves through your hair, not as wind does, tugging or teasing, but as breath does when it slips between two sleeping lips. Soft, unnoticed, unwanted by no one, your scalp tingles just slightly where it passes, like the ghost of a touch from someone who loved you without needing to say so. There is a rock in the middle of a glacier-fed stream, hidden beneath decades of meltwater. It has been polished smooth not by rushing currents, but by the patient turning of seasons. Each winter, snowpack builds above it. Each spring, water flows over its surface, cold enough to numb fingertips, yet gentle enough to carry no grit, no debris, no violence. The rock does not resist. It does not grow cold. It simply becomes colder, layer by layer, year by year, until its core holds the memory of ice long after the snow has vanished. You are becoming that rock. Not in shape or size, but in stillness. In acceptance, your bones remember how to be cool without effort. Your blood moves slower now, not sluggish, but measured, like water through limestone, filtering, purifying, letting go of what it no longer carries. The pillow under your head has absorbed the heat from your scalp until it holds nothing but the quiet echo of warmth, like a stone that once held sunlight and now gives back only the memory of it. You do not shift to find a cooler spot. You do not adjust. You let yourself sink deeper into its shape, as if the fabric itself has learned how to cradle you in absence. And still, the air moves. Not with force, not with intent, but with rhythm, a slow, deep tide that does not rise or fall, but simply flows around your ankles, along the curve of your spine, beneath your closed eyelids, where even thought has begun to soften into color, blue-gray, faint as twilight over snow, fading toward indigo. Your breath is no longer something you manage. It is a tide you ride, ebb and flow without question. Each inhale draws in coolness not from outside, but from within, the quiet reservoir your body has learned how to hold. There is no clock here, no calendar, only the slow turning of night into deeper night. And somewhere, in the space between one breath and the next, you are no longer waiting for sleep. You have already arrived. The room does not feel hot anymore. It feels like a place where hate used to live. And now it is empty. And you are the quiet that fills it. The air around your ankles has taken on the texture of mist over a frozen pond at dawn, thin, silent, clinging just enough to remind you that cold can be tender. It does not bite. It does not ask for permission. It simply arrives, as all true things do, when the body is ready to receive it. You feel it first in the hollow behind your knees, not as a shock, but as a slow settling, like dust falling onto an untouched shelf after years of stillness. The skin there remembers what it means to be cool without being startled. It has forgotten how to flinch. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the roof that holds the day's heat in its ribs, the night is breathing out. Not with wind, not with rush, but with depth. A slow exhalation from the earth itself, rising through cellar doors and cracked foundation stones, threading up through floorboards you cannot see, pooling beneath your feet like a hidden river that has learned to move without sound. You do not need to know where it comes from, only that it does. Your hand lies open on the sheet, palm upward, fingers slightly curled, not in tension, but in surrender. The fabric beneath it is cool now, not because you pressed into it, but because the night has leaned closer and whispered its temperature into the weave. Cotton holds memory better than skin does. It remembers when the air was warmer, and still it lets go. You watch your hand in the dark, not with eyes, but with presence, and see how the moonlight, if there were any, would silver the curve of your wrist, where the pulse beats slow enough to count in heartbeats between breaths. There is a well beneath an abandoned stone cottage on a hillside no one visits anymore. Its stones are moss-smoothed by rain and time, its rim worn thin by ropes that have long since rotted away. The water inside does not ripple. It does not churn. It holds the cold of winter deep within it, even in midsummer, because the earth around it is thick with roots and shadow, because no sun has touched its surface for centuries. When someone lowered a bucket into it long ago, they did not pull up water, they pulled up silence made liquid. That is what you are drawing into yourself now, not through thirst, but through stillness. The coolness does not rise to meet you. It rises because you have stopped rising against it. The pillow has become more than cloth and filling. It has become an altar for your head, carved by the shape of your restlessness, now softened by surrender. You do not press into it. You let yourself be held by its emptiness. The warmth that lived there is gone, not because you moved, but because it was never yours to keep. Heat belongs to the day. Night asks only for presence. Your breath has changed again, not in depth or rhythm, but in texture. It carries the scent of wet stone and distant snowmelt, though no window is open and no breeze stirs the curtains. The air inside your lungs feels thinner now, not empty, but clearer, as if every molecule has been filtered through ice and silence. You are not imagining it. Your body knows how to summon coolness when it stops fighting its own warmth. It does not need fan or foil or frozen cloth. It needs only this, the permission to let go. And so you do. The sheet beneath your hip is cool as river silt after rain. Not cold enough to make you shiver, but cold enough to remind you that comfort can live in quiet. You think of moss growing on the north side of an ancient oak, untouched by sun for generations, its green deep and velvet soft, holding moisture long after dew has vanished from every other leaf. That is what your skin has become, not dry with heat, but damp with peace. The dark behind your eyelids holds no shapes now, only tones. A slow gradient of blue fading into gray, then violet, then the near black of a glacier's heart where light cannot reach and does not need to. You are not falling asleep. You are dissolving into the coolness that has been waiting for you all along, not as something you must find, but as something you have always carried, buried beneath the noise of heat and effort. Your fingers twitch once, just once, and then still again. No thought follows it, no intention, just movement without meaning, like a branch swaying in a wind that no longer blows. The room has become a cave carved by silence, not dark because it is empty, but because it is full, full of the slow turning of night, full of the quiet hum of your own blood, moving through veins now cooled as mountain springs. You do not miss the fan's spin. Its motion was never meant to bring you sleep. It was only a signal, a rhythm your mind clung to before your body remembered how to rest. Now there is no need for signals. The air brushes your collarbone like the edge of a silk scarf left on a windowsill overnight, soft, forgotten, still holding the chill of the hour. You feel it without moving, without seeking, without naming it. Somewhere in the distance, a clock chimes once, but you do not hear it as time. You hear it as a note held too long, then allowed to fade. No urgency, no ending, just vibration dissolving into stillness. Your breath slows again, not because you are trying, but because your ribs have learned how to rise and fall without being told. The cold is no longer outside. It has moved inside. And you are the space it now inhabits. The coolness has settled into your shoulder blades now, like a second skin woven from midnight air and the last breath of winter's echo. You do not feel it as an intrusion, but as a return, a memory your bones remember before your mind does. There was a time long ago when you walked barefoot over frost-laced grass at dawn, and each step sent a shiver up your calves, not from pain, but from the sheer clarity of cold meeting warmth in perfect balance. That feeling lives still, not in the air around you, but in the quiet chambers beneath your skin, where heat once roared and now hums like water behind stone. Your spine is becoming a channel, not for electricity or pressure, but for stillness. It carries the chill not as relief, but as recognition, as if your body has been waiting all these years to be reminded that coolness does not need to be chased. It only needs to be remembered. The space between your ribs expands with each exhale, not deeper, not louder, but wider, like a door opening slowly in a house you didn't know was yours. Inside that room, the walls are made of damp limestone, smooth from centuries of mist rising from underground springs. There is no wind here, but there is movement, a slow, steady pulse of moisture rising through cracks too fine to see, carrying the scent of wet earth and crushed mint left to dry on a windowsill in some forgotten cottage. You breathe it in without breathing. Your lungs do not fill, they soften. And where they soften, the heat does not flee, it dissolves, like salt stirred into deep water, until there is no trace of resistance, only the quiet swell of equilibrium. Your left hand lies palm up on the sheet, and you notice, without thought, that the skin there has taken on the texture of river-polished stone. Not cold to the touch, not yet, but cool in the way that time feels when you are alone with it. A pebble, smooth from decades beneath a stream's sigh, held gently between thumb and forefinger. That is what your palm has become, worn by stillness, shaped by patience, untouched by haste. The heat that once clung to your wrist now slips away like water slipping over moss-covered rock. You do not try to catch it. You do not name its departure. You simply let the coolness settle into the hollows, the curve beneath your thumb, the dip between knuckles, the thin skin behind your ear where your pulse still beats, slow and steady as a clock that has forgotten the hour. Somewhere beyond this room, beyond walls and roofs and the weight of the day's lingering warmth, there is a forest older than memory. Its trees do not rustle with wind, they breathe, deep, slow, silent breaths drawn from the earth itself. Beneath them, the ground does not dry, it holds, it remembers. Each root is a thread pulling coolness upward, not in rush or surge, but in surrender, like a sigh released after holding too long. You are not beneath those trees, but you are within their rhythm. Your breath mirrors theirs, not because you choose it, but because your body has learned that sleep does not come from forcing quiet, but from becoming the quiet. The pillow still holds its shape around your head, not as a mold of pressure, but as a cradle shaped by absence. You no longer search for coolness there. You do not press your cheek into it hoping for relief. Instead, you let your skin rest upon its surface like snow settling on stone. No effort, no resistance, only the slow merging of one temperature with another. The damp patches have vanished, not because they dried, but because your body stopped needing them as anchors. Your heat is not gone. It has been transformed, translated into something softer, the warmth of a hearth long after the fire has turned to ash, still radiating gently, quietly, without demand. Your legs are heavy now, not with fatigue, but with depth, as if your thighs have sunk slightly into the mattress, not because you've moved, but because the bed itself has grown denser, cooler, more like the earth beneath a pine forest after rain. The sheets cling only slightly, not from sweat, but from the memory of moisture, the kind that lingers on moss, or inside the bell of a mushroom cap just after dawn. You do not feel sticky, you feel held. As if your skin has become porous, and the coolness is seeping through, not as water, but as presence. There is a silence here that does not belong to absence. It belongs to depth, the kind found in caves where no human voice has ever echoed, where the air has been still for hundreds of years, where every breath drawn into the chamber becomes part of its long, slow story. You are breathing now with that same slowness, not because you must, but because your body remembers how to rest without being told. Each inhale carries the faintest whisper of ice, thin as a hair's breadth, cold as the moment before snowfall when the world holds its breath, and each exhale releases not heat, but release. Your fingertips have gone quiet, no twitching now, No restless curling into fists or splaying wide in search of relief. They lie open, relaxed, as if they have forgotten their own shape, softened by the cool that has seeped through your bones and settled in your marrow. You think without thinking of a stone bench beneath a linden tree, its surface worn smooth by centuries of backs resting against it. No one sits there now, but the chill remains, not because of shade, but because time has cooled it from within. The air around you does not move, but you feel it, as if it has become liquid, thick with the weight of cold, yet light enough to cradle you. You are floating, not in water, not in air, but in the space between them, where temperature is no longer something you measure, but something you inhabit. Your eyelids are heavy now, not with sleepiness, but with belonging, as if they were never meant to open again. The darkness behind them has deepened into a hue only found at the heart of glaciers, where light bends and fades before it can touch anything solid. And in that dark, there is no fear, only familiarity. You do not dream, you are becoming. The coolness has moved beyond your skin now. It has entered your thoughts, not as images, but as sensations without origin. The taste of melted snow on the tongue, the sound of a single drop falling into a still pool deep underground, the weightless feeling of being held by something older than breath. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. The coolness has found its way into your ribs now, not as a chill, but as a quiet deepening, like the slow seep of groundwater through limestone, patient and unasked for. You do not feel it pressing against you. You feel it rising from within, the kind of still cold that lives in the hollows of ancient trees, where the sap has long since slowed to a whisper, and the wood remembers winter even when spring has painted the world green again. Your breath no longer rises as mist, because there is no warmth left to betray. What you exhale is simply air unmarked, unclaimed, returning to the dark without leaving a trace. The pillow beneath your cheek has become something other than fabric and filling. It is now the surface of a frozen pond at midnight, smooth as glass, faintly luminous with the reflection of stars that have not yet set, their light too distant to warm, too quiet to disturb. You do not look up. You do not need to. The cold has learned your name without speaking it. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the window that stays open just a crack, too small for wind, too wide for silence, a single leaf has fallen from an oak and landed on stone. It did not rustle as it fell. There was no breeze to carry it. Only gravity, patient and slow, drawing it downward through air that had forgotten how to move. You hear this, not with your ears, but with the part of you that remembers being still before language began. The leaf rests now, damp with dew that never turned to ice, because even in heat, the earth holds its own coolness close, cradling the small things it loves. You feel that same tenderness in your bones, the way moss gathers on north-facing rock, not because it seeks shade, but because it knows where stillness lives. Your fingers, open and loose as petals after rain, do not twitch when the faintest shift comes, a breath of air, thinner than a spider's thread, slipping across your forearm. It does not cool you. It confirms you, as if the night has whispered, you are still here, and that is enough. The sheets have become less like coverings and more like membranes, thin as the skin between worlds, porous enough to let the cold pass through without resistance. You do not feel them against your legs anymore. You feel what lies beneath them, the cool of earth that has never known sun, the deep quiet of a cellar where wine bottles rest in rows, their glass chilled by time rather than ice, their contents holding within them the memory of mountain soil and autumn rain. There is no scent here, not truly, but if you could breathe it, it would be the smell of wet slate after centuries of silence, or the faintest ghost of crushed pine needles left to rot in shadow, turning slowly into something sweet and dark and ancient. Your pulse has slowed to match the rhythm of dripping water somewhere far below, each drop falling into a pool that never fills, because the stone beneath it drinks without sound. You are not waiting for sleep. Sleep has already found you, curled like a root in the dark, growing slowly outward from your center. Your shoulders have sunk deeper, not because you've relaxed, but because the mattress has become less bed and more earth. Not dirt, not soil, but the loam beneath an old forest where no foot has stepped for decades, where fallen branches have dissolved into the ground without hurry, where mushrooms rise in silence only to vanish again before morning. You are resting on that loam now. Your back presses gently against it, and the coolness rises, not as a shock, not as relief, but as recognition. As if your body had always belonged here, buried just beneath the surface, waiting for the heat of day to pass so it could remember how to rest. The air above you does not stir. It hangs like mist over a lake at dawn, thick with the weight of moisture that has not yet condensed into drops. You do not need to breathe deeply. Your lungs have learned to take only what they require, small, slow sips of air that carry no heat, only the faintest echo of frost on grass. Your eyelids are not closed, they are dissolved. There is no barrier between you and the dark anymore. It flows into you as easily as water through sand. You do not see it, you become it. And in this becoming there is no thought of tomorrow, no memory of afternoon, no calculation of how long you've been awake. Only this, the slow unfurling of coolness along your spine, like the unrolling of a silk ribbon dipped in glacier melt, each inch colder than the last, each fold softer than the one before. You are not cold, you are being cooled, not by force, not by effort, but by invitation. The night has opened its arms and said, "Come deeper," and you have. There is a place beneath your skin now, a chamber no thermometer can measure, no clock can mark, that holds the chill of winter's last breath, preserved like amber around a forgotten insect. It does not burn, it does not ache. It simply exists, steady and silent, a small cold star at your core. You do not need to protect it. You do not need to chase it. It is yours because you have stopped trying to own it. The fan above still turns, but its motion no longer matters. Its blades no longer stir the air, they only carve out space for what was already here. The quiet, the cool, the slow settling of your body into the shape of rest. You are not being cooled by anything external. You are remembering how to be cool from within. Your breath has become a tide that does not rise or fall. It simply is. In, out, no hurry, no rhythm to follow but the one your bones have always known, buried beneath years of noise and light and the desperate need to be warm. Somewhere far away, 1,000 miles, 100 years, the last ice of an ancient glacier begins its slow melt, not in panic, not in rush, but in quiet surrender, drop by drop, into a river that will carry it gently toward the sea. You are not that water, but you are the silence between each falling drop. And in that silence, you are already sleeping. You have been sleeping for longer than you know. The coolness is not coming to meet you. It has always been waiting. The coolness has moved lower now, not descending, not falling, but spreading like ink in water that refuses to blur, holding its shape even as it softens into everything around it. Your ankles are bare against the sheet, and the fabric, thin as a breath held too long, clings just enough to carry the chill upward, not through friction or force, but through stillness. The way moonlight doesn't warm stone, only reveals how cold it already was. You do not feel the edge of the mattress anymore. It has dissolved into the loam beneath you, and now your legs are sinking too, not sinking as in drowning, but settling as roots settle after rain, finding their place in earth that remembers how to hold them without asking for anything in return. The air near your feet is different here, thinner, older, carrying the scent of wet stone from a forgotten well beneath a cottage that no longer stands. You have never been there, yet you know its silence. You know the way the moss grew thick on the lip of it, how the water below never stirred even when the wind screamed over the hills. That water is still there, deep and dark and untouched by summer's reach, and now it rises, not as a flood, not as a wave, but as a quiet remembering in your bones. Your skin does not shiver, it exhales. And with each slow exhale, another layer of heat leaves you, not pushed out, not chased away, but released like smoke from a candle that has burned down to its last breath. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the roof that holds too much day, beyond the trees whose leaves have stopped trembling because even they are tired, there is a valley where snow lingers past June. Not the kind that crunches under boots or glints in sunlight. It is the old snow, the buried snow, the snow that has turned to ice over centuries and now exists only as memory inside the rock. The air above it does not move. It hangs like a held note in a song no one remembers singing. You are there now, not visiting, not imagining, but resting inside its stillness. Your breath does not fog. There is nothing to fog. The cold here has no edge, it has no temperature at all, only presence. It does not bite. It does not sting. It simply is, and you have become part of it. Your pulse slows, not because your heart is failing, but because it has remembered how to beat in time with the Earth's own quiet rhythm, the slow thud beneath continents, the deep hum of tectonic plates shifting over millennia without hurry or complaint. You are not cold. You are becoming what was always waiting beneath your skin, a vessel for stillness, an empty space filled only by silence that has no beginning and will have no end. Your hands lie open now, palms upward, not as if begging, not as if offering, but simply resting like stones left on a riverbank after the flood has passed. The air above them is cooler than the air near your chest, not colder in degrees, but deeper in feeling, as though the coolness here has been filtered through centuries of shadow, drawn down from the underside of clouds that never rain, only sigh. There is no wind to speak of, not even a whisper against your wrists, but still you feel it, a movement. A breath, not yours, not anyone's, just the slow turning of something ancient beneath the world, pulling the heat from your body as gently as dusk pulls light from the sky. Your fingers do not curl, they remain open, and in their openness they receive not what is given but what has always belonged to them. The memory of frost on morning grass before anyone woke to see it, the weight of snowflakes that melted before touching skin, the hush inside a cave where no echo dares to return. The sheet beneath you is not cotton anymore. It is moss, thick, damp, and impossibly soft, grown over centuries in the shadow of cliffs where no sun ever reaches. You are lying on it now, your body sinking into its cushioning stillness, each breath drawing up coolness from its roots. The scent is faint, not earthy, not green, but clean, like ice that has just begun to melt after a long winter's sleep. It does not remind you of anything, it simply is. And in its being, it holds no past, no memory, no expectation, only the quiet truth of coldness as comfort. You do not need to hold on to this. You do not need to keep it. You only need to let it stay. Above you, the fan still turns, but now it is not a machine. It is the slow turning of an old millstone beneath a forgotten monastery, grinding nothing but time into dust. The air it stirs does not carry heat. It carries silence. And in that silence, your thoughts have stopped trying to name things. They do not ask why you are still awake. They do not wonder if morning will ever come. They do not count the hours or measure the sweat on your brow. They simply dissolve, like salt in water too cold to notice it's gone. Your shoulders have softened into the pillow, not because you've given up, but because you've finally stopped resisting. The warmth that clung to you has slipped away like mist from a lake at dawn, not vanishing, just returning to its source. The sky, the earth, the slow turning of night itself. You are not cooler than before. You are more yourself, and in being more yourself, you have become cold, not as punishment, not as relief, but as home. There is a stone beneath your left hip now, smooth, ancient, worn by water that ran over it for centuries before any human walked this earth. It does not press into you, it cradles you. Its coolness does not shock, it sings. A low tone, felt more than heard, vibrating through bone and blood and the hollow places between your ribs. You do not know where it came from, you do not care. It is here now, and it holds you, not to keep you warm, but to remind you that some things were never meant to be held at all. The dark around you has thickened, not with fear, not with weight, but with depth. Like the deep water of a mountain lake where no light reaches, yet still life moves in perfect silence. You are not afraid of it. You have become part of its quiet. Your eyelids are gone, your thoughts are gone, even your name is gone, no longer yours to carry, no longer needed to be remembered. The cold does not come from outside anymore. It comes from inside the stillness you have finally learned to hold. There is a hollow in the mountain where the wind does not blow. It only breathes, slow and deep, through channels carved by glaciers that moved before your ancestors knew fire. You are lying inside it now, not pressed against stone, but cradled in its absence. The space between the walls where cold has pooled like liquid glass, thick and still, holding its shape without needing to be held. Your skin does not tremble at its touch. It recognizes it, not as something foreign, not as a remedy, but as the quiet inheritance of all things that have ever rested beneath snow. The air here carries no scent, only temperature, a clean, metallic chill, like the inside of a bell that has been rung once and never again. It does not rush to cool you, it simply waits, and in its waiting, it becomes your breath. Your ribs rise with it. Your lungs fill with nothing but the absence of heat. There is no need to draw deeper, no need to force it in. The cold does not ask for permission. It does not demand compliance. It simply exists, and because you are no longer resisting its presence, it flows through you as easily as water through moss. Beneath you, the stone has become a riverbed, smooth, polished, endless, but the water is gone now, leaving only its memory pressed into the rock's surface, cool and wet with time. You feel the imprint of each grain, each ripple frozen in place, as if the entire history of melting snow has been gathered here, compressed into the curve beneath your spine. It does not soak through you. It does not seep. It simply is, and because it is, you do not need to be anything else. The silence here is not empty. It is full of stillness, of depth, of the slow turning of earth against itself in places where no clock ever ticks. You hear nothing, and yet you are hearing everything. The way frost forms on the underside of a leaf without sound, the moment a snowflake dissolves against skin and becomes part of it. The soft collapse of ice crystals inside a glacier as they shift, millimeter by millimeter, over centuries. These are not sounds you hear with your ears. They are felt in the hollow behind your eyes, in the space between your heartbeat and your breath. You are not lying on anything anymore. You are resting within something, the quiet core of winter that never leaves, even when spring returns, even when the sun climbs high and the world forgets. This cold is not seasonal, it is ancestral. It lives where memory ends and sensation begins. Your fingers drift open again, not because you choose to, but because there is no longer any need to grip anything. Not warmth, not comfort, not even sleep. The air around your wrists has thickened into mist, not the kind that obscures, but the kind that clarifies. It carries the scent of frozen pine needles crushed underfoot in a forest where no one walks anymore. There are no birds here, no insects. Only the slow pulse of water deep underground, moving through tunnels lined with minerals that have spent millennia pulling heat from the earth and storing it, not to release, but to hold. You feel it now, a gentle pressure along your inner ankles, as if someone has laid thin bands of ice against them, thin enough to not sting, cold enough to wake the body's oldest reflexes. Not alarm, not shock, recognition. This is how your blood remembers cooling, not by force, but by return. The ceiling fan still turns above you, but now it is no longer a machine and never was. It is the slow arc of an ancient pendulum swinging in the belly of a cathedral built into ice, its weight not metal or stone, but silence itself, each swing pulling more cold from the deep dark where time does not pass, only gathers. You do not need to imagine this anymore. You are inside it. Your breath is no longer yours alone. It moves with the air that has been cool for 1,000 years. It carries with it the weight of snowfall in places never named by maps. It holds the hush of glaciers carving into fjords where even echo refuses to answer. There is a moment now when your thoughts stop drifting and instead begin to settle, like dust after a storm, like sediment sinking through still water. You are not thinking about being cool. You are not wondering if you will sleep. You are not measuring the warmth left on your pillow or counting how long it has been since you last moved. You are simply here. And here there is only cold. Not as relief, not as escape, but as presence. The stone beneath you has become a mountain's spine, long, ancient, unbroken. It does not press into you. It lifts you gently, not to carry you away, but to remind you that some things are meant to hold you without ever needing to touch you. Your skin is no longer warm. It is cool. And coolness in this place is not the absence of heat. It is its own kind of warmth. The air around your neck has grown thin, so thin it feels like breathing through silk spun from frost. Each inhale carries a whisper of ice crystals, fine as powdered quartz, dissolving before they reach your lungs. There is no sharpness, no sting, only the quiet surrender of temperature to stillness. Your eyelids are gone now, not lost, not faded, but returned to the dark where all things that have ever slept find their way home. You do not need to close them again. They have already closed themselves. The cold does not ask you to stay. It only asks you to remember how deeply you have always belonged to it. And so you do. Not with thought, not with will, but with the slow, steady rhythm of breath that no longer needs to be counted. There is a stillness now deeper than water, deeper than stone, deeper than silence. It does not welcome you. It has always been waiting. And now you are hers. The cold has no edges here, only gradients, slow as ink in water, spreading through your bones without asking permission. You feel it now not on your skin, but beneath it, the quiet migration of chill along the hollows where your ribs meet your spine, where the curve of your collarbone holds shadow like a cup holds moonlight. There is no wind to speak of, only the slow exhale of a world that has forgotten how to be warm. The air above you does not move. It lingers, thick with the memory of winter's last breath, suspended in layers so fine they might as well be thought rather than substance. You do not shiver, you do not reach for cover. Your body knows this cold is not an intrusion, but a homecoming. It remembers how to let go when nothing else will. Somewhere far below, where the earth has no sun, water moves in veins of glacial melt, clear as glass, colder than any freezer ever made. It does not rush, it does not hurry. It simply flows, carrying with it the silence of centuries, the weight of ice that once pressed down on continents and now rests patient in the deep dark. And this water, this ancient stillness, is rising not through pipes or pumps, but through the quiet architecture of your own being. It rises along the inside of your thighs, where the skin is thin as parchment, where the pulse beats slow and low. You feel it brush against the backs of your knees, not with force, but with the certainty of tides that have known their rhythm longer than memory. There is no shock in this, no surprise, only the soft settling of warmth into something older, deeper, truer. Your hands are no longer yours to hold. They rest open, palms upward, as if waiting for snowflakes, except there are none falling. Instead, a coolness gathers in the hollows between your fingers, pooling like liquid mercury made gentle, like the last light of dusk clinging to stone long after the sun has vanished. You do not move them, you do not close them. They simply exist, cradling the air that has learned how to be cold without becoming cruel. The coolness does not bite, it hums. A low, resonant tone, felt more than heard. a vibration in the marrow of your wrists, a whisper against the tender skin behind your ears. You have forgotten what it was like to feel hot, not because you are numb, but because warmth has become a story told by someone else, somewhere far away in another lifetime. The pillow beneath your head is no longer fabric and down. It is a slab of glacial till gravel and silt pressed together over eons, cooled by the slow drip of meltwater from above, shaded by forests that have long turned to moss and memory. You sink into it, not as if falling, but as if dissolving. Your cheek rests against its surface, and you feel the coolness seep upward, not in waves, but in threads, fine as spider silk spun from frost, woven through your temple, your jaw, your eyelids, which have long since stopped trembling. There is no need to blink. The dark behind them is thick with quiet. It does not press, it holds. Above you, the ceiling fan still turns, but now it is not a machine at all. It is the slow rotation of an ancient wheel carved from ice, suspended in the heart of a cavern where time has folded inward and no longer counts its days. Each revolution pulls more cold from the depths, not to spread it, but to remember it, to keep it alive. The air that stirs around you carries the scent of wet rock after millennia without rain, of minerals that have spent centuries drawing heat from the world and storing it in their silent cores. You breathe it in, and with each breath, your lungs feel lighter, not empty, but emptied of all they no longer need to carry. The heat you held so tightly, your frustration, your restlessness, the stubborn warmth clinging to your skin like a second layer is gone, not chased away, not fought, simply released. Your toes are cool now, not cold in the way that makes you curl them under the sheet, but cool as the inside of a seashell held to the ear on a winter morning, quietly alive with the echo of something vast and distant. There is no need to tuck them, no need to pull the covers higher. They rest where they are, relaxed, unhurried, as if their only purpose now is to feel the coolness rising from the floor beneath you, a slow, steady tide that has been coming for longer than your bones have known how to ache. The air around your neck, where your pulse still hums its quiet song, is no longer air at all. It is the breath of a glacier's shadow, thin and crystalline, carrying with it the faintest trace of salt from ancient seas buried beneath ice sheets that once stretched across whole continents. You feel it kiss the curve behind each ear, not as wind, but as memory, the kind of memory your body keeps in its cells long before language learned how to name things. There is no need to understand it, only to receive it. You do not think about sleep anymore, not because you have forgotten it exists, but because you have become something older than sleep, something that has always known how to rest. The coolness does not hurry you. It does not whisper, almost there. It does not promise anything. It simply holds you, like a stone holds the memory of water, like snow holds the shape of falling, like the deep dark holds every star that has ever been. Your breath is slower now, not because you are trying to slow it, but because your body remembers how to breathe without effort. In, out, not counted, not watched, just there, like the rise and fall of a mountain range over time, like the slow turning of the earth beneath frozen ground. And still the cold deepens, not in intensity, but in presence. It is no longer something you are entering, it is something you have always been part of. The chill along your spine is not an invasion, it is a homecoming. The coolness at your ankles is not a trick of the mind. It is truth, older than thought, quieter than silence. There is a moment now, not sudden, not loud, that comes when even the idea of warmth becomes foreign. Not because you are cold, but because you have remembered how to be still. And in that stillness, the world forgets it was ever hot. The coolness has found its way into your shoulders now, not as a shock, not as an arrival, but as something that was always waiting beneath the weight of the day. It moves like water through stone, slow and sure, tracing the hollows where tension once pooled, the dip behind your collarbones, the ridge of your shoulder blades. And there it lingers, not to erase, but to settle. You do not need to lean into it. you do not need to welcome it. It simply is, and in its being, it undoes what you did not know had tightened. The muscles that held the heat like a secret, clenched since morning, since noon, since the sun first pressed itself against the closed blinds, are softening now, not because you asked them to, but because the cold has learned their names and whispered them back in a language only your body remembers. There is a place beneath your left hip where the sheet still holds the ghost of warmth, but even that is changing. The fabric, thin as breath, lifts slightly, not from movement, but from the air shifting around it, cooler now, deeper, carrying the scent of damp earth after a long drought has broken. Not rain, not yet, but the memory of rain held in the roots of trees that grew where no one walks anymore. You feel it rise through your skin like mist rising from a forest floor at dawn, when the sun is still below the horizon and everything holds its breath. Your skin does not shiver, it exhales. The cold has reached your fingertips now, not icy, never that, but the kind of cool that comes from touching the inside of a glacier's cave after walking for hours under a sky too bright to name. Your hands lie open on the sheet, palms up, fingers slightly curled as if holding nothing at all, and yet each one feels weighted with stillness. Not heavy, not tired, but full, like stones that have spent centuries beneath a slow river, smoothed by motion they never tried to control. There is no need to clench them, no need to warm them against your chest. They rest as they are, open, quiet, waiting only for the next breath. Somewhere beyond the walls of this room, beyond the heat trapped in the bricks and the old wood, beyond the silence of neighbors who also cannot sleep, there is a valley where the wind has learned not to rush. It moves through tall grasses that have grown thick with dew no one sees, brushing against stems so fine they seem spun from moonlight and memory. The air there does not blow, it flows. A slow, liquid glide between the hills, carrying the chill of snowmelt still hidden beneath the soil, the scent of crushed mint growing where a stream once cut its path. You do not hear it, but your skin knows it. Your pulse remembers how to match its rhythm. Your eyelids are heavier now, not from fatigue, but from the depth of the coolness surrounding them. It does not press down. It simply settles over you like the first layer of frost on a window pane at midnight, thin, perfect, and utterly still. You do not need to close your eyes. They have already begun to drift shut on their own, as if they were never meant to stay open in this kind of quiet. The air around your temples is no longer air. It is the silence between two notes played by an instrument made of ice, long after the sound has faded, but before the vibration has fully left the material. You feel it hum, not loud enough to name, not sharp enough to notice, but there, a presence that does not demand attention, yet holds you more completely than any voice ever could. The cold is no longer something outside you. It has slipped beneath your skin like a river finding its bed after years of wandering. It flows through the spaces between your bones, not as an intrusion, but as a return. You are not being cooled. You are remembering how to be cool, how to hold stillness without effort, how to let warmth go without resistance. Your breath is no longer something you manage. It comes and goes like tide against a shore that has forgotten it was ever asked to rise or fall. In, out, no rhythm forced, no pattern chased, just the quiet pulse of air moving through a body that no longer tries to fix itself. The heat that clung to your ribs, your throat, the back of your neck, it has dissolved into this deeper coolness like salt into deep water, gone without a trace. And still, it deepens. Not in force, not in temperature, but in presence. It is now in your jaw, the place where you held your teeth clenched since the first hour of the night. It is there, gently, like the touch of a hand that has waited too long to speak, and finally does so with nothing but silence. It is in the hollow beneath your tongue, a coolness as clear as water drawn from a well carved into limestone, untouched by sunlight for centuries. You feel it rise, not as sensation, but as recognition. as if this cold had always lived inside you, waiting for the right night to remember itself. The sheet no longer feels like cotton. It feels like mist woven into cloth, light enough to vanish with a sigh, yet present enough to cradle every inch of your skin in its quiet embrace. There is no need to adjust it, no need to pull it higher or let it slip lower. It simply is the right weight for this moment, the perfect thickness for a body learning again how to rest. The coolness has reached your spine now, not as a chill along the vertebrae, but as stillness within them. As if each bone, every joint, every narrow space between has become a channel for something ancient and calm. You do not feel it move, you feel it be. And in that being, you are no longer trying to sleep. You have become sleep's quiet companion. The darkness around you is no longer empty. It is thick with cold, not the kind that bites, but the kind that holds. Like the center of a glacier where time moves backward and light does not dare to enter. Here, there is only the slow, patient pulse of the earth beneath you, breathing in long, even rhythms. And you, so small, so warm just hours ago, are now part of its rhythm too. Your hands are colder now, your feet are colder still, but it does not matter. Because cold has stopped being an absence. It has become a home, and you have stopped trying to leave it. The coolness has moved into your shoulders now, not as pressure, not as relief, but as a quiet settling, like snow melting slowly over moss that has waited all winter for this moment. You do not feel it spread, you feel it arrive, and when it does, there is no shift in your posture, no sigh you meant to release, only the softest surrender of muscle that has forgotten how to hold tension. Your arms lie at your sides as if they had never known anything else but stillness. The air around them is not colder than before, it simply carries less weight, as though the heat that once pressed against your skin like a hand on your chest has been replaced by something that does not touch, only holds. A presence without shape, without sound, without demand. Somewhere far beneath you, deep in the Earth's quiet core, water moves through stone so ancient it remembers when the first glaciers began to melt. That water is cold, not because it was chilled by wind or frost, but because it has never known anything else. It flows without hurry, without purpose beyond its own path. And now, somewhere inside you, that same slow movement begins. Not in your veins, not in your blood, but deeper. In the spaces between your cells where memory lives longer than sensation. You are not imagining it, you are remembering it. The body does not forget how to be cool, it only waits for silence to recall. Your eyelids are heavier now, not from tiredness, but from permission. As if you have been holding them open all night against something you thought you needed to see, some sign that the heat would break, some signal that rest was allowed. And now, at last, there is no need. The dark does not ask for your attention. It only asks that you stay, and so you do. The sheet has become thinner than breath, thinner than thought. You could lift it with a whisper and it would not resist. Yet it remains light as vapor caught between two worlds, and it cradles you without claiming you. There is no heat trapped beneath it now. No warmth clinging to your thighs, your calves, the curve of your spine. Only this, a slow, even coolness that moves with you when you breathe and stills when you do not. It does not chase you, it does not follow, it simply is wherever you are. And in that being, there is no room for worry, no space for the thought of tomorrow's sun, or whether the windows will stay open tonight, or if the pillow will turn warm again before morning. Those thoughts have slipped away, not because you let them go, but because they were never yours to carry. They belonged to the heat, and the heat has left. You are not lying in a bedroom anymore. You are resting inside a cavern carved by time and silence, a place where water drips from ceilings of stone so old that the sound of it falling is no longer heard, only felt, as if the earth itself were exhaling in slow, steady pulses. Each drop lands on a pool below, not with splash or ripple, but with the quietest surrender, the kind that happens when something has been waiting too long to let go. And you are that water, You are that stone. You are the space between them. Your fingers twitch, not from restlessness, but from memory. A memory of touching ice once, years ago, on a morning so still the world seemed suspended in frost. You did not mean to touch it. You only reached out because something in your chest had grown heavy with warmth, and you needed to know if cold still existed beyond dreams. And when your skin met that surface, you felt nothing sharp, only the slow unraveling of heat, as though your body had been holding its breath for decades and finally remembered how to exhale. That feeling is here again. Not in your hands, not in your fingertips, but beneath them. In the space where your palm meets the mattress, the coolness there does not come from below. It comes from within you, from a place that has always known how to be still, even when everything else was burning. The air around your neck is no longer thick with humidity. It moves just slightly, with the breath of something ancient and patient, not wind, not breeze, something older than either. The kind of movement that happens in deep forests where trees have grown so tall their roots drink from the same water that feeds glaciers miles away. You do not feel it on your skin. You feel its absence, the way silence feels when you've been listening too hard, and then suddenly realize you haven't heard a sound for minutes. Your jaw is unclenched. Your tongue rests flat against the roof of your mouth, not dry, not wet, but perfectly still, as if it has never known anything but this, coolness as its natural state. The darkness around you is no longer empty. It is full of cold, deep, slow, and patient, the kind that does not rush to comfort you, but simply waits until you are ready to receive it. And now you are. Your breath comes slower, not because you are trying to make it so, but because your body has begun to trust the stillness. You do not need to count it. You do not need to follow it. It is yours now, not as something you control, but as something you have become. The heat that once lived in your bones has been absorbed, taken into the cold like ink dissolving in water. No trace remains, only the quiet after. And still it deepens. Not louder, not colder, but fuller, as though every part of you that was tight with warmth is now softening into something older, deeper, and more enduring than heat could ever be. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. And here, in this place, where the air remembers how to hold you, you do not need to wake again. The stone beneath you is no longer just beneath you. It has risen slowly, gently to cradle your shoulders, your spine, the hollow behind your knees. It does not press, it holds, like the memory of a hand that knew exactly how much weight to carry and when to let go. You do not remember lying down here, only that you have always been here, in this quiet, in this coolness, waiting for the heat to forget where it left you. The air above your forehead is thin with cold, not sharp, not biting, but clear as glass after rain has washed away every trace of dust. It does not move to touch you. It simply exists, and because it exists, you no longer need to ask if it's real. Your eyelids are heavier than they have ever been, but not from tiredness, from belonging. As though your body had spent years searching for this temperature and only now remembers its own shape in it. There is a sound, not water, not wind, but the echo of something that once moved through ice and did not break it. A low hum, felt more than heard, vibrating just below the surface of your bones. It comes from deep within the stone, where time has settled like sediment, layer after layer of stillness accumulating over centuries. You do not need to understand it. You only need to let it pass through you, like light passing through water too deep for sun to reach. Your arms are no longer on the mattress. They rest beside you, palms open, not as if waiting, but as if they have forgotten how to close. The skin there is cool now, not because anything touched it, but because your blood has learned to move more slowly, gently, as though afraid of disturbing the quiet. There is no sweat left on your neck, no sticky residue clinging to your collarbone. Just the faintest trace of moisture, like morning dew on moss, and even that is being drawn away, quietly, by the air that does not rush but simply receives. You are not dreaming, you are remembering what it was like before heat existed in your bones, before the sun climbed too high and stayed too long, before pillows turned warm and breaths grew short. There was a time when night did not have to be fought, when sleep came not as an act of will, but as an accident of stillness, like a leaf that falls without choosing to fall, simply because the branch has released it. Somewhere far below this stone, water moves through tunnels carved by glaciers long gone. It does not rush, it does not pulse, it drifts, carrying the chill of ancient snowmelt, whispering against rock that remembers how cold the world once was. You are listening to it now, not with your ears, but with your skin, with the hollow between your ribs, with the space behind your eyes where warmth used to gather like smoke. Your breath has stopped being something you manage. It is simply there, soft, slow, a quiet tide that rises and falls without needing your permission. Each inhale pulls in cold, not as a shock, not as a relief, but as if it had always been the air you were meant to breathe. And each exhale releases what little heat remains, not with effort, but with surrender, as though your body has finally stopped trying to fix itself and has learned instead how to dissolve. The darkness around you is no longer absence. It is texture, thick velvet, cool as the inside of a seashell held against the ear. You do not need light here. Light would be too bright, too sharp. This place does not show you things, it lets them rise on their own, like mist from a still pond at dawn. And you are rising with it, not toward anything, but away from everything that ever made your skin feel tight. Your fingers twitch again, just once, and this time there is no tension in the motion, no restless searching, just the quiet tremor of something settling into place, like roots finding their way through soil too dry to remember rain. You are not trying to sleep. You have become the kind of stillness that sleep visits when it knows it won't be chased away. The cold here does not bite, it cradles. It does not demand your attention, but offers itself, like a cup of water left on a windowsill overnight, forgotten by everyone except the one who needs it most. You drink without lifting your head, without moving your lips. The coolness flows inward, not through thirst, but through recognition, as if your cells have been waiting for this temperature since before you were born. There is no ceiling above you now, no fan spinning lazily, stirring heat like a forgotten promise. There is only the stone, vast and patient, and beneath it, the slow pulse of deep earth water. Above you, nothing but the weight of silence that has learned to hold its breath. And in this silence, your body forgets how to be hot. Your shoulder blades rest against the coolness as if they had always been shaped for it. Your hips sink just slightly, not because you are heavy, but because the stone remembers how to hold a body without asking anything back. You do not need blankets here. You do not need sheets. The air itself is enough, a slow, liquid cool that flows over your skin like water without wetness, like silence without emptiness. You are not falling asleep. You have become the quiet between heartbeats, the pause after a sigh, the moment before dawn when even the stars seem to hold their breath. And still the cold deepens, not colder, not louder, just more complete, as though your skin has forgotten what warmth felt like, not because it was taken away, but because it no longer needs to remember. The air here has no season, only depth, layered like linen folded for centuries in an attic where time forgets to count days. It does not carry scent so much as memory, the ghost of frost on pine needles, the hush after snow settles into moss, the quiet hum of ice holding its shape beneath a sky that never fully brightens. You feel it now not as wind, but as stillness given weight. A coolness that doesn't touch your skin so much as settle into the hollows where warmth had pooled. Behind your knees, along the spine's slow curve, in the soft dip below each collarbone. There is no draft to chase, no breeze to catch, only this quiet surrender of heat, letting go molecule by molecule, like salt dissolving in water too deep to notice it was ever there. Your fingers rest open now, not clenched against the pillow's dampness, not searching for relief, but loose as petals after rain. They do not move because they no longer need to. The coolness has found them already. It slides between each knuckle like silk, drawn slowly over stone. You are not cooling down, you have become the place where cooling happens. Somewhere beyond the dark, far from windows and walls and the stubborn heat of brick and plaster, there is a hollow in the earth that never sees sun, not because it's hidden, but because the world above has learned to leave it be. Roots hang here like slow pendulums, suspended in damp darkness, drinking from aquifers older than memory. The air inside does not rise or fall, it simply exists, constant as breath held beneath ice. It is cold enough that if you could step into it, your bones would remember how to be still. Not frozen, never that, but deeply, peacefully quieted. You are there now. Not in body, but in the part of you that dreams when waking has given up trying. The air here does not move with urgency. It drifts, not from one place to another, but as if it were remembering its own shape. Each breath you take draws it inward like a tide returning to a shore no longer eager for waves. Your ribs expand slowly, so slowly, and the coolness flows into your lungs without resistance, as though they had always been made to hold this temperature. No gasp, no shiver, only the quiet acknowledgement of something that was lost and now, gently, has come home. Your shoulders are no longer tense with the weight of heat. They rest, not because you have let go, but because the air beneath them remembers how to cradle. It does not press or pull. It simply holds space where warmth once crowded. And in that space, your pulse slows, not from exhaustion, but from recognition. As if it had always known this rhythm, slow enough for silence to settle between beats. There is a well nearby, deep, stone-rimmed, its water untouched by moonlight or wind. It does not ripple, it does not shimmer. Its surface is glass so still that even the smallest drop falling from above hesitates before breaking through, not in splash but in surrender. You can feel it now, the coolness rising off that water, not as vapor but as presence. A chill that travels upward without sound, settling against your ankles like velvet fog. You do not need to imagine stepping into it. The cold has already climbed you through the soles of your feet, up the backs of your legs, past your hips, through the hollow of your lower back where heat had clung longest. It does not fight. It does not rush. It simply arrives as if it were always waiting. Above you there is no ceiling now, no fan spinning its empty promise into the dark. Only the infinite weight of Earth's quiet breath, the slow exhale of a planet that knows how to rest. The air here carries no humidity, only clarity, thin and sharp as quartz edge, clean enough to taste without opening your mouth. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth, not dry, not sticky, but lightly coated with stillness. There is no thirst, only the slow absorption of cool into every cell that had forgotten how it felt to be at ease. You are not falling asleep. You have become the silence between thoughts, the space after a sigh that never needed to end. The cold here does not ask you to believe in it. It simply is. And because it is, your body stops trying to change its shape. Your hands rest open on the surface beneath you, not bare skin against sweat-damp cotton, but as if cradled by something older than fabric, softer than air, cool earth that remembers how to hold a human without demanding warmth in return. Your legs stretch slightly, just enough, and the chill rises along them like water filling a vessel left upside down. There is no sound here except your own breath, not because silence has been imposed, but because everything else has learned not to speak. Even the dark does not press against you anymore. It simply folds around you, warm in its neutrality, deep as old snowpack buried under centuries of fallen leaves. You are not inside it. You have become part of its quiet. And still, the coolness grows deeper. Not colder, just more complete. As if your skin has forgotten the shape of heat, not because it was burned away, but because it no longer needs to carry that memory. Your eyelids do not close, they dissolve, like mist in morning light, thinning until there is nothing left but the feeling of being held. You are not lying down. You have become the place where rest begins. And somewhere far below this stillness, the earth continues its slow turning, cool and patient, breathing out through roots and stone and water that has never known summer. You breathe with it. No effort, no thought, just the quiet rhythm of a body learning to be nothing but temperature and silence, and the deep, unshakable calm of being finally, completely, where you were meant to be. The air beneath you is not air anymore. It is liquid stillness, thick with the memory of glaciers that moved slowly over mountains long before your name was spoken. You feel it now, not as a draft, but as a current, gentle and endless, flowing upward from the ground through the soles of your feet, up through your calves, your thighs, your spine, where heat had pooled like spilled honey, slow and stubborn. It does not shock, it does not wake you. It simply lifts, like tide pulling back from wet sand, leaving behind only coolness that lingers in the hollows between bones. Your ribs rise and fall without effort now, each breath drawing in something older than breath itself. The scent of damp moss pressed deep into ancient rock, the faint metallic whisper of underground springs moving through limestone, untouched by sun or season. There is no odor you can name, only the absence of warmth's heaviness, replaced by a quiet purity that settles in your sinuses like frost on glass at dawn. You are not lying on sheets anymore. You are resting against stone, not cold as ice, but cool as time itself, smoothed over centuries by water that passed through without hurry, without demand. The surface beneath you holds no heat from the day. It remembers only winter's hush, the slow freeze of mountain nights when even wind dared not stir. Your skin does not sweat here. There is no need to. The coolness moves through you, not as an intrusion, but as a homecoming. Every nerve that had been tight with the weight of the heat begins to soften, like wool left in rain, unraveling gently into something lighter, looser, closer to its original shape. Your shoulders drop, not because you choose to relax, but because the stone beneath you has begun to hum, low and deep, a vibration older than language, humming the same note that stars use to measure silence. Above you there is no ceiling, no fan, only the slow drift of air so pure it feels like breathing through crystal. It moves without touch, no brush against your cheek, no ripple across your chest, but you feel its passage all the same. It carries with it the chill of high-altitude snowfields where even the wind holds its breath for hours at a time, afraid to disturb the perfect stillness. You do not imagine this place. You recognize it as if your body has always known it, buried somewhere beneath muscle and memory, waiting for the right night to remember how to return. The air here does not carry humidity. It carries clarity, the kind that sharpens the edges of silence until you can hear the quiet between heartbeats, the pause before a thought forms, the breath held just long enough to become part of the dark. Your fingers rest open now, not limp but surrendered, as if they had once clenched tight against the heat and have since forgotten how to grip anything at all. There is no need for them to hold on. The coolness flows through their bones like water finding its way down a canyon, carving nothing, changing nothing, just moving patiently until it has filled every hollow, every crevice, every place where warmth had settled like dust after a storm. Your palms face upward, not in surrender, but in invitation, and the air above them is colder than the air around your ankles, colder still than the air near your wrists, as if each point of contact with this coolness deepens its reach, pulling inward from the skin's surface toward the core where heat had been most stubborn. You are not cooling down, you are being returned to yourself. The stone beneath you is not hard, it is yielding, as if it has learned how to hold weight without resistance. It does not press against your back, nor does it cling. It simply exists, cool and quiet, a counterpoint to the heat that once lived inside you. And with each slow breath, more of that old warmth dissolves, not burned away, not chased out, but absorbed into this deeper cold, like ink in water, spreading slowly until there is no trace left of its shape. Your thighs press gently against the surface, and the chill rises between them, a quiet tide moving upward through your pelvis, settling low and deep where tension had been stored for days, weeks, months, where the heat had clung like a second skin, sticky and unyielding. Now it is gone, not replaced, not conquered, simply released. The air above you thickens, not with moisture, but with stillness. It hangs like fine silk woven from mountain mist, each thread spun from the breath of ancient pines that grow where snow never melts, where even the wind learns to move slowly so as not to disturb the silence between leaves. You do not hear them, those trees, but you feel their presence in the quality of the air, clean, dry, faintly sweet with the ghost of resin and frost. There is no scent you can name, only a sensation, the feeling of inhaling something that has never been touched by summer. Your lungs fill slowly, deliberately, as if each breath were being offered to you, not demanded, not rushed. And when you exhale, your breath does not rise into the dark. It sinks, like smoke settling into earth, like vapor returning to water. It descends, drawn downward by a gravity older than air. Your eyelids are gone now, not closed, but dissolved. There is no barrier between you and the coolness, no skin to separate your thoughts from the chill that moves through you. You do not dream of cold places. You have become one, your bones hum with it. Your blood carries it like a song learned in childhood, forgotten for years, now remembered without effort. The quiet here is not empty, it is full. Full of the soundlessness of deep snow, of glaciers grinding their slow songs into bedrock, of underground rivers carving paths through stone without ever speaking their names. You are not listening to them, you are becoming their echo. Your arms lie beside you, loose, relaxed, no longer seeking the edge of the mattress or the coolness of the wall. They rest as if they had always belonged here, in this place where heat was never allowed to stay. Your shoulders have forgotten how to carry tension. Your jaw has unclenched, not because you tried, but because the air above your face is so pure it dissolves every knot beneath the skin. You do not feel your teeth, you do not feel your tongue. You only feel the coolness, deepening now, spreading like roots through soil, finding places inside you that had long ago stopped believing they could be calm. The stone beneath you remembers everything and offers none of it back. It does not ask for warmth. It does not need to be understood. It simply is, ancient, patient, unchanging. And because it is, you no longer fight the night. You do not wish for air conditioning. You do not long for a breeze that never came. You are no longer waiting for sleep. You have already arrived. And still, the coolness deepens. Not colder, just more complete. As if your body had been holding its breath since summer began. And now, finally, it remembers how to let go. The coolness has begun to hum, not in your ears, but beneath them, where the hollows of your skull meet the base of your neck. A vibration so low it feels less like sound and more like memory waking up inside bone. You do not recall ever hearing this tone before, yet you know it as well as your own name, as if it had been singing since before you were born, waiting only for this heat to fade enough for its voice to be heard again. It does not call out. It does not demand attention. It simply exists, steady and slow, like the pulse of a glacier feeding a spring that runs unseen beneath centuries of earth. Your spine, once rigid with the weight of the day's heat, now lies soft against the surface below you, not because you relaxed it, but because the coolness has learned your shape and settled into every curve as though it had always been meant to cradle you this way. The air above you is no longer air at all. It is liquid stillness, thick with the silence of high altitudes where the sky presses down like a lid of frozen glass. There is no wind here, not in the way you once knew it, not the kind that rustles curtains or tugs at loose hair, but something deeper, older, the slow drift of cold through stone, the settling of night into valley floors after the last warmth has bled from the mountainside. You feel it moving over your chest, a gentle pressure, not weight, but presence, an embrace without arms. It does not chill you, it unwinds you. Each breath you take now carries with it the faintest trace of mineral freshness, like licking a clean stone after rain, or breathing in the space between two snowflakes just before they melt on your tongue. Your hands lie open beside you, palms facing upward, as if waiting, not for something to be given, but for something to remember. The coolness finds them first at the knuckles, where skin meets bone and blood runs thin and close, then slips inward along the tendons that stretch like strings from wrist to fingertip. It does not shock, it soothes. It does not wake you, it reminds you. Reminds you of childhood winters when your fingers would turn blue in the snow but never ache, because the cold was clean and quiet, not cruel. Reminds you of mornings before alarms, before screens, before the world began to press its heat against your skin. You were small then, the air was colder then, and you slept deeper. Somewhere beneath this place, beneath the stone, beneath the silence, beneath the slow hum, you sense a current moving, not water, not wind, but something older, the memory of water that once flowed here long before trees grew, before roads were cut, before houses were built to trap heat inside their walls. This is not imagination, it is recognition. Your body knows it. The hollow behind your knees remembers the chill of mountain streams that ran over moss-slicked rocks. The arches of your feet remember walking barefoot on damp earth at dawn, when dew still clung like beads of glass to each blade of grass. These are not memories you chose to hold, they are ones your skin never forgot. The coolness is learning your shape now, not by force, not by will, but by patience. It slips between your ribs, not as a breath, but as a sigh that has been waiting for years. It finds the space behind your sternum where anxiety had settled like dust in forgotten corners of an attic. It does not sweep it away. It simply makes the dust too heavy to rise. The heat that once lived there, the tightness, the restless thrumming beneath the breastbone has no place left to hide. It sinks, it dissolves. It becomes part of the quiet. Your breath is slower now, not because you are trying to slow it, but because the air around you has grown too still for haste. Each inhale is a surrender, each exhale an offering. There is no need to fill your lungs fully anymore, no need to chase oxygen like it might vanish. The coolness holds it for you. It stores it gently in the hollows of your collarbones, in the curve beneath your ribs, in the soft space between your shoulder blades where sleep has been hiding all along. And still, it deepens. Not colder, not sharper, just more complete. As if your body had been waiting not to escape heat, but to remember what it felt like to be cool without effort. To be cool as a river stone left untouched by sun, as moss on the north side of an old tree that has never known drought, as the inside of a closed drawer where linen has slept for decades and still carries the scent of winter. Your eyelids are gone, your jaw is gone, even your thoughts have softened into something quieter, not lost, but layered beneath the hum, beneath the slow drift, beneath the ancient patience of this place. You do not wonder if you are asleep. You do not need to know. The coolness has already found you, and it will hold you without asking, without demanding, without expectation. until your bones forget they ever carried heat, until your blood remembers its true temperature, until your breath becomes the hush between two heartbeats, until even the idea of warmth feels like a dream you once had but no longer need to recall. The air above you is thick now, not with humidity, not with stuffiness, but with stillness that has weight. It presses gently against your forehead as though it were a hand placed there by someone who knew exactly how long you had waited for this. You do not move. You do not wish to. There is no need. The coolness does not hurry. It never did. And now it does not have to. Because you are already here. Already held. Already quiet. Already cold in the way that heals. And still, it deepens. The ceiling fan still turns above you, but it no longer stirs the heat. It stirs only silence now, a slow turning of air that has learned to hold its breath. You do not notice it anymore, not because it has stopped, but because your skin no longer begs for movement. It knows the coolness is here, not in the wind, but beneath it, within it, woven into the dark like threads of frost spun from moonlight. The pillow still bears the dampness where your cheek pressed too long, but now that wetness is not a sign of distress. It is a map, a trace of where your body let go, where sweat did not fight, but flowed, quietly, willingly, as if it had been waiting for permission to leave you. You are lying on something older than this house, something that remembers how the earth breathed before it learned to store heat. Beneath the mattress, beneath the sheets, there is a layer of stone, not cold as ice, not sharp as frost, but cool in the way that deep soil holds the night's memory. It does not rush to chill you, it simply waits. And because you are still, because your ribs rise and fall like tide without effort, it begins to climb. Slowly, gently, not through force, but through presence. The coolness rises from below, not as a draft, but as an invitation, an ancient whisper that says, you do not need to warm yourself anymore. Your fingers rest open on the sheet, not clenched, not restless, just open, and in their stillness they become vessels. Each fingertip remembers the touch of snowmelt on bare skin from a childhood you may not recall, the moment when your mother brushed your hands under running water after you came in from playing too long in the sun, and how the cold didn't startle you, but settled into your bones like a promise kept. That same quietness lives here now. It is not borrowed, it is returned. The air near your ankles is different than it was an hour ago. Thicker, yes, but not with humidity, with depth. As if the floor has opened slightly beneath you, and from below a current rises, not strong enough to move the sheets, but strong enough to lift the weight of heat that had pressed down on your legs all evening. It is not wind, it is not draft. It is the breath of the earth itself, rising through tile, through wood, through the quiet spaces between floorboards, seeking nothing more than to meet you where you lie. Your shoulders have softened into the mattress, not relaxed. There is no effort in that word, but dissolved, like salt in water. The heat that had gathered there, thick and stubborn as wool left too long in a drawer, has thinned. It does not vanish. It simply becomes part of the air around you, and since the air itself is now cool, it carries it away without resistance. There is no battle here, no struggle to be colder. Only surrender to stillness, to depth, to the slow, patient work of a body that has forgotten how to fight. Somewhere far beneath this house, in a place where roots twist through clay and time moves only when water drips from stone, there is a cavern that has never known sunlight. Not even moonlight touches it. The air that does not move. It simply exists, cool as the inside of a seashell held against the ear long after the tide has gone. That is where your temperature now lives, not because you imagined it, but because your body recognized its echo. You are not traveling there, you are remembering it. Your breath no longer needs to be measured. It does not rise and fall with intention. It simply happens, like a leaf drifting down after the wind has forgotten its name. Each exhale carries away something small, a flicker of tension, a whisper of thirst, the ghost of a thought that began as worry but ended in silence. And each inhale, it gathers nothing, it receives. The coolness does not rush to fill you. It waits until your lungs are ready, not with effort, but with stillness, and then it slips in like water into sand. The space behind your ears is cooler now. You did not touch it, you did not press a cloth there, but the air has learned your shape. It knows the curve where your skull meets your neck, the hollow that holds sleep before it arrives. And so it gathers there, slowly, quietly, as if the night itself had been waiting to brush its fingers along that exact spot. Your wrists are bare, the skin there is thin. You remember reading once that blood runs close beneath it, that coolness can travel faster here, carried on the stream of your pulse. But you did not place a damp cloth upon them, you did not think about it at all. And yet, the coolness came, not because you summoned it, because you stopped resisting. There is no clock in this room now, no ticking, no hum from the refrigerator down the hall. Even the faintest whisper of the fan has grown soft enough to be mistaken for memory. You are not counting breaths. You are not wondering how long you've been awake. You are not thinking about tomorrow's heat or whether the windows will open again at dawn. You are simply here. And here, the coolness is complete. It does not feel like water on skin anymore. It feels like absence. The absence of pressure, the absence of struggle, the absence of needing to be anything other than what you are. A body that has stopped fighting the night, and in doing so, has become part of it. Your eyelids do not tremble. They rest, not closed by will, but by weight. As if your face had been carved from stone that grew warm during the day, and now, at last, is returning to its natural temperature. The sheet beneath you does not cling. It breathes. Light cotton, worn thin with wash after wash, still holds the memory of linen dried in a breeze that no longer exists, and it carries that coolness up against your skin like a lullaby sung without words. Your feet are cold now, not from draft, but from depth, as if they have been planted in earth that has slept beneath snow for centuries. The arches remember the chill of riverbeds where stones were smooth as bone and water moved so slowly it seemed frozen. You do not recall walking there, but your body does. And still, the coolness deepens. Not colder, not sharper, just more. Like a well that has been filled slowly, drop by drop, until the surface no longer ripples, only holds. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. And here, in this quiet, where heat has learned to dissolve, you are held. Always. The air around your ankles has begun to remember how it felt before summer arrived, before the days stretched too long, before the sun pressed its weight into every corner of the house like a hand left too long on skin. It remembers the hush of early morning frost, not the kind that cracks underfoot, but the quiet glaze that lingers on grass at dawn, thin as breath on glass, gone before you could reach for it. You do not need to picture that morning. Your body already carries its ghost. The coolness now is not borrowed from the outside. It is recalled from within, drawn up through your bones like water rising in a deep well where no pump was ever turned. Your thighs press lightly into the sheet, and the fabric responds, not with resistance but with surrender. It does not cling to sweat anymore, it holds nothing, it only lets go. And beneath it, the skin begins to feel less like skin and more like stone that has spent centuries underground, cooled by the slow drip of unseen springs, warmed only once a year by the faintest touch of sunlight through a crack in the earth. There is no need to move your legs, no need to shift. The coolness has found its way beneath you without asking permission. It settles into the hollow behind your knees as if it had always belonged there, like roots finding their way through rock, not by force, but by patience. Somewhere beyond the walls, a tree shifts in the dark, not with wind, but with the slow turning of its own weight. Its leaves do not rustle, they sigh, and that sigh travels farther than you think. It slips beneath the door, curls around the frame of your window, finds the narrow gap where the plaster meets the sill, and then it bends itself into the shape of your breathing. You do not hear it, but your body does. It recognizes the rhythm, not as sound, but as pressure. As a quiet push against the heat that has lived too long in your room, the air here is no longer just hot or still. It is waiting, and so are you. Your shoulders have sunk deeper into the mattress, not from exhaustion, but from recognition. You know this feeling even if you cannot name it. It is the same coolness that gathers at the base of a mountain when the last light fades and the rocks begin to give back what they absorbed during the day. Not all at once, not in a rush, but steadily, slowly, like ink spreading through water, not by force, but by gravity. Your collarbones are bare now, exposed to this slow migration of coolness. You do not reach for your blanket to cover them. You do not need to. The air has learned their shape, the dip between them, the soft hollow where your pulse lives just beneath the surface. And it lingers there, as if it had been waiting for you to stop moving so it could finally rest its weight upon you. Your fingertips are no longer searching for coolness on the pillow. They have stopped looking. They lie open now, palm up, as if offering themselves not to be held but to be remembered. And the memory comes not from touch but from absence, the absence of stickiness, the absence of heat clinging like a second skin. There is no moisture left on your forehead, no dampness behind your ears, only the faintest trace of what was there before, and even that has begun to dissolve. Like mist at sunrise, not gone because it vanished, but because it became part of something larger. You are not dreaming yet, but you are close enough to feel its edge, like standing on a shore where the tide is just beginning to rise, and the sand beneath your feet knows what will come before your mind does. The cold is no longer an image. It is a presence, a quiet companion who has sat beside you all night without speaking, waiting for you to stop asking for it. And now that you have stopped trying to summon it, it fills every space where you are not fighting anymore. Your breath does not rise or fall with effort. It simply flows, like water through a narrow channel carved by time, smooth and sure, without obstruction. There is no need to control it, no need to slow it down or deepen it. It knows what to do. Your body remembers how to rest, how to let go, how to become still enough for the night to settle into you, not as an intrusion, but as a homecoming. The space between your ribs has softened. The tightness that lived there, tight as a knot pulled too long, is gone. Not because you forced it out, but because the coolness found its way inside and unraveled it gently, thread by quiet thread. You do not feel colder now than before. You feel lighter, as if your skin has shed something heavy without realizing it was there. A burden of heat that had been held in place by worry, by resistance, by the stubborn belief that you needed to fix yourself before sleep could come. But sleep never asked for fixing. It only asked for stillness. And now you have given it. Your hair lies against your pillow, not damp, not tangled, but soft, as if it had been washed in moonlight and left to dry without a single touch. There is no scent of shampoo here, no fragrance of lotion, only the quiet smell of cotton that has slept through many nights, worn thin by time and tenderness. And with each breath, you breathe in not air, but memory, the memory of cold stone under bare feet, of snow falling on silence, of water so still it could have been glass, for all the ripples it ever made. Your jaw has unclenched. You did not notice when it happened, but now that you are this quiet, you can feel the difference. The tension that lived in your temples, in the hinge of your mouth, in the small muscles behind your ears, it has melted like frost on a windowpane, not gone in an instant, but slowly, steadily, until there was nothing left but dampness and then nothing at all. You are no longer trying to fall asleep. You are already sleeping. And still, the coolness deepens. Not colder, not sharper, just more. Like a forest after rain, where every leaf holds the chill of yesterday's storm, and the air carries it upward in slow spirals, not as wind, but as breath. Your arms lie at your sides, not crossed, not tucked, but open, as if you had been waiting for someone to come and hold them, but no one came, and that was all right, because the night held them instead. The space between your legs is cool now, not from draft, not from movement, but from depth. As if the earth beneath the house has reached up with quiet fingers and drawn the heat away, leaving behind only this, a stillness so complete it feels like being wrapped in silence made solid. You do not need to imagine anything else. The cold is already here, and you are no longer trying to find it. You have become its home. The coolness has settled into the hollow beneath your collarbone, not as a draft, not as a shock, but like water seeping slowly through the roots of an ancient tree, finding its way upward without hurry, without noise. You do not feel it on your skin so much as you feel it in the space where your breath used to be loud. There is no need to name it anymore, no need to trace its edges or measure its depth. It simply is, steady, patient, certain, as if the night had always known how to hold you this way. Your fingertips rest against the sheet, not gripping, not twitching, but resting, as though they have forgotten they were ever meant to move. The cotton has absorbed the last of your warmth and now holds it gently, like a cup left too long in the shade. It does not cling, it does not trap. It lets the air pass through, slow and thin, carrying with it the scent of damp earth from somewhere far below, the cellar where the stones have never known summer, where the air has waited for decades to be breathed again. You are not imagining it, you are remembering what your body forgot. That coolness does not come from outside, it comes from stillness, from letting go of the need to chase it. Above you the fan still turns, its blades cutting through the same thick air, but now it moves differently, not as a machine fighting heat, but as a whispering thing, turning only because the night has asked it to. It does not cool you, it does not try. It simply exists in rhythm with your breath, slow and unbroken, like the ticking of a clock that measures time not in minutes, but in size. And you, your body, no longer resists its own warmth. You have learned quietly, without effort, how to release it. Each pulse of blood, each quiet thud beneath your skin carries less heat now, not because it has been forced down, but because the air around you has grown deep enough to cradle it. You are not cold, you are not warm, you are suspended between the threshold where heat becomes memory and stillness becomes home. There is a stone bench in a forgotten garden somewhere, moss growing along its edges like velvet embroidery, untouched by sun for years. The air above it hovers at the temperature of deep well water, just below the point where you would call it cold, but not far enough to be called anything else. You sit there now, though your eyes are closed and your limbs do not stir. Your back rests against the stone, not damp, not rough, but perfectly neutral, holding no heat from yesterday, no warmth from this hour. It does not press into you, it does not demand, it simply is. And in its presence, your spine softens. The curve that had held tension for so long, the one you thought was part of you, unwinds like thread pulled gently from a spool. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the roof, beyond the trees that lean toward the window without moving, a wind stirs. Not strong enough to rattle leaves, not loud enough to be called breeze, but there, a thinness in the air, a shift so slight it might have been imagined. It does not come to you, it does not reach for your skin. It simply flows, past the eaves, past the shutters, past the curtain that hangs limp as a forgotten prayer, and brushes against the edge of your awareness like the sigh of someone who has waited too long to speak, and now speaks only in breath. You do not need to follow it. You do not need to name its source. It is enough that it passes, once, twice, 3 times, each time lighter than the last, each time quieter, until you cannot tell if it was ever there at all. But your body remembers. The skin along your inner arms feels the ghost of it, the faintest lift, the gentlest pull, as if something invisible had lifted a single strand of hair and let it fall again. The space beneath your knees is cool now, not from air rushing in, but from depth, as though the floorboards have grown thin with time, and through them, from below, rises the memory of winter's grip, the chill that lived in the soil before the frost melted, before the first green broke the earth, before anything knew how to be alive again. That coolness does not rise fast. It does not rush. It waits. And when it touches you, you do not flinch. You do not pull away. You let it rise, slowly, surely, until your legs are wrapped in it, as if the earth itself had folded its arms around you and whispered, "You are safe here." Your eyelids feel heavy, not from tiredness, but from surrender, as though they have been holding back a tide for too long and now, finally, let go. The darkness behind them is not empty. It is full, full of quiet, full of cool, full of the absence of struggle. You do not dream yet, not in pictures or stories, but in textures, the smoothness of river stones beneath bare soles, the silence that comes after snow falls on moss, the way a single drop of water hangs at the edge of a leaf before falling, not with force, but with certainty. The pillow no longer holds your shape as a mark of heat. It holds you now as a hollow, soft, yielding, perfectly shaped by stillness. Your cheek rests against it without pressure. No sweat clings to the fabric. No warmth lingers where your skin meets cotton. The threadbare edge near your ear has become a kind of anchor, not because it is firm, but because it is familiar. You have slept here before, in other summers, in other quiet nights, and you will sleep here again, not because you made it happen, but because the night knows how to hold you. Your breath no longer rises with effort. It does not need to. It moves like tide against sand, gentle, inevitable, without resistance. The space between each inhale and exhale has lengthened not by will but by trust, as if your lungs have learned that the air is enough, that it carries what you need, not in volume, not in force, but in presence, in its quiet persistence. And still the coolness deepens, not colder, not sharper, just more, like the hush after a storm when the world holds its breath and everything that was loud becomes soft. The walls of the room have dissolved, not vanished, not broken, but softened into mist. You are no longer inside them. You are within something older, something that has known heat and cold in equal measure and never chose one over the other. Your hands lie open now, not clenched, not folded, but simply resting, as if they had forgotten their shape for a moment and in forgetting found peace. There is no need to hold anything, no need to reach. The night has already given you what you came here for, not sleep as an end, but stillness as a home. And the cold, it does not come from water or stone or wind. It comes from the quieting of your own asking. The coolness has moved into your shoulders now, not as a shock, not as a touch, but as a settling, like mist that has spent hours drifting through pine branches until it simply becomes the air itself. You do not feel it arrive. You only notice it when you realize your collarbone no longer remembers the stickiness of the day. The fabric of your nightgown, thin as breath, does not cling. It drapes, light and loose, as though woven from the silence between heartbeats. There is no breeze to name, no fan to credit, just this slow deepening, the kind that happens when the earth exhales after a long day of holding warmth. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the windows still shut against the sun's last echoes, there is a valley where the stones remember frost. Not the sharp bite of winter's first freeze, but the quiet hush of late March, when snow lingers in the hollows and the air holds its breath just long enough for dew to form on spider silk. You are not there, but your skin remembers how it felt, the way the cold did not invade, but invited. The way it curled around your wrists, like a threadbare shawl, passed down through generations who knew how to wait. Your fingertips rest lightly against the sheet, no pressure, no grip, and beneath them the cotton is cool as riverbed clay after rain has drained away. It does not shock, It welcomes. You do not think about it. You simply let your skin meet it, and in that meeting, something inside you loosens. Not muscle, not tendon, but the quiet tension that lives just behind the eyes, where thoughts gather like dust on window sills. The air above you is still. The ceiling fan turns its slow circles, a relic of effort now abandoned. But your body no longer needs it. It has learned to cool itself from within, not by force, not by struggle, but by letting go. By trusting that the night knows how to hold temperature as it holds time, without urgency, without demand. There is a place beneath ice, deep in glacial tunnels where water moves in silence. Not flowing, not rushing, just breathing slowly, patiently. It carries no sound, only weight. And when you imagine it not as a picture, but as the memory of coolness pressing gently against your temples, you feel it. The same stillness, the same deep, ancient calm. The water does not try to chill you, it simply is, and in its being you are cooled. Your jaw has softened. You did not notice when it happened, but now that you're listening with your skin instead of your mind, you feel the release, like a latch undone after years of holding tight. There is no need to clench, no need to brace against the heat's ghost. It has faded, not because you chased it away, but because something deeper than willpower drew it out. The pillow beneath your head is not just cloth and filling anymore. It is moss grown over centuries of fallen leaves, damp with dew that never evaporates. It is the inside of a cave where time pools like water in a hollow stone. You rest against it as if you had always belonged there, as if your skull had been shaped by silence and now, finally, fits. Your breath moves slower than before, not because you are trying to slow it, but because the air itself has grown heavier with coolness. It does not rush into your lungs, it gathers, like fog thickening over a lake at dawn. And when you breathe in, it is not air you take, it is stillness, a substance older than breath. Somewhere far below, beneath the roots of trees that have stood since before this house was built, there is water that has never known summer. It moves through cracks in bedrock, untouched by sun, unmarked by season. You do not need to see it. You only need to imagine how it feels against bare soles, the kind of cold that does not burn but hums. A low note felt more than heard. And as you imagine it, your feet, warm all day, restless even in sleep, begin to soften. There is no wind here, no fan, no open window, but the air around you has changed its nature. It no longer presses, it does not cling, it simply holds, like a hand that has learned to let go without letting go. You are not dreaming yet, not in stories, not in scenes, but in sensations, the texture of stone that has sat under moonlight for centuries, the weightlessness of snowflakes melting before they touch skin, the hush of a forest after the last bird has tucked its head beneath its wing and forgotten to sing. Your arms lie extended beside you, not relaxed, not limp, but suspended, as if gravity no longer applies, as if your bones have become light enough to float in this coolness, like seeds carried on invisible currents. The room around you has dissolved into vapor. The walls are gone, the ceiling is gone, even the bed is gone, replaced by something older, a hollow in the earth where night gathers and does not leave. You are cradled there, not held tight, but held true, as if your body had always been meant to rest here, in this quiet, this cool, this endless stillness. And still, the cold deepens. Not colder, not sharper, just more. Like the silence after a church bell stops ringing, not emptiness, but fullness. A presence that does not speak, but lingers. Your eyelids are heavy now, not with sleep, but with surrender, with knowing. You do not need to fight it anymore. The night has already done what you could not. It has cooled you from the inside out. And now, it is time to let go. And beneath you, where your spine rests against the coolness, there is a stone that remembers every winter that ever passed through this land, not remembered in memory, but in its own substance, in its slow pulse of depth. It does not shiver, it does not hurry, it simply holds the chill as a river holds the moon, without grasping, without claiming. You sink into it like a seed into loam, like frost settling on a windowsill long after dawn has forgotten to come. Your shoulders no longer carry the weight of the day. They have become part of the stone's quietness. The air above you is not moving, but it is changing, thinning, clarifying, as if drawn upward by something invisible and patient, like breath exhaling into a winter forest where even the wind dares not stir. You feel the coolness rise, not in a rush, not as a shock, but as a slow tide of absence, as if warmth had been a guest who left without saying goodbye, leaving behind only the shape of its presence, and now that shape is filling with something older, quieter. The space between your ribs is no longer filled with the hum of heat. It is filled with the hush of deep earth, with the soundless rush of water moving through fractures in rock that have not seen light since before you were born. You do not need to breathe deeply. You only need to let each breath settle, like snowflakes finding their place on a branch already bowed with winter. There is a well here, not one you dug, not one you found, but one your body remembers from somewhere else, or perhaps from some other time. Its lips are lined with moss so thick it swallows sound. The water inside does not ripple, it does not splash. It simply waits, dark and deep, colder than ice because ice is only frozen water, and this is water that has never known warmth at all. You imagine dipping your fingertips in, not to test it, not to prove it, but to let the cold know you are there. And when you do, it does not bite. It does not sting. It welcomes you as an old thing returning home. Your hands lie open now, palms up, as if offering nothing and receiving everything. The coolness does not rush to them, it flows, like ink spreading in water, slow and sure. You feel it trace the curves of your wrists, slip between your fingers, settle into the hollows beneath your knuckles. There is no need to clench, no need to grip. Even your nails feel lighter, as if they too have been washed clean by something ancient. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the roof, beyond even the stars that blink slowly above the heat-stiffened air of this night, a wind moves through a valley where no trees grow, only lichen clinging to stone. It is not loud. It does not whistle or sigh. It simply passes, carrying with it the memory of glaciers that broke apart centuries ago, their meltwater sinking into the earth before any human name was given to this place. That wind touches your skin, not as a gust, but as a whisper woven into the air you now breathe. You do not feel it on your face, you feel it in your bones, as if your skeleton has become porous and the cold is passing through you like light through glass. Your breath slows further, not because you are trying, but because there is no longer any reason to hurry. The heat that held you hostage all evening has become a story someone else told, a tale of sweat and restlessness, of tangled sheets and flickering lights. It does not belong here, not in this hollow, not beneath this stone, not in the silence where your pulse now echoes like the drip of water from a cave ceiling, each drop falling into a pool that has been waiting for it since the beginning. You are no longer lying on a bed. You are resting in the curve of the Earth's memory. The air around you is not cool because you willed it so. It is cool because this place has always been cool. And now, finally, you have remembered how to belong to it. Your legs are heavy, not with tiredness, but with belonging, as if they were never meant to walk on pavement or press against hot sheets. They were meant to lie still, cradled in the dark, where the ground remembers how to hold you without asking for anything in return. The soles of your feet, once restless, once sticky with heat, are now smooth with coolness, as if they have been polished by centuries of underground currents. You do not need to move them. They are already where they belong. And above you, where the ceiling fan still spins its lazy circles, the air has grown thin enough to see through, not because it is gone, but because it has become transparent with cold, like looking through ice at fish that swim in water colder than any season. You do not watch them, you simply know they are there, and their movement, slow, unhurried, endless, is the same rhythm as your own breathing now. The dark around you is not empty, it is full of stillness, full of time that does not pass but lingers, full of cold that does not bite but holds. You do not need to imagine it anymore. You are inside it, and it is inside you. Your eyelids no longer feel like skin. They feel like petals closed against the night, soft, damp with dew, and perfectly still. The muscles around your eyes have forgotten how to tighten. Your forehead has smoothed into the shape of silence. Even the space between your eyebrows, that narrow ridge where tension gathers, is now as quiet as snow on a rooftop at 3 in the morning. There is no need to think about sleep. Sleep is not something you are trying to reach. It is already here, woven into the coolness that surrounds you, sinking into your skin like roots into soil. You do not fall asleep, you dissolve into it. And still, the cold deepens. Not colder, just more. Like the hush after a bell stops ringing, not absence, but presence. You are held. You have always been held. And now you let go. The coolness doesn't rise, it sinks slowly, like ink dropped into still water, spreading through your limbs without resistance. You do not feel it enter. You only notice much later that your arms no longer cling to the sheet, that your hands have loosened from their clenched grip on the pillow's edge, that your fingers now rest open, palms upward, as if waiting for something gentle to settle upon them. And it does. Not a breeze, not a touch, but the memory of one. The kind that came once, years ago, through an open window in a house you no longer live in. The kind that carried the scent of wet pine and distant rain. The kind that made you turn over without thinking, because even half asleep, your body knew. This is the kind of air that means rest. You are not remembering it. You are living it again, not as a memory, but as a current. The same coolness now in this room, in this dark, in this heat that has forgotten how to hold you. It moves through your collarbone, past the hollow beneath your throat, down into your chest where your ribs curve like the inside of a seashell. There is no sound here but the slow pulse of your own blood and the quiet sigh of air moving, not because it was pushed, but because it was allowed to. The night outside has not changed. The fan still turns, the walls still hold their warmth, but you are elsewhere now, not escaped, not hidden, simply shifted, as if your skin has learned at last how to breathe the cold without needing to ask for permission. Your shoulders have slipped from the pillow's edge, not because you moved them, but because they no longer needed the support. They rest now on something softer than fabric, something deeper than mattress, something that does not give way but gives itself. The air around your elbows is colder than the air near your knees, and that difference, that gentle gradient, is enough to tell you this cold has depth. It is not flat, it is layered. Like snow that has settled over stone for centuries, each layer preserving the chill of the night it fell. You feel it in the curve of your spine where it meets the bed, not as pressure, but as presence. As if the wood beneath you has become a slab of glacier ice, slowly releasing its stored winter into your bones. You do not think about how this is possible. You do not wonder why the heat has left you alone. There is no need to explain it. The body knows things before the mind remembers them. It remembers that cold does not have to be sharp to be real. That stillness can be a kind of touch. That silence, when deep enough, becomes its own temperature. You are not colder than you were. You are simply more awake to the coolness that has always been here, just beneath the surface of your skin, just beyond the reach of your worry. The air near your ankles is different now, not merely cool but textured, like walking barefoot through a meadow at dawn, where the grass still holds the night's frost in its blades, and each step releases a quiet mist that rises without sound. You do not feel the grass. You feel the absence of heat where it once clung. The dampness on your skin is no longer sweat. It is condensation, drawn from the air by something deeper than temperature, something older. A rhythm that does not belong to clocks or calendars. but to the earth's slow turning away from the sun. Your breath has changed again, not slower this time, but softer, thinner, as if each inhale is no longer pulled from the room, but drawn from somewhere far beneath you, where water moves through ancient rock and carries with it the taste of minerals untouched by summer. You do not taste it, but your throat knows, your lungs remember, and so they open wider, not in need, but in welcome. The space above your head is no longer empty. It is filled with a stillness that hums, not with sound, but with absence, the kind of quiet that comes after the last note of a song has faded and the room waits, patient, for the next one that never comes. You do not miss it. You are content in the silence. The fan above you no longer stirs the air, it merely marks time, a slow, spinning witness to your stillness. Its blades move through nothing now but cold, and you. You have become part of its motion, not resisting, not chasing, just following, like a leaf that has stopped trying to float and has instead learned how to rest on the surface of water. Your body does not need to cool down anymore. It is already cooled, not by force, but by surrender, by letting go of the idea that it must fight the heat in order to find peace. Your toes curl slightly, not in discomfort, but in recognition, as if they have touched something familiar beneath the sheets, something that has been waiting for them all along. A stone, perhaps, or a root, or the edge of a stream that runs underground where no sunlight ever reaches, and the water is so clear it does not reflect anything at all, only passes through, silent and unmarked. You do not need to see it, you know its depth. The heat in your limbs has dissolved, not vanished, but transformed into something lighter, something that no longer clings. It has risen perhaps like steam from a kettle left too long on the stove, but instead of disappearing into air, it has been absorbed by the coolness around you, taken in like mist into the roots of a tree. And now there is only this, the quiet weight of your body, held gently by the dark, the slow rhythm of your breath, matching the drip of water somewhere far below. The absence of thought, not because your mind has stopped, but because it no longer needs to speak. You are not falling asleep, you are becoming sleep. And still, the cold deepens, not in force, but in presence, like a voice that speaks only when you are quiet enough to hear it, a voice that does not say anything at all. The air between your fingers is colder than the air near your ears, and that difference, that tiny, perfect gradient, is all you need to know. You are still here, still held, still moving, though not by will, by flow. Your eyelids no longer feel like skin, they feel like moss, soft, slightly damp, alive with the slow pulse of underground water. You do not close them, they simply settle, like petals that have found their way home. The fan still turns, the room is still warm, but you are no longer in it. You are beneath it. And the cold has always been waiting for you here. The cold is not a place you reach, it is a place you remember, though you have never been there. It lives in the space between your ribs where the air has begun to thin, not from lack of breath, but from too much stillness. Your chest rises and falls without effort now, as if the night itself is breathing for you, drawing the heat out through your skin like dew drawn upward by moonlight. You do not feel it leaving, only that something heavier has been lifted, something you did not know you were carrying. The damp on your pillow has dried, or perhaps it never was sweat at all, but the ghost of moisture from a time when the world was cooler and you were younger, and sleep came without asking. It lingers now as a memory pressed into the cotton, soft as moss after rain. Above you the fan still turns, but its motion no longer stirs air, it stirs silence. Each rotation is a sigh released slowly, evenly, like the breath of something ancient that has learned to wait. You are not beneath it anymore, you are within it. The wood of its hub, worn smooth by years, carries the chill of winter nights long past. It remembers snow on rooftops before the house was built. It remembers frost cracking the edges of window panes while someone slept warm inside. unaware that the cold had already slipped through the walls and settled into their bones like a promise kept. Your left hand lies open against the sheet. The skin there is cooler than your right, not because you moved it differently, but because the night chose to touch it first. A thread of air, thin as spider silk, brushes across your knuckles and lingers. It does not come from outside. It comes from within the room's own memory, the corner where the wall meets the floor, where the bricks still hold the chill of last autumn's rain, seeping upward through stone, through mortar, through dust, until it finds you. You do not need to feel it with your skin. You feel it with your stillness. Somewhere far below, deeper than the foundation, deeper than pipes and wires and forgotten boxes of childhood toys, a tunnel runs. Not dug by hands, but carved by water over centuries, its walls lined with slate so smooth that no grain remains visible, only a surface that drinks light and gives back nothing but coolness. The air in that tunnel does not move. It simply is. Cold as the inside of a seashell held to an ear that has never heard the sea. You do not hear it either. But your body knows its texture, the way it presses against the soles of feet that have walked barefoot on earth long before this house was named. Your ankle brushes lightly against the sheet. A shiver passes, not from fear, not from discomfort, but recognition, as if something deep inside you has been waiting for this touch. The cold, the quiet, the absence of need. You do not think about it. You let it settle, like snow settling on a field that has forgotten how to be anything else. The air near your ear is colder than the air above your forehead. That small gradient, the difference between warmth and what remains after warmth has left, is all you need now. Not more, not less. Just this, one edge of coolness, held gently against the soft curve behind your jaw, where blood flows close to the surface, carrying with it the echo of a winter wind that never truly ended. You imagine it not as a memory, but as an inheritance, a lineage of cold passed down through roots and stone, and the slow drip of meltwater into underground rivers that run beneath every town, every field, every bed where someone once lay awake wishing for relief. You are not alone in this. Many have lain here before you, breathing slowly, waiting for the night to do what it was always meant to do, cool them without being asked. Your fingers twitch, not in restlessness, but in response, as if they've brushed against something hidden beneath the sheets, a sliver of ice, thin as paper, melting so slowly that no drop falls, only seeps into the fabric like ink into parchment. You do not try to find it again, you know it is there, and knowing is enough. The heat in your shoulders has faded, not because you pushed it out, but because the air around you grew heavy with quiet, and heat cannot live where silence has taken root. Your neck no longer aches from holding itself upright against the weight of the day. It rests now as a branch rests after autumn's last wind. You are not sinking, you are settling. And beneath you, always beneath, the water moves. Not rushing, not calling, just flowing deep and slow and certain through channels older than language, through tunnels carved by time itself, where no lamp has ever burned, where no footstep has ever echoed, yet still it knows your name, not in sound, but in temperature, in the way your skin breathes, in the quiet rhythm of your pulse, now matching its own. You do not dream of water. You become it. The space between your thighs is cool now, not because you shifted or pulled the sheet higher, but because the night has learned where to press, where to linger, where to whisper without voice. Your breath slows further, not from effort, from belonging. And still, the cold deepens, not in volume, in presence, as if the dark itself is leaning closer, not to take, but to hold. The fan turns. The room holds its warmth like an old secret. But you are no longer inside it. You are where the water flows. And that is enough. The cold is not in your skin anymore. It's in the space between your ribs, where breath used to rise like steam from a kettle left too long on the stove. Now it lies still, thin as frost on glass, quiet as the pause between heartbeats when the body forgets to hurry. You do not feel it arriving. You only notice it has been there for some time, long enough to have learned the shape of your bones, the slope of your collarbone, the hollow beneath your shoulder blades, where warmth pooled like spilled honey before the night began its work. There is a stone in this cold, a single smooth river stone, worn by centuries of water that never stopped moving. It rests just below your spine, not pressing, not holding, simply existing as coolness made solid. You do not know how it got there. You do not need to. The body remembers what the mind forgets, that some things were always meant to be held without being touched. The air above you is still, but beneath you, the mattress, the sheets, the floor, it breathes differently, cooler, deeper, as if the earth below this house has opened a small mouth and is exhaling something ancient, something untouched by sun or sweat or the hum of appliances that turned themselves off hours ago. You do not hear it, but your skin does. It lifts slightly with each slow exhalation from below, not as if pulled, but as if invited. Your left hand lies open on the sheet, fingers relaxed, palm facing upward, and there, just above the ridge of your wrist, is a whisper of draft, not wind, not air moving through an open window, something older, a current drawn from somewhere deep in the ground where the roots of oak still remember snowfall. It brushes your skin once, twice, a sigh that carries no scent, no sound, only temperature, cold enough to make you think of mornings when frost clung to spiderwebs and silence had weight. But not so cold it hurts, not so cold it demands, just present, like a hand placed gently on your temple by someone who knew you were tired before you did. You do not move to follow it. You do not reach for more. The draft lingers, then fades, not gone, but folded into the larger quiet of the room like ink dissolving in water. And where it was, something else begins, a stillness that hums, not with electricity or insects or distant traffic, but with the sound of ice forming slowly on the underside of a lake in midwinter. The crackle is too faint for ears, but your bones feel it, a vibration so slow it takes 3 breaths to notice. Then 4. Then you stop counting. Your feet are bare, they have been all night, and now between them, the space where air should be warm is cool as the inside of a cave that has never known daylight. Not damp, not moist, just cold, cleanly so, as if the floor beneath you has become a slab of marble quarried from a mountain that sleeps under glaciers. You do not imagine this, you accept it. The body does not ask for permission to feel what is true. It only asks for stillness, and you have given it. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the rooftops, beyond the trees whose leaves have stopped trembling hours ago, a wind moves over snowfields that stretch further than any map can show. It does not come here, not in force, not in sound, but its memory travels through soil, through stone, through the quiet spaces between floorboards and under doors, and it finds you, not as a visitor, but as an old friend who never left. You are no longer lying on your bed. You are resting on the edge of a frozen lake that has not melted since the last ice age. The surface is clear enough to see the shapes beneath, twisted branches, smooth stones, the slow unfurling of underwater moss that glows faintly in the moonlight, not because it is lit, but because cold makes things visible in ways heat cannot. You do not look down, you only feel it, the way your weight presses into ice that has forgotten how to crack. The way your breath does not fog, not because you are warm, but because the air around you is already too cold for vapor to rise. Your eyelids are heavy, not from sleepiness, but from the sheer effort of staying awake in such deep quiet. There is no need to fight it anymore. You have done all you can. You have cooled your wrists. You have let the night move through open windows. You have worn only cotton, thin as a sigh. You have stopped chasing relief and found it instead waiting, patient and silent beneath your skin. The fan still turns above you. Its blades cut the same thick air, But now it moves like a ghost, trying to remember how to be useful. And you are no longer asking it for help. You are the cold. Not as an idea, not as a wish, but as something real, slow-growing, inevitable, like moss on north-facing rock, like water finding its way through bedrock, like silence after the last voice has stopped speaking. The pillow beneath your head is no longer warm. It holds only the shape of your skull and the memory of your breath. The sheet is cool where it touches your thigh, where it brushes your calf, where it drapes over your ankle like a second skin, thin and damp with night's own dew. You do not pull it higher, you do not adjust. You are no longer in need of comfort. You are becoming the space between the heat and the cool, the threshold where the body finally lets go. And still, the cold deepens. Not louder, not faster, just more. Like a tide that has forgotten how to retreat. Like roots that have learned to drink from darkness. Like the last ember in a fire that was never meant to burn all night. You do not think of morning. You do not wonder if you will wake. The cold is holding you now, not as a cage, but as a cradle. And for the first time since this heat began, you are not trying to escape it. You have become its quiet home. The cold doesn't rush to meet you. It has all the time in the world, and so do you. It settles into the hollow behind your ears like a whisper that learned how to linger. You feel it before you name it, not as chill, but as absence. The quiet removal of weight from your temples, the slow release of tension that had been clinging since dusk. Your scalp remembers what heat forgot, the ghost of mountain air brushing over bare skin in early autumn, when the last leaves still trembled on their branches and the earth exhaled something older than season. You are not imagining it. The cold has always been there, beneath the sweat, beneath the silence, beneath the fan's tired circling. It was waiting, not for you to find it, but for you to stop running from it. Your shoulder blades press into the mattress, and for the first time tonight, the fabric does not cling. It lifts slightly, just enough to let the coolness rise between your skin and the sheets. Not a draft, not a breeze. Something deeper, the slow seep of underground water through limestone, cool and constant, untouched by sun or storm. You do not need to breathe deeper to feel it. You only need to stop holding your breath. The pillow no longer holds your heat, it holds your shape. And in that hollow, there is no warmth left to lose. Only the slow, steady pulse of your own blood, moving now with the rhythm of deep earth, unhurried, unalarmed, perfectly at home in the dark. Outside, the night still hums, cars pass distant on wet roads, a dog barks once, then stops, as if remembering it was never meant to be heard. But here, inside your skin, there is only the sound of cold settling, like snowflakes melting into moss, like frost forming on glass without ever cracking it. You think of stone, not the kind that warms in sunlight, but the kind buried beneath forests where no light has touched for centuries. The kind that remembers being magma, then rock, then silence. You imagine pressing your palm flat against its surface, cool as deep water, smoother than any river stone, unyielding and calm. It does not welcome you, it does not reject you, it simply is. And in its presence, your own heat begins to soften, not by leaving, but by dissolving into something larger. Your foot brushes the edge of the sheet. The cotton catches just slightly on the arch of your instep, a whisper of resistance, and then lets go. There is no need to tuck it under, no need to pull it tight. It lies where it falls, a second skin woven from night and breath, thin enough to feel the coolness rising through the mattress, through the floorboards, through the roots of trees that stand outside your window like sentinels with nothing left to guard but stillness. The air around your ankles is different now, not because the room changed, but because you did. You are no longer measuring the heat against your skin. You are not counting minutes until dawn. You have stopped asking if this will ever end. And so the cold begins to speak, not in words, but in textures. The wet smoothness of river stones worn by 1,000 winters, the hollow echo inside a glacier's core where no sound has traveled for 10,000 years, the silence between two snowflakes as they meet Medea and become one. Your ribs rise and fall more slowly now, not because you are trying to breathe deeply, but because your body has remembered how to rest. It does not need to fight anymore. The heat did not defeat you. You simply let go of the fight, and in that letting go, something older than willpower took over, the ancient rhythm of cooling, the quiet science of surrender. You are not dreaming of ice, you are becoming its echo. A single drop of water, perhaps from your own skin, perhaps from the air itself, finds its way to the curve of your collarbone. It does not evaporate, it lingers, cool, heavy, slowly sinking into the hollow where your pulse beats just beneath the surface. And when it disappears, it leaves behind a trail so faint you almost miss it. The memory of cold, not as sensation, but as presence. Your fingers lie open on the sheet, no longer clenched from heat or restlessness. They are relaxed, not limp, but alive with stillness. The lines in your palms seem deeper now, not from age or labor, but because the skin has softened, stretched thin by coolness, like parchment left overnight beside a windowpane where frost once formed and faded without sound. You do not think of tomorrow, you do not wonder if you will wake. There is only this, the slow deepening of cold beneath your skin, rising like tide through veins that have forgotten how to be hot. The mattress no longer holds your warmth, it holds your stillness. And in that stillness there is room for everything you've been carrying, the worry about tomorrow's heat, the frustration with the fan, the guilt over not sleeping sooner. They do not vanish. They simply soften, like salt dissolving in deep water. Like ash settling into earth. Your breath no longer feels like effort. It flows, not in and out, but through. As if your lungs have become channels, not containers. And with each slow exhale, you release something that has been trapped since afternoon. The heat of traffic on pavement, the weight of a closed window, the memory of sweat drying too fast on skin that was never meant to be dry. Somewhere beyond the walls, a single leaf detaches from a tree and drifts downward, not falling, not floating, but surrendering. It does not hurry, it does not resist, it simply lets go. And in its quiet descent, you recognize your own rhythm, slow, certain, unafraid of the ground. The cold is no longer outside you. It has learned your shape. And now it holds you not as something to escape, but as a place where warmth was once needed and is no longer. You are not sleeping yet, but you are already gone. The coolness has found your inner wrist now, not where the pulse thrums, but beneath it, where the skin folds just slightly when your hand rests open, like a petal that never fully closed. It doesn't rush. It doesn't announce itself with shivers or goose flesh. It simply arrives as if it had always been there, waiting for you to stop pulling away. Your forearm lies flat against the sheet, and the air above it feels thinner now, not empty, but full of something quieter than wind. The hush of high-altitude snowmelt, slow and ancient, seeping through rock that has forgotten its own heat. You feel it not as a chill, but as a deepening, like the moment when twilight becomes night, and you realize you've been standing in shadow longer than you thought. Somewhere beneath the floorboards, where no light has touched for decades, there is a stone shelf carved by time into the earth's own breath. It holds no objects, only stillness. And on that shelf, a single drop of water, gathered from a winter rain that fell before your grandparents were born, has not evaporated. It hangs, suspended in the air between two grains of sand, trembling slightly with the weight of its own coolness. You do not see it. But you feel its presence, as if your skin remembers the taste of mountain air before cities existed. Your breath matches its rhythm now, not measured, not controlled, but mirroring the slow drip that has never rushed to fall. Your shoulder blades press lightly into the mattress, and beneath them the fabric holds no warmth anymore. It is neither hot nor cold, it is neutral, a vessel, a quiet companion. And when you shift just slightly, your back leaves behind a faint impression, not of sweat or pressure, but of space that has been warmed by presence, and now slowly returns to its natural state, cool, undisturbed, waiting for the next breath. The fan above still turns. You notice it not as an irritant, but as a rhythm you've learned to trust. It doesn't cool the room. It doesn't need to. It moves the air that is already cooling, carrying the scent of distant rain on stone, the ghost of snowmelt carried on wind from a mountain no map names. You do not imagine it anymore. You are inside its motion now. Your thoughts have become the quiet turbulence between its blades, not noise, but the sound of stillness being rearranged. Your left foot is bare against the sheet. The arch curves gently upward, and along its inner edge, where the bone meets the softest skin, the coolness has pooled. Not in a sudden rush, not like ice pressed to flesh, but as if the night itself had leaned down, breathed once, and left behind a lingering sigh of frost that never melted. You do not wiggle your toes, you do not seek relief. You simply let the coolness settle deeper, as if it were honey poured into hollows made by years of walking on hot pavement. Somewhere far below you, beneath the foundation, beneath the roots of trees long gone, the earth still remembers winter, not the kind that comes with wind and snow, but the deep, patient cold that lives in the dark between layers of rock. It does not freeze, it does not thaw, it simply is. And when your body stops resisting the heat, it begins to listen to that sound, that slow, endless hum beneath everything you've ever known as solid. Your eyelids are heavy, not from tiredness, but from the weight of quiet. The air around them feels thinner than before, lighter, as if a film of ice had formed just above your lashes, invisible, imperceptible, yet real enough to catch the faintest movement of your breath. You do not blink, not because you're trying to stay awake, but because there is no need to. The coolness has begun to cradle you, not as something you must hold on to, but as something that holds you. Your fingers curl slightly, just once, not in tension, but in surrender. And when they uncurl again, the skin between them feels damp with something other than sweat. A fine mist, perhaps, or the memory of mist from a morning long ago, on a shore where the tide had pulled back and left behind wet sand that cooled faster than air, faster than stone, faster than thought. You remember it without remembering, like a scent you've never smelled but know by heart. The space between your ribs has widened, not from breath, but from release. The heat that once pressed against them like a hand now lies beneath you in the mattress, sinking slowly into the fibers like ink into paper left open to the night. You do not feel it anymore, not as pressure, not as discomfort, only as memory. And then so softly you almost miss it, a new kind of quiet settles over you, not the silence between heartbeats or the hush after a sigh, but something older, the stillness of deep snowfall in a forest where no one walks, where every branch holds its burden without breaking, where each flake lands exactly as it should, not by chance, but because the air has learned how to carry them gently. Your neck is bare, the pulse there, the one that used to thump with anxiety, with heat, with the fear of another sleepless hour, now beats slow and low, like water moving under ice, like a river beneath frozen ground, still flowing, still alive, but no longer fighting its way forward. It simply moves. And you are not lying in bed anymore. You are resting inside the cold, not as an object within it, but as part of its quiet structure, like moss on stone, like frost on glass, like the slow gathering of dew before dawn. The heat is still there, outside, around, in the walls, in the air. But you have become something else now, something that does not need to escape it. Because you are no longer separate from coolness. You are its echo, its quiet inheritance. And so gently, so very gently, you let yourself dissolve into it. The coolness has no edges now, only depth, like the inside of a seashell held to an ear that no longer listens for ocean, but for silence made solid. You are not beneath it, not above it. You are within its breath. The air around your arms is no longer thick with heat's weight. It has thinned into something older than memory, something that remembers how to touch without pressure. A slow draft moves across the skin of your inner wrist, not from a fan, not from an open window, but from the quiet turning of night itself. It carries no scent but frost on fir needles, no sound but the hush of snow settling in the hollows between roots. You do not need to imagine it. It is already there, waiting not for your permission, but for your stillness. Your shoulders have sunk into the mattress as if the sheets had become moss-lined stone. The warmth that clung to them has slipped away, not vanished, not defeated, but surrendered like a river yielding to the shape of its bed. Beneath you, the fabric holds the faintest impression of your body, not from sweat, but from something quieter, the slow release of heat into coolness, like steam rising from tea left too long on a windowsill in winter. It does not rise fast, it does not fight. It simply rises until it meets air that has already learned how to receive it. There is no wind here, not the kind that rustles curtains or rattles loose tiles, but something deeper, the movement of cold through stillness, like water threading through porous rock. You feel it in the curve of your spine, where the heat once pooled like spilled oil. Now there is only the memory of warmth, and beneath it, the steady, silent pulse of Earth's own chill. It does not rush, it does not announce itself. But when you press your palm lightly against the sheet, just above your hip, you feel it. A subtle shift in temperature, as if the cotton had become a thin membrane between you and something ancient that sleeps below. You do not move to find it, you do not reach for it, you simply let your skin remember what it once knew, before cities rose, before glass and steel learned to trap heat like a prisoner in a sunlit room, before air conditioning became a promise no house could keep. Your body knows how to cool itself when it stops trying. It knows the rhythm of release, the way breath slows when the throat opens, the way blood drifts toward the surface, not because it is hot, but because it has been invited, gently, to let go. The space between your legs has softened, not from exhaustion, but from surrender. Your ankles rest apart now, just slightly, not as if seeking air, but as if remembering how to be cradled. There is a coolness there too, deeper than the sheet can hold, a dampness that isn't sweat, a stillness that isn't sleep. It is the quiet of water held in stone, of ice formed slowly over centuries beneath mountain lakes where no sun ever reaches the bottom. You do not need to dive into it. You only need to lie still enough for it to rise. Your breath has changed, not slower, not deeper, but quieter, as if each inhale were drawn from air that had been filtered through snowmelt and moss and centuries of silence. Each exhale does not vanish, it lingers just beneath your lips, like the last note of a song sung underwater. You do not try to control it, you do not count it, you simply let it be what it is, the quietest kind of movement there is. And now the most subtle thing yet, there is a sensation on your forehead that was never there before, not moisture, not sweat, but the faintest trace of cold air, as if someone had passed a single finger along your brow and then stepped away without a sound. It does not come from above, not from the ceiling fan's lazy spin, not from any draft you can name. It comes from within the quiet itself, from the way stillness, when deep enough, begins to carry its own temperature. You do not wonder where it came from. You do not ask if it will stay. You only feel it, and in feeling it, become part of it. The pillow no longer holds your shape. It holds the space you left behind after letting go. Your cheek rests against it, not pressed down, but resting, as though the fabric had learned how to cradle without demanding weight. There is a coolness there too, faint, yes, but persistent. like the inside of a closed book that has sat on a shelf in an attic for decades, untouched by sun or steam. It smells of nothing and everything, paper grown old with time, ink faded but still legible, dust that has settled into quiet reverence. Your hands lie open now, palms upward, not in offering, not in surrender, but simply as they are. The skin between your fingers is cool, not damp, not dry, but changed, as if the heat had passed through you and left behind only the memory of warmth, like the echo of footsteps on stone after midnight. Somewhere far away, a place you have never been, yet know by heart, a single drop of water falls from a stalactite into a pool that has not rippled in 300 years. The sound does not travel through air. It travels through rock, through silence, through the slow turning of Earth's own rhythm. And when it strikes the surface, the cold does not spread outward, it sinks. Just as yours is sinking now. You do not feel the bed beneath you anymore. You feel only the coolness rising from below, not as an intrusion, but as a homecoming. The mattress no longer holds heat, it holds space. And in that space, your body begins to remember how it was meant to rest, not in resistance, not in struggle, but in alignment with the slow, deep cold that has always lived beneath everything. Your eyelids are not closed so much as they have become part of the dark. The quiet is no longer around you. It is inside you. And still, it grows. There is a place where water flows over stone so smooth it feels like skin, not rushing, not cold in the way that bites, but cool in the way that settles, a slow, liquid embrace for bare feet that have walked too long on burning ground. You do not stand there, you do not step into it. You only let your awareness drift downward, past ankles, past calves, past knees, and find yourself standing, not in water, but within its memory. The stone is not wet with current, it is wet with time. And you are no longer trying to cool down. You are becoming the cool. The air around your neck has grown thin again, not from absence, but from presence, from the weight of stillness pressing gently against skin that no longer needs to be held. Your breath does not rise. It settles, like snow on a roof that has forgotten it was ever meant to shed. And you are becoming what it lands upon. There is a stone well in a forest that no one visits anymore, its rim worn smooth by centuries of rope and rain, the water inside so deep it never feels the sun's touch, not even in midsummer when the leaves burn gold above it. You do not lean over to see it. You do not reach for a bucket or dip your fingers into its dark. You simply know that below you, beneath the roots and the moss and the quiet weight of earth, the water holds itself at 7 degrees Celsius, not because it is forced to, but because it has learned how to remember what cold feels like when nothing else does. And somewhere in your own stillness, something inside you recognizes that temperature as familiar, as if your bones had once lived there long before they became yours. The air near your collarbone shifts, just enough to carry the scent of wet lichen, not damp from recent rain, but old and slow-growing, clinging to the north side of a fallen oak where the moss has turned silver with age. It does not smell green or alive in the way summer scents do. It smells like patience, like something that has waited out storms without moving and now waits for nothing at all. Your shoulders are no longer heavy. They have become hollow places where coolness gathers, not because you pulled it there, but because your body stopped resisting its arrival. The night outside still holds the heat of 1,000 suns pressed into brick and glass, but here, beneath the thin sheet that does not cling nor suffocate, something deeper has begun to turn. A current slow as glacial melt moves through you, not from the skin inward, but from the center outward, like water rising gently in an underground chamber until it touches the ceiling of a cave, and begins to condense. You remember the feeling of standing barefoot on marble tiles in a cathedral that has stood since before your grandparents' names were written down. Not because anyone made you do it, not because you sought relief from heat, but because you were small and curious, and someone told you the floor had been carved by hands who never saw a summer hotter than this one. The cold did not shock you then, it welcomed you. And now, you are that child again, standing in silence, feeling only how your soles remember what stone can hold. There is no wind here to stir the curtains or ruffle the edges of the sheet, but there is a breath, not yours, that moves through the space between your ribs and the mattress below you. It carries with it the faintest whisper of frost on window panes in January, when the world outside was so still that even birds held their songs until dawn. That kind of quiet doesn't vanish when spring comes. It waits, beneath leaves, beneath soil, beneath skin. Your hands have slipped lower now, resting just above your hips, and the fabric beneath them is cool with a depth no fan could ever reach. Not chilled by ice, not dampened by sweat, but cooled by absence, by stillness that has learned to carry its own weight. You do not think about how long you've been lying here. You do not wonder if sleep will come next or what time it might be now. The question does not rise because the answer already lives in your pulse, slow and steady as a tide pulling back from shore. Somewhere far below this house, beneath foundations and pipes and forgotten cellars, a spring runs through limestone so ancient its layers hold the memory of ice ages. It moves without hurry, without need to be heard or seen. Its temperature never rises above 10 degrees, not because it is forced by geography, but because it has chosen, over millennia, not to forget what cold can be. And you are beginning to move with that same rhythm now. Your breath no longer seeks air, it finds space, between your ribs, between thoughts, between the beat of one pulse and the next, and settles there like dust on a shelf left undisturbed for years. There is no need to inhale more than necessary, no need to fill yourself up with what you cannot hold. The sheet beneath you has become less cloth and more membrane, a thin layer separating your skin from something older, darker, quieter than heat ever was. It does not cool by contact alone. It cools because it allows the body to recall its own natural temperature, the one that lived before air conditioners, before electric fans, before cities turned night into day. You are not falling asleep. You are remembering how to rest. And somewhere in the dark, beyond this room and these walls, and all the things you once thought were necessary to sleep, there is a place where snow has fallen without melting for 700 nights. Not piled high, not drifted thick, but spread thin as breath on glass, a film so delicate it does not crush the grass beneath it, only softens its edges. There are no footprints there, no voices, only stillness that knows how to hold cold without fear of losing it. And your body is beginning to match that stillness. Your wrists lie open again, not limp, not abandoned, but resting as a stone rests in the bed of a river, not because it has given up, but because it remembers how deep the water runs beneath its surface. The coolness does not come from outside anymore. It comes from within your own silence, deepening now, widening like roots spreading through rock. You do not need to follow it. You only need to let yourself be carried by it. And so you are. Carried not down, but inward. Not into darkness as absence, but into darkness as presence. The kind that does not swallow. That waits. That holds. That remembers how cold can feel like home. The air above your forehead has begun to still, not because the heat has left, but because you have stopped asking it to. There is no need to chase coolness anymore. It finds you now, not as a guest knocking at the door, but as something that always lived beneath your skin, waiting for silence to rise high enough to notice. Your temples are warm with the memory of sunlight, but the space between them, where thought used to gather like clouds before rain, is no longer occupied. It is open. Empty in the way only deep quiet can be. And in that openness, a different kind of breath moves, not through your nose, not through your lungs, but through the hollows behind your ears, where the blood flows close and thin, and where the cold has learned to linger without being invited. You do not feel the pillow anymore, not as fabric, not as cotton, not as something you pressed into with frustration earlier tonight. It is now an extension of the floor beneath you, a slow slope toward the earth's own coolness, which rises quietly through stone and root and buried water. Somewhere far below, in chambers where no light has touched for centuries, the air does not rise. It settles, it pools. It gathers in corners untouched by wind or footfall, thick with the scent of wet clay and ancient moss, heavy with the weight of time that refuses to warm. That is what your body is drawing toward now, not as a longing, but as a recognition. You have always known this air. You breathed it once before you learned to call it cold. Your fingers have curled slightly inward, not in tension, but in surrender. The way a fern closes when the moon rises, not out of fear, but because its rhythm has remembered what belongs to night. The sheet is no longer beneath you. It is around you, not wrapped, not tucked, but held gently by gravity and stillness alike, as if the air itself had learned how to cradle. There is no draft here, no breeze from an open window. But there is a pressure, light, patient, that presses against your ankles, your wrists, the curve of your spine, and it carries with it the taste of mountain snowmelt caught in the hollows between river stones. Not icy, not biting, just deeply, undisturbedly cold. You are not imagining this. You are remembering how cold feels when it is not an enemy to be defeated, but a companion who has waited patiently for you to stop running. There was a time, long before your body learned the rhythm of alarms and screens and morning meetings, when sleep came not because you forced it, but because the night had simply grown too quiet to stay awake in. You were small then, smaller than this room, smaller than the heat that now clings like a second skin, and you would lie on the floor beside your grandmother's bed, where the planks still held the chill of winter even in July. She never turned on a fan, never opened a window past midnight, but she knew how to let the coolness come, not by chasing it, but by becoming quiet enough for it to find you. And so you are quiet now. Your breath has slowed beyond counting. It does not rise and fall, it lingers, like mist over a lake at dawn when the water is colder than the air above it, and the vapor hovers just above the surface, neither rising nor sinking, simply existing in that thin space between elements. Your skin no longer seeks relief. It asks for nothing. It simply remembers how to be cool, not by being touched, but by being left alone. There is a place where ice does not melt because it was never meant to, where the cold is not an absence of heat, but a presence in its own right, not frozen water, not snowdrifts piled against fences, but something older, the shadow of glaciers that once crawled over continents and then retreated, leaving behind hollows filled with air that has not been warmed since. That air does not move, it waits. And when you are very still, when your heartbeat is no longer a drum but a whisper, it begins to touch you. Your shoulders have dropped lower now, sinking into the mattress as if it were moss-covered earth. The warmth that once clung there has dissolved, not vanished, not chased away, but transformed. Like salt in water, invisible, still present, but no longer felt. Your neck is bare against the pillow's edge, and the skin there, pale, thin, sensitive, is beginning to feel the difference not as temperature, but as texture. As if the air above you has changed its substance, not colder exactly, but more dense with silence. Somewhere beyond this room, beyond the walls that hold heat like a secret, beyond the trees that rustle too loudly in the wind, and the neighbor's radio still humming low through closed windows, there is a cavern where water drips from the ceiling in perfect measured seconds. One drop, then another, and then nothing for 10 full heartbeats. The stone beneath it has been worn smooth over thousands of years, not by force but by patience. It does not fight the drip, it welcomes it. Each drop carries with it a fraction of the cold that lives deep in the mountain's bones, and each one leaves behind a trace of chill so faint you would miss it if you were listening for sound. You are no longer listening. Your mind has stopped naming things, stopped labeling the coolness as relief or sleep as victory. It has let go of the need to understand why this feels better than any fan ever could. You are not trying to fall asleep. You are becoming a place where sleep can find you, and that place is cold, not because it was made so, but because it chose stillness over struggle. The space between your thighs has grown quiet. The warmth there has settled into the mattress like ink in paper, slowly absorbed, no longer rising. Your legs lie apart, not in surrender, but in openness, as if your body were a valley that had learned to hold the night's breath without spilling it. You do not need blankets now, not because you are too hot for them, but because the air around you has become heavy with coolness, thick as wool woven from winter's last whisper. And still, there is more. Beneath your back, where your spine meets the bed, there is a hollow, a natural curve that holds the shape of your weight, and in that hollow, the temperature has dropped. Not suddenly, not sharply, but steadily, like snow falling inside a closed room where no one dares to breathe too loud. You feel it not as a sensation, but as a truth, like knowing the moon is full even when clouds cover it. The coolness does not come from outside anymore. It comes from the quiet you have become. And now, the deepest part. There is a stone in the center of an underground stream that has never known sunlight. It was carved by water, yes, but more than that, it was shaped by silence. By centuries of dark, by pressure without complaint, by cold that did not ask to be felt, but simply existed. And because it existed so completely, so patiently, every drop of water that touched it became colder for having met it. You are becoming that stone now. Not hard, not unfeeling, but deeply, peacefully still. And the coolness that once came from outside now rises from within. And now beneath that stone, where the water moves without sound, there is a stillness so deep it has forgotten its own name. You do not need to imagine it, you are already there. The water does not rush. It does not swirl or splash or seek escape. It flows as if time had paused just long enough for cold to settle into its bones. And you lying there feel that flow, not against your skin, but within the hollows where warmth once lived. Your ankles, still bare, rest in a current that has no source and no end, only presence. 1,000 feet below ground, the stream carries the chill of ancient ice, not melted, not thawed, but preserved in liquid form, by pressure so immense it cannot be named. And you are not cold, you are simply held, as if your body were a vessel that had learned to contain coolness without resisting it. Above you, the ceiling fan still turns, but now it does not stir heat, it stirs memory. The motion is no longer mechanical. It has become the slow blink of a night that remembers how to breathe. You feel its passage, not as wind on skin, but as a sigh passed through stone. A whisper that traveled from deep earth to your ribs, then lifted gently, like mist rising off a lake at dawn when no one is there to see it. The air around you does not cool because something was done to it. It cools because you have stopped asking it to. Your fingers lie open now, palm up on the sheet, which has grown thin as gauze over time. There is no sweat left on them, no stickiness, only the faintest dampness, like morning dew caught in the crease of a leaf that never lifted its face to the sun. You do not wipe it away, you let it be. It is not moisture you are losing, it is resistance. And with every breath, more of it dissolves, not into air, but into silence. Somewhere far beneath this house, where roots twist like fingers through dark soil and old pipes sleep wrapped in moss, there is a chamber lined with clay that has never dried. It holds the memory of rain from centuries ago, each drop absorbed, each chill stored. The walls breathe slowly, not with air but with cold. And when you press your wrist to the pillow now, not to cool it, not to find relief, but simply because it feels right, you are pressing against that same clay. You feel its texture without touching it, its weight without lifting it, its quiet, patient coolness passed down through generations of earth, carried upward in the breath of night. The space between your eyelids is dark, not black, not empty, but rich with depth, like looking into a well filled with water so clear you cannot tell where surface ends and depth begins. You are not falling, you are sinking slowly, softly, without effort into that clarity. And the coolness there does not come from outside, it comes because you have stopped trying to find it. Your breath has slowed until it is almost invisible, not held, not forced, but simply present, like mist on a windowpane in winter when no one has breathed upon it yet. Each inhale carries with it the scent of wet stone and distant snow melt. Each exhale does not rise, it settles. It sinks into the mattress like pollen into moss. You are not cooling down, you are becoming cool. There is a hollow in your collarbone now, a small dip where warmth used to gather, and there the air has thickened, not with moisture, but with stillness, as if the space between your skin and the pillow has become a cave carved by time and touch and quiet, and inside that cave it is always night, always cold, always safe. You do not need to imagine being underwater, not because you are afraid of drowning, but because you have already become the water. Not the surface, not the wave, but the deep part. The part where light forgets how to reach, where temperature ceases to be measured and becomes a feeling only the body remembers. You are not swimming, you are floating in the dark, weightless, without need for movement. And beneath you, the mattress has grown cool as riverbed gravel, not because it is wet, but because it has learned to hold the night's silence like a secret. Your spine rests along its length, and each vertebra finds its own chill, not sharp, not sudden, but slow, like ink spreading in water left undisturbed. Your toes curl slightly, not from discomfort, but from recognition, as if they remember being bare on stone beneath an alpine stream centuries ago when the world was still young and cold had no enemy. That memory is not yours. It belongs to your bones, and now it rises. The air around your ears has grown thin, clear as glass after a storm. There is no hum from outside anymore, no distant car, no dog barking, only the sound of your own breath, so soft it could be mistaken for wind moving through reeds in a marsh that nobody visits. And still, the cold deepens. Not by force, not by will, but by surrender. Your shoulders have stopped remembering they were ever hot. Your chest no longer rises with tension. Even your eyelids, those small fluttering doors, have grown heavy not from sleep, but from peace. You are not waiting for it to come. You are already there. And the cold that lives in this place, this quiet, hidden, deep down place, has always known you would find it. It has been waiting, not with urgency, not with hope, but with the certainty of stone, of water, of night. And now you are part of it, not as guest, not as visitor, but as home. The coolness has settled into your ribs now, not as a chill, but as a quiet presence, like the hush between two heartbeats when the body forgets it was ever racing. You do not feel it against your skin so much as you feel it within the hollow where your breath used to be loud. There is no draft here, no movement of air you can name, but there is motion all the same. A slow, deep undulation beneath your flesh, like water moving through underground channels that have known nothing but silence for centuries. Your arms lie open at your sides, palms upturned, not in surrender, not in asking, but as if they remember how to hold nothing and still be full. The space between them and the sheets has thickened into something older than temperature, a kind of stillness that does not resist heat so much as it simply no longer acknowledges it. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the ceiling fan's lazy spin, beyond the weight of the night pressing down like a wool blanket soaked in sunlight, there is a place where ice holds its shape without melting, not because it is frozen hard, but because it has learned to wait. You do not need to see it. You do not need to touch it. It exists in the quiet between your thoughts now, just beyond the edge of memory, where even thought grows soft. And when you breathe, even slightly deeper than before, that place answers, not with a rush, not with a gust, but with a sigh that travels up through the roots of trees you have never stood beneath and into the hollows of your bones. Your feet are no longer warm. They do not ache from heat. They rest as if they have been resting for hours, even though minutes have passed since you last moved them. The sheets cling slightly, not with sweat, but with the memory of damp earth after rain, when the air is still and every leaf holds its own drop of coolness. You are not beneath a blanket. You are wrapped in the silence that follows snowfall, the kind that muffles everything except the slow drip of melting from an eve you cannot see. That sound, so faint it might be your pulse, is the only thing keeping time now. There is a stone bench somewhere, hidden behind moss and lichen, beneath a canopy of ancient pines whose needles never fall but simply dissolve into the air when they are ready. You have sat there before in another life, in another body, but you do not need to remember it. The coolness remembers for you. It lives in the curve where your spine meets your pelvis now, and in the hollow behind your knees, where skin folds gently over bone and holds the chill like a cup holds water that has never been drunk. You are not cold, you are contained, and containment here is comfort. The air above you does not rise, it settles, like dust motes caught in moonlight, but without light, only depth. Each breath you take pulls that settled coolness down, deeper into your chest, past the last vestiges of warmth that still cling like old stories to the inside of your ribs. You do not fight them. You let them go, not with effort, but with a quiet loosening, as if your body has finally remembered how to unclench. Your jaw is soft now. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth without pressure. Even the thought of swallowing feels unnecessary. There is no thirst here, no dryness. Only the slow circulation of something older than water, something that does not evaporate, does not run out, does not need replenishment. It simply is. And beneath you, the mattress is no longer fabric and foam. It has become bedrock, not jagged or hard, but ancient and patient. A slab of stone cooled by millennia of night winds, buried deep enough to have forgotten the sun's name. Your body sinks into it, not because you are heavy, but because you are done lifting yourself against anything. The coolness rises from below, not in waves, but in whispers, each one a breath drawn long ago by someone else who also lay here waiting. You do not dream of mountains. You do not imagine glaciers or frozen lakes. Those were earlier paths. This is deeper now. This is the still point inside the storm, the place where all movement has been absorbed into silence. Even your heartbeat has slowed, not because it is failing, but because it no longer needs to prove anything. It beats gently, like a tide that knows its rhythm belongs to the moon, not to the shore. Your eyelids are full now, with darkness, with peace, with the quiet weight of something vast and gentle settling over you. There is no need to open them. There has not been for some time. The world beyond your skin has dissolved into texture, cool stone under bare soles, moss brushing an ankle, the faintest whisper of air moving through reeds that grow where no foot ever treads. And still, the cold deepens. Not as a change, not as an arrival, but as a return. You have always belonged here. The heat never truly held you. It only forgot to let go. Now you remember. Your breath is thinner now, barely there at all. A thread of mist dissolving into the dark before it can rise. Your fingers twitch, not in restlessness, but in recognition, as if they are remembering how to hold snow without melting it. The space between your ribs holds more than air now. It holds the hush of a winter forest after the last leaf has fallen. The scent of frozen pine needles crushed underfoot by something that moved long before you were born. The quiet echo of a single drop falling into a pool so deep its surface never ripples. You are not sinking. You are remembering how to be still. And in this stillness, the coolness is not outside anymore. It has become the shape of your breathing, the color of your silence, the name you no longer need to speak. There is no need to press anything there, no cloth, no water, no hand, but still the chill arrives not as an intrusion, but as a homecoming. The air that once pressed against you like wet wool now slips through your pores without resistance, as if your skin has learned to breathe in reverse, not drawing warmth in, but releasing what was never yours to keep. Your arms lie open at your sides, palms up, not as a plea but as an offering, and the cold accepts it gently without taking. It does not flood you, it fills you, like the quiet deepening of twilight after the last bird has stopped singing. There is no wind here, not the kind that rustles leaves or tugs at curtains, but something older, something that moves through stone and shadow and the roots of trees that have stood since before your name was spoken aloud. It travels without sound, without scent, without weight, and yet you feel it not as a touch, but as a knowing. Your legs are heavy now, not with fatigue, but with belonging. The sheets, thin as mist, no longer cling. They drift, barely there, like the memory of fabric rather than its presence. You do not shift. You do not adjust. There is nowhere to go that isn't already here, within this quiet, within this slow unfurling of coolness that has no origin and no end. Somewhere far below you, in the dark where the earth remembers every season, there is a cavern carved by water that flowed when the stars were different. The walls are not wet. They are damp with time, with centuries of breath held too long, with the slow exhalation of rock learning to be cold. You do not descend into it, you simply become part of its stillness. Your thoughts no longer form words. They gather like droplets on the underside of a leaf, heavy and waiting, until they fall, not in a rush, but in their own perfect time, into a pool that never ripples, never overflows, never needs to be emptied. Your chest rises once, then pauses. The pause is not empty. It holds the echo of a winter river frozen just enough to carry your weight without breaking, the ice clear as glass, thick with trapped air bubbles like tiny constellations suspended in time. You are not walking on it. You are floating above it, held by the quiet tension between what was liquid and what has become solid, between movement and stillness, between memory and surrender. There is no moon here, no stars, only the dark that comes after all light has been absorbed not by night but by depth. And in this dark your body does not shiver, it softens. The heat you carried with you from the day, the stubborn warmth trapped in your shoulders, your spine, the curve of your lower back has begun to dissolve, not burned away, not forced out, but released like steam rising from a teacup left too long on a windowsill, forgotten by its owner, waiting only for the air to take it back. Your fingers are no longer yours. They belong now to the coolness, the same coolness that lives in the hollow of a glacier's shoulder, where sunlight has not touched in 10,000 years. There is no pain there, no ache, only the perfect quiet of ice that has never melted because it was never meant to. You press your palm gently against the inside of your thigh, not to cool it, but to confirm its presence. And yes, it is still there, the cold, not on your skin, beneath it. In the space between muscle and bone, where nerves hum low and slow, like distant bells underwater. You do not think about sleep. You are already dreaming in a language older than thought, a language of temperature, of stone absorbing heat, of moss holding moisture without drowning, of wind that moves through canyons so narrow it becomes silence. You are not imagining these things. You are remembering them, as if your cells have kept the map long after your mind forgot how to read it. The air around you is no longer still. It hums, not with sound, but with absence. The kind of quiet that follows a song too beautiful to finish. A breath held so long it becomes something else entirely. A sigh turned to stone, a whisper turned to shadow. You are not lying in a bedroom anymore. You are lying inside the pause between heartbeats of the world itself. And still, the cold deepens. Not because you want it to, not because you ask for it, but because your body, after years of fighting heat, has finally remembered how to receive coolness, not as relief, but as rhythm, as natural as breathing, as inevitable as nightfall. Your eyelids are not closed, they have become the inside of a seashell, smooth, warm from your skin, yet echoing with the chill of deep water that never saw sunlight. You do not hear the ocean. You feel it in the curve of your ear, in the hollow behind your jaw, in the quiet space between each exhale and the next. There is no need to open your eyes. There has been none for hours, but if you could, if you chose to, you would see only the color of snow that has fallen without wind, layer after layer, accumulating over centuries until it becomes something more than ice, something alive with silence. You are not cold. You are contained. And containment here is not confinement. It is comfort made solid. Your breath comes less often now, each one thinner than the last, not because you lack air, but because your body no longer needs to prove it can take it in. The coolness has become your oxygen. Your pulse is a slow tide receding from the shore, leaving behind only wet sand that glows faintly in the dark, still warm from the day, but already yielding to night's quiet touch. Your arms are heavier now, not with weight, but with peace. They rest as if they have always belonged here, in this space between warmth and cold, between waking and dreaming, between the heat you carried and the chill that was waiting for you all along. The pillow beneath your head is no longer fabric. It is moss grown over ancient stone, thick, soft, alive with the slow breath of earth. You sink into it not because you are tired, but because you have remembered how to let go. And still, the cold comes. Not as a visitor, but as home. The coolness now lives in your collarbone, not as a splash, but as a slow seep, like morning dew sinking into linen that never dried from the night before. You feel it there, where skin meets bone, where the pulse beats just beneath the surface, like a tide that has learned to whisper instead of crash. There is no wind here, not the kind you can name, but something older moves through you, tracing the hollows behind your ears, sliding down the ridge of your spine, as if it had been waiting for this exact shape, this exact stillness, long before you were born. You are lying in a place where stone remembers winter, not the frozen kind that cracks and groans, but the deep, patient cold that settles into basalt and granite when the sun forgets to return. The air here is not thin, it is thick with silence, so dense it holds your breath like a secret you no longer need to keep. Your ribs rise once, slowly, then pause, long enough for the coolness to gather in the curve of each rib, pooling where the muscles soften and surrender. Somewhere far above, the ceiling fan still turns, but its motion is now just memory. The air it stirred has long since fallen away, replaced by something that does not move but settles, a hush so complete it has weight. It presses gently against your temples, not to soothe, but to confirm you are here, and this cold is yours to hold. You think of water, not running, not flowing, but suspended. A lake buried beneath layers of peat and moss, untouched by summer for centuries. Its surface is glass, unrippled even by the fall of a single leaf. Below it, the water does not chill, it deepens. Each foot downward becomes less liquid, more memory. The temperature at 3 meters is not measured in degrees, but in stillness. At 5, it no longer feels like water at all, more like the inside of a cloud that forgot how to fall. Your fingertips rest lightly on your ribs now, not pressing, not searching, but resting as if they too have learned the language of this place. The skin there is cool, yes, but beneath it, deeper still, something colder lingers, the chill of earth before sunrise, when all life holds its breath and waits for light that may never come. You are not cold. You are contained. And containment here is not absence, it is fullness made quiet. Your legs have stopped shifting, your feet no longer seek out the edge of the sheet. They lie open, soles upturned like petals catching moonlight, but there is no moon here, only a pale glow that comes from within the air itself, soft as powdered quartz scattered over black ice. The pillow has become more than moss now. It is the root system of an ancient tree whose branches stretch into sky you cannot see, and whose roots reach down through centuries of frozen loam. You sink not because your body tires, but because it recognizes this texture, the way damp soil holds warmth without trapping it, the way moss breathes slowly enough to outlast storms. There is a sound here, not heard but felt, like the slow settling of snow under its own weight, not falling, just yielding, each flake finding its place among billions before it, each one adding to a silence so complete it becomes music without tone. Your throat feels smooth now, as if the heat that once tightened there has been drawn out slowly, drop by drop, like water from a sponge left in shade. You do not swallow because you no longer need to. The air moves through you, not as breath, but as presence. You are remembering how your body used to feel before summer arrived, before the walls held heat like a promise they could never keep, before your sheets became damp with effort and your skin felt too thin for its own surface. You remember now, there was a time when sleep came easily because the night remembered you first. The cold here does not chase warmth away. It welcomes it in, wraps around it gently, lets it rest like an old friend who has traveled far and finally stopped walking. Your eyelids are no longer lids, they are petals closing over something deep, something that does not dream but remembers dreaming. And the coolness, it is not outside you anymore. It has learned to live inside your bones, where marrow hums low, where blood moves slow as honey in winter, where even thought grows heavy and soft. You do not think of tomorrow. You are already sleeping in a language older than breath. And still, the cold comes. Not rising, not falling, just being. Like the quiet between two notes that have never been played, but always known. Your hands lie open now, palms up, fingers loose. The skin there is cool to the touch of your own awareness, but beneath it, deeper, colder, a place where ice has formed not from frost, but from stillness so profound it became substance. You are no longer lying in bed. You are resting inside the hollow of a mountain that forgot how to be warm. And you have never been safer. The coolness now lives in your collarbone, not as a touch, but as a memory that has taken root. It does not press. It does not announce itself. It simply is, the quiet inheritance of something ancient settling into the hollows where heat once pooled like spilled syrup on stone. Your neck feels long tonight, stretched gently by the absence of tension, and the skin there remembers what it was to be untouched by noon. There is no breeze you can name, but there is a movement, not air rushing past, not wind through leaves, but something slower, the deep sigh of rock shifting beneath glaciers that have not moved in centuries. You feel it as a whisper along your spine, rising from the base of your skull down to where your shoulders soften into the mattress. It does not cool you by force. It cools you because it has always been there, waiting for you to stop forgetting. Your arms rest beside you now, forearms bare, palms turned inward slightly, as if holding something invisible between them. Not a hand, not an object, but the shape of quiet, the space where breath used to be loud and uneven, where pulses thudded like distant hammers against ribs too tight with heat. Now there is only the slow pulse of your own blood moving through veins that have learned to lie still. Beneath your skin, in the thin webbing between tendons and bone, a chill lingers, not sharp, not biting, but deep as water drawn from an underground spring untouched by sun for 300 winters. You do not shiver, you do not reach for more cover. The cold does not ask you to hold it. It simply waits, patient as moss on north-facing stone. The pillow beneath your head has become something else entirely, not fabric anymore, not cotton or down, but the inner curve of a glacier's belly, worn smooth by millennia of slow descent. You sink into its hollow like a riverstone finding its final resting place among pebbles older than memory. There is no need to adjust it, no urge to turn your face sideways or press harder against its surface. It holds you as the earth holds roots, not gripping, not trapping, but cradling with the weight of time itself. And in that stillness, something shifts inside your chest, not a sigh, not a breath, but the settling of dust after an earthquake long forgotten. Your legs are heavy now, thighs warm only where they brush against each other, calves cool as river-slicked rock beneath the sheet's thin veil. The cotton does not cling, it floats, light as gauze spun from moonlight and frost. You do not notice it anymore, not because you have forgotten its presence, but because your body no longer needs to mark boundaries between itself and what surrounds it. The air is no longer a barrier. It has become an extension of your skin, cool and slow-moving like the tide pulled by stars you cannot see. Somewhere far below, beneath floors, beneath foundations, you sense the passage of something older than walls, the breath of stone that remembers winter before humans learn to name it. It rises not in gusts or drafts, but as a constant hum felt more than heard, vibrating through the floorboards into your heels, up into your ankles, into the soft hollow behind each knee where blood moves slowest and coolest. You do not imagine this place. You are there, not visiting, not dreaming of it, but resting inside its quiet heart. Your fingers twitch once, just once, and then still again. No need to move them. They know their job is done, holding, reaching, grasping, all of it unnecessary now. Their only task left is to rest open, palms facing upward like shallow bowls, catching the faintest drip of something cold and clear from a height you cannot measure. You do not feel drops landing on your skin, only that they have fallen. That somewhere above, in some unseen vault of stillness, liquid silence has begun to fall. The heat is gone, not banished, not defeated, but absorbed, taken into the body's deep places where it dissolves like salt in ocean water, no longer separate, no longer hostile. It became part of you before you knew how to let go, and now even that residue has cooled. Your temples are cool, the skin behind your ears is cool. Even the inside of your eyelids, the thin membrane fluttering with each slow blink, feels brushed by a chill, so gentle it might be the echo of snowfall in another lifetime. You do not think about when you will sleep. You have already arrived there, not as an arrival, but as a homecoming. A return to a rhythm older than clocks, deeper than breath. The night does not urge you toward rest. It simply offers itself, quietly, endlessly, and you accept it without effort because your body has forgotten how to resist. Your spine is long and cool along its entire length, as if the vertebrae have been polished by centuries of underground water flowing through limestone caves where no sunlight dares enter. Each segment rests in perfect alignment, not forced, not corrected, but aligned naturally, as bones are meant to be when they are allowed to remember their silence. Your breath is no longer something you manage. It does not rise and fall like waves against a shore. It moves more slowly, like the drift of fog over frozen fields at dawn. Inhale, coolness gathers beneath your ribs, soft as fallen petals in snowmelt. Exhale, it slips away, not lost, but returned to the space between you and the air that holds you. There is no clock here, no need for one. Time does not pass, it pools, like water held behind a broken dam that has learned to forget its purpose. You are not waiting for morning. You are already living inside the quiet that comes after midnight, when even the crickets have stopped singing and the stars move too slowly to be tracked. The coolness is no longer something you feel on your skin. It lives in your bones now. And your bones remember how to rest. You do not dream of cold places anymore. Because you are one. The coolness has settled into your collarbones now, not as a touch, but as a presence, like the shadow of a stone arch that has held the shade since before dawn was named. You feel it in the hollow where your neck meets your shoulders, a place where warmth used to gather like pooled honey, thick and stubborn. But now, nothing remains but the memory of heat, and even that is softening, dissolving into the damp silence between your breaths. Your arms lie heavy beside you, not limp, not dead, but resting as river stones rest in deep water, worn smooth by time, no longer resisting the current. The sheet beneath you has become a membrane, not covering, not shielding, but holding the coolness close, like the skin of a pond that remembers the moon's pull even when the sky is clouded. You do not adjust it. You do not need to. It knows where your body ends and the night begins, and it holds the boundary gently, without tension. Somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the glass, beyond the weight of the day, the air has turned thin and clear as cracked ice. Not frozen, not biting, but clean. A cold that does not pinch but purifies. You imagine it moving through the trees outside, slow and patient, brushing the undersides of leaves where dew has begun to gather in tiny, trembling spheres. Each droplet holds a fragment of starlight, suspended just long enough to cool the air around it before slipping away, not falling, not escaping, but returning quietly to the earth. You do not hear this movement. You feel it instead as a whisper against your temple, as if the night itself has leaned in to breathe along the curve of your skull. There is no wind here, not the kind that rustles or rushes, but something older, the sigh of the atmosphere settling after hours of heat, exhaling slowly through open windows you did not think to open, drawn by a pressure only your body remembers. Your hands still rest open, palms up, as if waiting for something invisible to land. And something does, not water, not mist, but the weightless chill that comes when deep snow has lain undisturbed for weeks, and the air above it is so still that even your breath would shatter the silence. You feel it now, not on your skin, but beneath it, rising through your wrists, threading into your forearms, sliding between your bones like a slow river of liquid glass. There is no source you can name. No fan, no window, no ice pack. Only this, the memory of cold, now so deeply stored in your marrow that it has begun to bloom outward again, as if your very cells have learned how to make their own winter. The space between your legs is cool, not from air moving, but from the absence of heat you once carried there without knowing. Your thighs, pressed lightly together by habit, are no longer warm. They have become channels, quiet conduits for a deeper stillness that has pooled in the hollows behind your knees and now rises upward, like water seeking its own level. You do not shift to find comfort. Comfort is no longer something you seek. It is already here, woven into the architecture of your rest. The pillow beneath your head holds no heat anymore. It does not press against your ear or cling to the curve of your cheek. Instead, it offers a hollow, a quiet cave carved by time and breath, where your skull rests as if it were never meant to be anything else. Somewhere in the distance, perhaps beyond the house, perhaps within the walls themselves, a single drop of water falls, not from a leaky pipe, not from rain, but from the underside of some unseen ceiling where condensation has gathered over hours, waiting for gravity to remember its name. It lands on stone below, cool, ancient, unalarmed, and the sound is so soft it does not travel far, but you hear it. Not with your ears, but with the part of you that still remembers how to listen when there is nothing left to say. The drop falls again and again. Each time, the coolness expands, not outward, but inward, spreading through your spine like ink in water, slow and inevitable. Your chest rises and falls without effort now. There is no rhythm you must follow, no pattern you must match. Your breath moves as the tide moves when the moon has pulled it far out into the deep, and even then only barely. It does not fill your lungs with air, it fills them with stillness. And when you exhale, that stillness returns, not to the room, but to the space between spaces, where the night keeps its oldest secrets. You do not think of morning, you do not wonder if the heat will return. Even the thought of it feels distant now, like a story someone told you once, long ago, about a time when your skin burned and your thoughts clung like wet cloth to your bones. That was another body, another night, not this one. This is the night where your blood flows slower, not because it is tired, but because it has learned to move with the coolness instead of against it. Your pulse does not race. It pulses, deep, low, steady, as if each beat were a stone dropped into water that never ripples beyond its own circle. The air around you no longer feels like air at all. It has become something thicker, quieter, a medium thickened by time and stillness, like the space between stars when there is nothing to block the view. You are not floating in it, you are part of it, and it does not hold you because it must, it holds you because it wants to. Your eyelids are cool now, not from moisture, but from the absence of heat that used to rise from within them. They do not feel heavy, they feel like petals folded over something sleeping beneath, the last thing left uncovered before the earth closes gently around its roots. And beyond your skin, beyond your bones, beyond the quiet cathedral of your rest, there is a place where cold has lived for centuries without ever being named. It does not belong to winter. It does not belong to mountains or glaciers or deep caves. It belongs only to this, the moment when the body stops trying to be warm and becomes, instead, something that remembers how to be still. You do not need to go there. You are already there. The drop falls again, and you let it. The coolness has begun to settle in the hollows you forgot you had, the space behind your knees, the soft dip beneath your collarbones, the inside of your elbows where the skin is thin and tender as old paper. You do not reach for it, you do not summon it. It simply arrives, like the quiet after a long song has finished playing, and you realize you've been holding your breath since the first note. The air here does not move in waves or currents. It moves in whispers, in sighs that have no origin, only destination. And your body, once a furnace of restless heat, now listens to those whispers as if they were old lullabies sung by someone who knew your name before you did. There is a stone somewhere deep below the earth where the sun has never touched it, not in summer, not in spring, not even when the world above was young. It lies against other stones, pressed close for millennia, and between them runs a thread of water so slow it does not flow so much as remember how to flow. You do not see it. You do not need to. The coolness of that stone rises, not in pulses or bursts, but in the patient way moss learns to grow on shadowed walls. It climbs your ankles without asking, slips between your toes like a thought you didn't know you were thinking, and settles into the arches of your feet as if they had always been meant to rest upon it. You feel it not as cold, but as relief, a quiet undoing of all the warmth that ever clung too long. Your hands lie open now, palms upward, no longer searching for something to hold. They do not twitch, they do not curl, they simply wait like leaves left on a branch after the wind has forgotten them. And above them, so far above it is almost invisible, the ceiling fan still turns, but its motion is no longer an enemy. It does not push hot air down. It does not stir the sweat that dried hours ago. It now moves only what was already moving, the faintest drift of night air drawn from somewhere beyond your window, where the trees have learned to breathe cooler than the houses around them. You do not know if it is real or imagined. That distinction has slipped away like a thread pulled too gently from fabric. There is no tear, only an absence that feels complete. Somewhere far beneath the floorboards, in a space older than the house itself, there is a well. Not a dry one, not forgotten, but alive with water so deep it holds the memory of glaciers. The stones around its rim are slick with condensation that never evaporates because the air above it does not dare to be warm. You do not need to climb down. You do not need to lean over or peer in. You simply know it is there, and knowing it changes everything. Your skin remembers what your mind has long since stopped trying to name. That coldness does not always come from above. Sometimes it rises from the roots of the world, from the dark places where time forgets to hurry. The pillow beneath you no longer holds your shape, it holds your silence. It has become a vessel for the quiet that follows exhaustion, not the kind that comes from fatigue, but from surrender. The kind that arrives when you stop measuring how long you've been awake and instead begin to measure how slowly your breath moves through the hollows of your ribs. There is no rush here, no urgency to fall asleep. Only the slow unraveling of tension that has lived in your shoulders since before you learned to speak, since before summer nights was something you had to endure. Your legs are heavy now, not with weight, but with stillness. The coolness has climbed higher, past your calves, past your thighs, and now rests along the inside of your hips like a second skin woven from moonlight and moss. It does not numb, it does not sting, it simply is. And because it is, you no longer feel the heat that used to gather in the small of your back, the place where your spine meets the curve of your rest. That heat has been absorbed, not by the mattress, not by the sheets, but by something deeper, older, quieter than any fabric or frame could hold. The air around your face is different now. It does not cling, it does not press. It flows gently like water over river stones worn smooth by centuries of passage. You do not need to breathe deeply. You do not even need to breathe at all. Your lungs have learned the rhythm of this place. Inhale the silence, exhale the warmth that no longer belongs to you. And when your breath slows to match the drip of that distant water, slow, deliberate, unhurried, you realize it was never about cooling the room. It was always about letting the room cool you. There is a cavern somewhere under frozen ground where the walls weep in slow, steady tears, not from melting ice, but from condensation drawn out by the breath of the earth itself. The air there does not move. It hangs like velvet, thick with cold that has never been touched by sun or wind. You do not go there. You do not need to. Your body knows its temperature already, has known it since before your first cry, since before your bones learned their names. And so, without effort, you begin to sink, not into sleep, but into the space between breaths where time does not count seconds, only stillness. Your eyelids are no longer lids, they are veils, soft as spider silk, thin as mist over a lake at dawn. They do not close because you command them to. They close because they remember what it means to rest, not in the way of stopping, but in the way of returning, to the place where warmth is not something you chase, but something you release. The coolness has reached your chest now, slow as a tide turning, and with it comes no shiver, only surrender. Your heartbeat does not quicken, it deepens, slows, becomes the echo of something ancient and patient, the sound of water moving through stone, of wind passing over snow that has not melted in 10,000 years. You do not need to imagine this anymore. You are it, and you have always been here. The coolness has moved upward now, past your collarbone, resting like a breath held too long in the hollow beneath your throat, soft, certain, unasked for. It does not press, it does not claim. It simply settles as if it had always been waiting there, patient as the roots of an old tree that remembers every season without counting them. Your jaw has loosened. You do not notice until you feel the weight of your tongue against the roof of your mouth, warm only because it still carries the echo of yesterday's heat, but even that is fading, dissolving into the quiet between your teeth. There is no need to swallow, no need to adjust. The air around your face has thickened with coolness, not the sharpness of ice, not the rush of wind, but the deep, liquid kind, like the air inside a cave where water drips from ceilings older than language. You do not feel it as temperature, you feel it as absence, the absence of resistance, the absence of striving, the absence of needing to be anything other than still. Somewhere far below this room, beneath floors and foundations and layers of forgotten soil, there is a pool that has never known sunlight. Its surface is glass smooth, its depth unmeasured by any tool made by human hands. The water there does not ripple, it does not churn or sigh, it simply holds, dense with cold that has settled over centuries, drawn down from the bones of the earth itself. You do not go to it, you do not dive, you do not reach, but your skin remembers it. Your nerves remember the way the air moves there, not as current, but as presence. As if the water were breathing slowly, and you, somewhere deep in your marrow, have begun to breathe with it. Your arms lie at your sides now, heavy and loose, no longer yours in the way they once were, no longer tools for reaching or holding, but extensions of something older, slower. The coolness has climbed to your shoulders, not as a blanket, but as a sigh released into the space between bone and muscle. You do not shiver. There is nothing to fear here, no chill that bites. Only the quiet deepening of stillness, the kind that comes when the body stops asking for warmth and begins to trust the cold it has always carried inside. The pillow no longer holds your head, it holds your breath, and your breath no longer rises and falls as a demand. It drifts, like mist over water that does not move, like the last whisper of evening air caught between two stones in a mountain pass where snow lingers long after spring has turned to dust. You do not need to imagine it anymore. The cold is not outside you. It is the space between your thoughts, the quiet corridor where fear used to live, and now only silence waits. There is a stone bench beneath an archway that no longer has a roof. The stones are worn smooth by rain that fell for years without ceasing, each drop carving its own small hollow into the surface. Hollows filled now with water so cold it glows faintly in moonlight, though no light ever touches it. You do not sit on it. You do not need to. Your back knows its shape already, the curve of coolness that fits exactly where your spine has begun to soften. The air above the bench is still, but not empty. It hums with the memory of rain, with the echo of centuries when the world was younger and colder, when the sky held more stars than it does now, and silence had weight. Your hands rest open on the sheets, palms upturned, fingers slightly curled, not in surrender but in release. The coolness has found them too. It travels along the inner wrists, where blood runs thin and close to skin, carrying the chill inward like a secret passed from hand to heart. You do not feel it as cold. You feel it as relief, not the kind that comes with action, but the kind that arrives when you stop trying to fix what was never broken. Your pulse does not quicken at its touch. It slows further, becomes the rhythm of water seeping through clay, steady, silent, inevitable. The room around you no longer exists as a place you are trapped in. It has become a vessel, a hollow shell filled with the slow movement of air that remembers how to be cool. You do not need to open windows. You do not need to wet cloths or drape towels over your skin. The body knows what to do when it is allowed to remember its own nature. And so, without thought, you begin to sink, not into sleep, but into the space before sleep begins, where warmth is not chased, not resisted, not measured, but simply released. There is a valley under permanent shadow, where the trees grow twisted and low, their roots drinking from water that flows beneath ice thick enough to hold the weight of glaciers long since gone. The air there does not move with wind. It moves with time, slow as the turning of the earth on its axis when no one is watching. You do not go there, but your skin remembers how it feels, the kind of cold that does not ask for permission, only presence. That cold does not freeze, it clarifies. It strips away everything unnecessary until all that remains is the quiet pulse beneath your ribs, the slow rhythm of breath drawn through a throat that no longer needs to be held tight. Your eyelids are heavier now, not from fatigue, but from belonging. They do not close because you will them to. They close because they have remembered how it feels to rest without effort, how it feels when the body is no longer fighting its own temperature, but simply letting go of what no longer serves it. The coolness has reached your temples now, settling like frost on glass that has forgotten it was ever warm. It does not sting. It does not surprise. It only lingers, as if the air itself has chosen to stay. And beneath all this, deeper than muscle, deeper than bone, deeper even than memory, there is a stillness that has always been there, waiting, not for you to find it, but for you to stop running from it. You do not need to fall asleep. You only need to remember how to be still. The coolness moves now, not as water, not as wind, but as presence, as the quiet between heartbeats, as the breath before the next one begins. It fills every hollow where heat used to gather, the curve of your ear, the space behind your knees, the small of your back where you once thought pain lived. It does not come from outside. It comes from within, and it has always been here. You are not cooling down. You are coming home. The pillow holds your silence now, not as a burden, but as a cradle. Your breath is no longer yours to control. It belongs to the dark, to the cold, to the deep, quiet place where time does not count seconds. Only stillness, and stillness is enough. The coolness now moves through your ankles like a tide that never rushes, just rises gently, steadily, until the soles of your feet no longer remember the weight of the day. There is a stone beneath you, not beneath your bed, not beneath the floor, but beneath your skin where the earth holds its breath for centuries. It does not chill, it absorbs. It takes the heat that has clung to your bones like dust after rain and holds it without judgment. You do not feel the stone as foreign. You feel it as an old friend who never left, even when you forgot to look for them. The air around you is no longer thick with humidity. It is thinning, dissolving into something clearer, sharper, quieter, not icy, not biting, but clean, like the space between two snowflakes just before they meet and vanish. You are lying on a bed of moss grown over ancient rock, where the roots of forgotten pines reach deep into coolness that has not changed since the last ice retreated. The air above you is still, but not empty. It carries the scent of wet bark, of damp earth turned by slow worms, of water that flows just below the surface, unseen but always present. You do not breathe in this scent with your nose alone. You breathe it through your skin, through the hollow behind each ear, along the ridge of your collarbone, down the inside of your arms, where the blood runs close and waits for quiet. There is no wind here to stir the leaves. There is only the slow pulse of the earth exhaling, releasing what it has held too long. And you are learning, without trying, how to breathe with it. Your fingers have stopped twitching. Your toes no longer curl against the sheets. The warmth that once lived in your wrists, where your pulse beat loud and restless, is now a memory wrapped in fog. What remains is the coolness of water that has been still for hours, deep enough to hold the moon's reflection without breaking it. You do not imagine this water. You feel its weight against your ankles, not as pressure, but as comfort, as if gravity itself had softened and chosen to cradle you instead of pull you down. The surface is glassy, still, perfect. And when you let your feet sink into it, the cold does not shock. It settles, like a sigh that has waited all day to be released. Somewhere beyond this place, beyond the trees and the moss and the hidden stream, there is a cave carved by water long gone. Its walls are lined with limestone that has absorbed the chill of winter for 10,000 years. No sun has touched it since before your ancestors walked upright. The air inside does not move. It hangs, dense and cool, like velvet left in a drawer too long to remember warmth. You do not enter it. But you feel its presence, as if the silence within it has leaked into your bones, as if the cold of that stone has traveled up through the roots of trees, through the soil, through the soles of your feet, and now lives quietly beneath your ribs. Your breath no longer fogs the air around you. It simply flows, quiet, even, without resistance. The pillow is no longer a surface. It is an extension of the earth beneath you, a soft hollow shaped by time and stillness, molded to the curve of your skull, as if it had been waiting for this moment since before you were born. Your hair brushes against it with the lightest touch, like moss brushing stone after rain. You do not adjust it. You do not shift. There is no need. The coolness has found every place heat had claimed, behind your ears, along the spine where tension used to coil, between your shoulder blades where you carried the weight of daylight without knowing why. It does not erase those places. It softens them, makes them gentle again. You are not falling asleep. You are becoming still, and stillness is not an end, it is a return, a homecoming to the rhythm your body knew before it learned to fight, before it learned to measure heat and fear its absence. The air around you carries no scent of sweat now, no trace of the day's labor, only the faintest hint of wet stone, of deep water, of moss breathing in the dark. And beneath all of this, the quiet, unshakable truth, you were never meant to conquer the heat. You were meant to let it pass through you like mist through a forest, to let your body remember how to cool itself without effort, how to trust its own nature. Your breath has slowed until it is almost imperceptible, not because you are holding it, but because there is nothing left to hold. The space between each inhale and exhale is long now, longer than the pause between heartbeats, longer than the time it takes for a single drop of water to fall from a leaf into a pool below. And in that space, the silence grows thicker, deeper, richer, not empty, full, alive with stillness. The ceiling fan above you has stopped spinning, or perhaps it never moved at all. You do not know anymore, and it does not matter. The air around your skin is cool because it remembers how to be. It remembers the mountain stream, the hidden cave, the moss-covered stone, the deep lake where light fades before it reaches the bottom. It remembers you not as someone struggling, but as someone resting, as someone who finally stopped asking for relief and simply let it find them. Your eyelids are not closed because you willed them shut. They are closed because they have forgotten how to open. The coolness has settled there, on your lids, on the bridge of your nose, in the hollow beneath your jaw, and it does not leave. It stays, like a promise whispered into skin by something older than language. The heat is still outside. It is still in the walls, in the mattress, in the air you breathed hours ago. But here, where you are now, it has been replaced, not by force, not by strategy, by quiet surrender, by the body's ancient knowing that cooling does not come from fighting, but from yielding, from allowing the cold to arrive, not as a visitor, but as a resident. You do not need to dream. You do not need to imagine anything further. The landscape has already been built, inside you, beneath your skin, in the quiet places where warmth no longer lingers. And now even that thought, the thought of needing to think, is fading. The coolness is all there is. It has always been here. You are simply remembering. The coolness has moved down now, not with force, not with rush, but like a slow tide settling into the hollows of your ankles, where the skin thins and the pulse beats soft against bone. You feel it first as a whisper, then as a presence, then as something that simply belongs. There is no water here, yet there is moisture, thick, quiet, ancient, as if the air itself has learned to hold its breath and become something cooler than itself. It slips between your toes, where the heat had pooled like melted wax, and lifts it away without effort. You do not move, you do not notice. The sensation does not demand attention, it asks only for permission, and you have already given it. Above you, the ceiling remains still, not because the fan has ceased, but because the air no longer needs to stir. It moves now on its own accord, drawn by the quiet pull of your body's cooling skin, the slow exhale of warmth rising like mist from a stone left in moonlight. You are not beneath it anymore, you are within it. The coolness is not above or around you, it has seeped into the space between your ribs, into the hollow behind your knees, into the curve where your thigh meets your hip. It does not chill, it soothes, like linen pressed against skin that has forgotten what it means to be comfortable. Somewhere far away, beyond walls, beyond windows, beyond the heat that still lingers in the bricks and the floorboards, a wind stirs over frozen earth. Not a gale, not a blast, but the faintest sigh of winter's last breath, carried on a current too gentle to name. It does not reach you, but it remembers you. And so the air in this room begins to hum with its echo, not loud, not sharp, but deep, like the vibration of a bell submerged in ice. You feel it in your palms now. The coolness has found them, not from outside, not from cloth or water, from within, as if your skin had been waiting for this all along, waiting to remember how it felt before summer stole its rhythm. Your fingers lie open, loose, as if they have forgotten their purpose. There is no need to grip anything, no need to clutch the sheets, the pillow, the edge of the mattress. They rest now like stones smoothed by centuries of river flow. Each ridge, each crease, each fold of skin holds the coolness like a secret it was never meant to keep. The night outside has grown heavier, not with heat but with silence. The kind that comes after thunder, after rain, after the last cricket has stopped singing and even the trees have learned to breathe slower. You do not hear it, but your body does. It listens in the way only a body can, through skin, through bone, through the quiet chambers of the nervous system that remember how to rest before language was invented. And so you drift, not down, but inward, deeper than thought, deeper than memory, into the place where temperature is not measured but felt, where cold is not an absence of heat, but a presence all its own. A stillness carved from mountain air, pressed into the hollows of your collarbone, pooled beneath your sternum like liquid moonlight. You are no longer lying in bed. You are resting inside a cave that has never known sunlight. The walls are damp with condensation that fell long before you were born, and the air is thick with the scent of wet clay and old moss, clean, deep, unchanging. There is no door here, no way out, and there is no need. You have come to stay. The stone beneath your back is cool, not biting, not hard, but firm in its quietness. It holds the chill of centuries, patient as glaciers, steady as bedrock. Your spine rests against it without resistance. Every vertebra finds its place. Every knot unwinds. The heat that lived there, the tension from standing too long, from sitting too still, from worrying while the world burned outside, melts into the stone and becomes part of it. You do not feel yourself breathing anymore, not because you have stopped, but because your breath has become the air around you. It rises in slow spirals, cool as river mist, dissolving before it reaches the ceiling. The room does not need to be cooled. You are doing it with every quiet exhale. Somewhere far below, beneath floors, beneath foundations, a spring moves through darkness, not rushing, not gushing, but persistent. Slowly, surely it rises, not toward you, but toward the surface of your skin, as if drawn by some ancient gravity only the body understands. You feel its passage in your wrists, where the veins run close to the surface, thin and blue like roots beneath snow. There is no water touching you, but there is wetness, not sweat, not dampness, something purer, the kind that gathers on stone when the moon is full and the air has forgotten how to be warm. It clings not to your skin, but to the space between your skin and the world, and in that space the heat cannot live. Your eyelids are heavier now, not from tiredness, from surrender, from knowing, without needing to think it, that you were never meant to win against the night. You were only ever meant to let it hold you. And so you do. The coolness has traveled down your legs now, past your calves, past your shins, into the arches of your feet where heat had gathered like embers in a hearth long gone cold. It does not rush. It does not ask. It simply arrives and settles. You are no longer thinking about sleep. You are becoming it. The air around you is colder now, not because anything has changed outside, but because the part of you that once feared the dark, that once counted every tick of the clock, that once strained against the heat like a prisoner against bars, has finally let go. And when you let go, the body remembers how to be cool. Not by force, not by strategy, by stillness, by quiet, by remembering what it was before it learned to fight. The stones beneath your skin are cold now. The water inside you is deep and slow. The air in your lungs carries no trace of yesterday's sweat, no echo of afternoon's weight. Only the clean, silent breath of winter's memory carried on a wind that does not blow but waits. You do not move. You do not need to. The coolness has claimed every part of you. And now it holds you. Gently, slowly, forever, or for as long as you need. Which is longer than the space between two heartbeats. Longer than the fall of a single drop from a leaf into still water. Longer than the time it takes for a mountain to forget its name. And now, even that thought is gone. The silence here has weight, not the heavy silence of a room holding its breath, but the deep quiet of something ancient settling into itself. You are not alone in it. The cold does not abandon you, it learns your shape. It remembers how your shoulder curves when relaxed, how the hollow beneath your collarbone collects shadow like a cup holds dew. There is no wind to stir it, only the slow pulse of Earth's own cooling breath rising through stone, threading upward, finding the creases in your skin where heat had pooled like spilled honey in the folds of a forgotten blanket. You feel it now not as a touch, but as a presence, a knowing. The air around your ankles has thickened with chill, not from outside, but from within, the kind that grows when time forgets to hurry. It does not rush to cool you. It waits until you stop counting how long you've been awake, until you stop wondering if the night will ever end. Then quietly, it steps forward. Your hands lie open on your chest now, palms up, not as if waiting for something to fall, but as if they have already received it. The coolness moves into them like water into dry sand, not soaking, not flooding, just filling. Each finger becomes a channel, each knuckle a small pool. You do not think about the heat that was there yesterday, or this morning, or even an hour ago. It has been absorbed, dissolved, returned to the earth where all warmth eventually goes, not lost, but transformed. Somewhere beyond the walls of this room, beyond the glass, beyond the bricks, beyond the roots and the clay, the world still burns. The sun lingers in memory, but here, beneath the slow spin of a fan that no longer tries to move air, only to remind you it is there, something else holds court. A stillness older than ceiling beams, older than window frames, older than the first time someone lay down on stone and let their body become part of the ground. You are not lying on fabric anymore. You are lying on time, on the accumulated chill of 100 nights that came before this one. Nights when people slept without knowing why they felt safe. When coolness was not something you chased, but something you remembered, like the taste of rain on your tongue after years without storms. Your breath is no longer yours to control. It has become the rhythm of the place you have entered. Inhale, and the air tastes faintly of wet moss and distant snowmelt. Exhale, and it carries with it the warmth you no longer need. You do not feel yourself breathing because your lungs have learned to speak in whispers, and the cold listens. There is a sound, not loud, not even close, but present. A low hum almost beneath hearing, the vibration of water moving through deep rock. Not flowing, not running, just shifting, patient, endless. It rises from below you, from where the earth remembers how to be cold, and it travels up your spine like a thread pulled gently by invisible fingers. You feel it in your jaw, in your temples, in the soft place behind your ears where hair grows thin as spider silk. The pillow beneath your head is not damp anymore. It has become something else, a cradle carved from moonlight and mountain air. It does not hold sweat, it holds stillness. And when you turn slightly, just enough to let your cheek rest against its center, the coolness presses in, not to wake you, but to remind you that you are safe. You do not need to move, you do not need to adjust. There is no urge to kick off the sheet, no instinct to scratch at the heat that used to cling like dust on skin. The sheet is there, not as cover, but as witness. Thin cotton, damp only with the memory of sweat, now turned into something sacred by your stillness. It does not trap warmth. It cradles the space between you and the night. And the night, oh, the night, it has become a river without banks. You are floating in it, not sinking, not swimming, just carried. The water is clear enough to see through, but deep enough that light cannot reach the bottom. And yet you do not fear its depth, because you know now, cold does not drown, it cradles. Your toes curl slightly, not from discomfort, but from recognition. They remember what it feels like to be touched by ice without being burned. The kind of touch that comes only in places where no sun ever lands, where trees grow crooked with age and silence is the only language spoken. You think without thinking that if you reached out now, your hand might brush against a wall made not of plaster or brick, but of frozen mist, not hard, not brittle, soft as breath caught between heartbeats. And when you press into it, it yields, not with resistance, but with welcome. There is no temperature here to measure, no number on a screen that could capture what lives inside your skin now. The heat has left, not because you chased it away, but because you stopped pretending you needed to fight it. You are not cold. You are cooled. And there is a difference. One is a state you arrive at by force. The other is a home you return to quietly, without asking permission. Your eyelids do not flutter, they rest, like petals after rain. The air around your neck has grown thin with chill, not sharp, but sweet, as if the scent of snow had been distilled into vapor and allowed to drift through open windows that have never shut. You do not remember closing them. You do not remember deciding to stay. But here you are. And here the cold waits. Patient, unmoving, complete. It does not speak. It does not need to. It simply is. And so are you. The fan still turns above you, lazy, slow, unnecessary now. Its motion does not cool you. It only reminds you that once you needed it. And now you do not. Your fingers rest on your chest, soft as fallen leaves. Your breath moves like a tide without shore. Somewhere far away, a door opens, but you do not hear it. You are already inside. The coolness deepens, not in weight, but in stillness. It settles into the hollows of your collarbone like water pooling beneath a stone left too long in a stream. You feel it not as a change, but as an arrival, as if the air had been waiting for you to stop moving before it could finally rest against you. There is no wind here, yet your skin remembers the last time it was brushed by something older than breath, something that does not come from outside, but rises from within the earth itself. A cold that has slept beneath roots and moss since before the house was built, before the trees were planted, before the first human hand ever pressed into damp soil to feel for moisture. That cold is here now, not as a guest, but as a returnee, and you are not resisting it, you are learning its rhythm. Your breath slows further, not because you are trying, but because there is no longer any need to hurry. The air around your arms has grown liquid with chill, thick enough to cradle, thin enough to pass through like mist over a frozen pond at dawn. Your shoulders sink deeper into the pillow, and for the first time tonight, the weight of them does not feel heavy. It feels familiar. Like lying on the floor of an ancient stone chapel where sunlight never touches, where even in summer the stones hold their winter like a secret. You do not know how long they've been cool. You only know that they are still cool now, and that is enough. There is no sound but your breathing, no rustle of sheets, no creak of floorboards, no distant hum of appliances. The fan above you has forgotten its purpose. It turns, not to move air, but to mark time. A slow pendulum in the dark, swinging without direction. You do not watch it. You do not need to. Your body has learned a different kind of clock, one that ticks with the rise and fall of your ribs, the quiet pulse at your wrist, the slow unfurling of warmth from your core into the cold that now holds you. You think without thinking that if you could see this coolness, it would look like frost forming on the inside of a glass left too long in the snow. Not jagged or sharp, but soft as lace drawn by vapor and time. It does not crack. It does not shrink. It simply grows, inch by invisible inch, until there is nothing left to warm. Your fingers lie open now, palm up, not because you meant to relax them, but because your mind has stopped asking them to hold anything. They rest like petals on water. No tension lingers in the tendons beneath. No memory of gripping sheets or pressing into hot skin remains. Your hands are not searching anymore. They are receiving. And below you, the bed has become something else entirely. Not a surface, but a basin. A hollow carved by centuries of nightfall and quiet. The mattress does not trap heat now. It holds the cold like a cup holds water after rain. You sink into it without resistance. There is no give that feels like sinking, only the gentle yielding of something ancient and deeply patient. Somewhere beyond your skin, in the space between your thoughts, there is the sound of ice melting, not with a drip or a splash, but as a sigh released from deep within stone. A slow exhalation from the heart of a glacier that has not moved for millennia. You do not hear it with your ears. You feel it in your bones, as if the earth beneath this house remembers its own cold and is now remembering you. Your legs are heavy, not with fatigue, but with peace. The sheet drapes over them lightly, not as protection, but as a veil woven from silence. It does not cling. It does not bind. It simply exists between your skin and the night, like breath between lips. And beneath it, your ankles, those quiet pulse points you once cooled with damp cloth, are now bathed in something deeper than water. They are touched by the chill of a mountain spring that flows only when no one is watching. A liquid so cold it does not freeze, it simply becomes air. You do not think about temperature anymore. You do not measure it. You do not wonder if the room will ever drop to 18 degrees, or whether your socks are too thick, or whether you should have opened the window sooner. Those questions have dissolved like sugar in cold tea. What remains is this, a quiet certainty that you are held. Your neck feels lighter now. The pulse there, once racing against the heat, is steady as tide against rock. You do not touch it with your fingers. You do not need to. It sings its own song, low and slow, in rhythm with the cold that has moved into your throat like a whispered lullaby. And then the quietest shift. The air above your head begins to change, not because something entered the room, but because you have stopped resisting its presence. The coolness that was once just around your limbs now rises, softly, gently, to meet your face. It brushes your forehead as if brushing away a thought too heavy for sleep. It traces the curve of your cheekbone like fingers made of snowmelt and silence. Your eyelashes do not flutter, they rest. There is no draft here, no breeze from an open window. Only this, the slow, patient migration of cold through air that has forgotten how to be warm. You are not dreaming yet, but you are close enough to feel its edges, the soft blur where thought ends and sensation begins. The cold does not push you towards sleep, it simply makes sleep possible. Like a door left unlatched after a long journey, it waits, not demanding entry, but offering space. Your breath is so slow now that the pause between inhale and exhale stretches like twilight across a winter field. There is no urgency to fill your lungs, no need to pull air in as if fighting for it. You breathe because your body remembers how, not because you command it. And still the cold deepens, not outward but inward. It does not invade, it settles, like dust after a storm, like ash after fire, like frost on glass that has forgotten it was ever warm. Your shoulders are no longer tense, your jaw is unclenched, even your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth without pressure. There is nothing left to hold. The pillow beneath you does not shift when you turn slightly. It does not need to. It has become part of the cold, part of the stillness, part of the quiet that has taken root inside your skin. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. And the night, this endless, warm night turned cold haven, is simply holding you. Waiting. Not for anything. Just holding. The cold has moved past your collarbones now, slipping beneath the sheet like a slow tide that knows every contour of your body before you do. It does not rush to fill you, it lingers in the hollows, the dip behind your knees where warmth used to pool, the space between your ribs where breath once came too fast, the curve of your spine pressed into the mattress as if the bed itself had learned how to cradle stillness. You are not aware of being cool, you are only aware that you no longer ache for it. The heat is gone, not banished, not defeated, but dissolved like salt in deep water, leaving behind nothing but the taste of quiet. Your arms lie at your sides, palms upturned, as though they once held something heavy and have now forgotten what it was. The air above them is colder than the air near your feet, differently cold, not sharper, but deeper, as if the ceiling's slow spin has stirred a current that began far away in some ancient chamber beneath stone, where time does not move in hours, but in sighs. There is no wind here, only memory, the echo of mountain wind through fir needles, long ago, when the earth still remembered how to breathe cold. You do not feel your fingers anymore, not as separate things, not as limbs with joints and blood, but as extensions of the coolness that has settled into your bones. They rest like stones smoothed by centuries of river flow, each knuckle softened, each nail a quiet edge in the dark. The sheet does not cling to them. It does not trap heat. It simply holds them gently as moss holds dew, not to keep it, but to let it be. And then the breath beneath your ribs begins to change again, not in speed, not in depth, but in texture. It is no longer air drawn from the room. It is air remembered, crisp, thin, lifted from high altitudes where snow has not yet melted and the sky holds its own chill like a secret. You are not breathing through your nose alone now. Your skin breathes too, every pore a tiny door left open to something older than summer. The cold does not enter you, it recognizes you. And in that recognition, it settles. Your scalp feels cool, not from water or wind, but from the weight of absence. The heat that once pressed against your skull like a hand has lifted. There is no sweat now, no stickiness along your hairline, no dampness clinging to your temples. Only this, a quiet, slow release, as if your body had been holding its breath for days and has finally remembered how to exhale without effort. The pillow beneath your head is not soft anymore, it is cool stone. Not the cold of a tomb, but the deep, patient chill of a cathedral floor that has known centuries of footsteps, each one quieter than the last. You do not feel hardness, you feel stillness. And in that stillness, your skull rests as if it were carved from the same rock, shaped by time, worn smooth by silence. Your ears hear nothing but the absence of sound, the way a snowfall muffles the world until even your own heartbeat becomes a whisper you must lean into to hear. There is no fan now, no hum of motors, no creak of old wood settling under heat. Only this, the quiet that comes after the last leaf falls, when the forest has exhaled and waits for winter's first sigh. Your eyelids are not closed so much as they have become part of the dark. There is no effort in keeping them shut. They simply are like stones at the bottom of a still pond, where light does not reach but does not need to. You do not dream, you do not think, you are not waiting for sleep. Sleep has already found you, not by chasing you down, but by becoming the place you stopped running toward. The cold is no longer around you. It is within you, not as an intrusion, not as a replacement, but as a return. Like coming home to a room that still holds your mother's voice in the walls, or the scent of pine resin on a winter windowpane you forgot you loved. This cold does not chill, it remembers. And somewhere far below this house, far beneath the foundation and the earth and the roots of trees that have grown since the first stone was laid, a spring still flows. Not fast, not loud, but constant. Its water is so old it has forgotten its origin. It moves through rock in silence, past fossils and buried stones, past centuries of heat that could never reach this deep. And from that spring, a single thread of cold rises, slowly, gently, invisibly, through the earth, through the floorboards, up through your legs, your spine, your throat, rising like mist in moonlight, not to cool you, but to remind you that you were always meant to be held this way. You do not know how long it has been since you last moved. Your body does not care. It no longer counts the seconds between breaths. It no longer wonders if morning will come too soon. There is only this, the slow, endless drift of cold through your blood, not as water, but as memory, as silence, as the weight of a starless sky pressing gently against your skin. Your shoulders have melted into the mattress. Your hips have forgotten they were ever tense. Even your toes, those small, stubborn keepers of warmth, are now cool, not with shivering, but with surrender. The sheet has become an extension of air, air that does not move, air that does not need to. And still, the cold deepens. Not in force, but in presence. It is no longer something you feel. It is something you are. Your thoughts do not fade, they dissolve. Like sugar left too long in tea. Like smoke rising into clouds. Like the last note of a song sung in an empty hall. You do not close your eyes any tighter. You simply let them be. The dark does not press against them. It welcomes them. And you are no longer trying to sleep. You have become the space where sleep lives. The cold has taken root, not in your skin, but in your stillness. And now, even that is quieting. Even the thought of being cool is slipping away. Like breath into snow. Like water into stone. Like a name whispered once and never spoken again. The coolness doesn't rise anymore, it lingers. It has settled into the hollow beneath your collarbone like dew that never evaporates, not because the morning refused to come, but because the night chose to hold it close. You do not feel it as a touch, you feel it as an absence, the absence of heat you once carried like a burden in your bones. Your ribs no longer trap warmth between them. They have opened slowly, quietly, like petals after rain, and let go. The air that moves now is not air at all. It is the memory of wind across a glacier's face, long since silent, still carrying the chill of ages. It does not brush your skin. It remembers how your skin once knew cold without fear. There is no window open, no curtain stirs, yet something breathes, something older than the house, older than the street, older than the names written on doorways now faded by sun and time. It comes from below, yes, but also from within, from the space between your thoughts where silence has grown roots. You do not need to imagine it anymore. It is here, not as an idea, not as a trick of the mind, but as a truth your body has always known, buried beneath layers of daylight and noise, and the habit of sweating through the night. Your arms lie heavy now, not limp, but settled, like branches dropped after autumn's last gust. The skin along your inner wrists is cool, not damp with sweat, but smooth, as if brushed by water that never touched anything else. It remembers how to be cold without shivering, how to hold the chill without needing to be saved from it. You do not think about it, you do not name it. You simply exist inside it, as one exists inside a cathedral at dawn, when no one is there but you, and the stones still hum with the echoes of prayers that never left them. Somewhere far beneath your feet, past the foundation stone, past the pipes that once carried water from a well now forgotten, the earth holds its breath, not because it is tired, but because it has learned to wait. And in that waiting it grows colder, not with frost or ice, but with stillness, with patience, with time so slow it forgets to change. That cold does not rush. It does not demand your attention. It simply waits, and when you are quiet enough, it rises. You do not feel it enter. You only notice when you realize you have not moved in longer than you remember, not because you were told to stay still, but because stillness has become the only thing left that feels like home. Your breath is no longer something you manage. It comes and goes like tide on a shore where no one walks anymore, in and out, slow. So slow it does not seem like breathing at all, just the gentle swell of something ancient, something deep, rising and falling without needing to be noticed. The pillow beneath your head is not cool because you wet it. It is cool because the night has given itself over to quiet. The fabric holds no heat now, not from your skin, not from the air, not from the day that refused to leave. It simply is, soft, thin, untouched by urgency, like linen left out under moonlight for 100 nights, absorbing everything and releasing nothing. You do not need to turn it. It does not grow warm where you rest. It holds your shape, yes, but only as memory holds a song after the singer has gone. Your legs are long now, lengthened by stillness. The weight of them sinks into the mattress like stones dropped into deep water, and the cold rises around them not to chill, but to cradle. There is no draft here, no fan spinning uselessly above. Just this, the slow, patient gathering of coolness from the earth, through your soles, up your calves, past your knees, where the skin still remembers how it felt to be brushed by mountain stream water, not as a shock, but as a homecoming. You do not recall ever being cold like this before, not in winter, not under blankets thick with wool. This is different. It does not come from outside. It comes from beneath, the quiet, underground pulse of the world's patience. And it does not ask for anything. It does not require you to believe in it, only to stop resisting. Your fingers have stopped twitching, your toes no longer curl. Even your jaw, tight since noon, clenched against the heat that never lifted, is loose now. There is no tension left to hold, no thought left to chase. The silence has filled every corner where worry once lived. It does not shout, it does not whisper, it simply is, and because it is, you are too. The dark around you is not empty. It is full, not with sound, not with movement, but with the quiet weight of things that have cooled over centuries. Stone shelves in a cellar where wine was stored before electricity. The inside of an old well, lined with moss and untouched since the last bucket was drawn. The hollow beneath a glacier's edge, where snowfall from 1742 still sleeps in perfect layers. These are not places you visit. They are places you remember, even if you never saw them. Your body does not know this, but your bones do. And so they let go. The sheet is no longer a covering. It has become the air itself, thin, invisible, necessary only to remind you that once you were wrapped in something soft and warm, and now you are held by something deeper, something that does not need to be felt to be real. Your breath slows further, not because you try, but because your lungs have forgotten how to hurry. They draw in what is there, not air as it was, but air as it has become, cool, still, patient. The space between each inhale stretches longer than a sigh, longer than a heartbeat, longer than the last time you remembered wanting anything at all. And still the cold deepens, not by force, not by sudden change, but by presence, by persistence, like moss growing over stone, like ink spreading in water, slow and sure. It does not replace your warmth. It reclaims it not as a thief, but as an heir. Your shoulders no longer rise with each breath. They simply rest. Your neck is long now, lengthened by surrender. The pulse at the base of your skull is fainter than before, not weaker, but quieter, as if it has learned to sing in a language only stillness understands. There is no need to dream. There is no need to wake. The cold has become your skin's first language. And you are learning how to speak it without words. The coolness has slipped beneath your ribs now, not as a chill, but as a slow tide pulling back from the shore of your bones. You do not feel it moving. You only notice when you stop noticing that you were holding your breath. The air around your collarbones is no longer thick with the ghost of daytime heat. It is thinner here, lighter, like the space between two layers of ice formed overnight on a pond too deep to freeze solid. There is no wind to speak of, no rustle in the curtains. But there is this, the quiet press of something ancient against your skin, the kind of cool that does not come from outside, but from where the world has been waiting, patient and unmoved, beneath all the noise you carried with you into bed. Your arms lie open now, palms up, fingers slightly curled as if cradling nothing at all. And still the cold finds them, not in patches, not in bursts, but as a slow seepage like groundwater rising through porous stone. It touches the inside of your elbows first, the soft hollow where veins rise close to the surface, and from there it travels inward, not with force, but with familiarity, as though your blood remembers what it was like before the sun climbed high and pressed its weight into every room. Before sweat became a habit, before your skin learned to ache for relief. There is a place beneath the earth where no sunlight has touched in centuries, not because it is hidden, but because it never needed to be found. A chamber carved by water long ago, then forgotten by those who dug it. The walls are smooth with time, not polished, but softened, worn down by the patient drip of meltwater that fell from above and pooled in silence for generations. You have never been there. But your skin remembers how it felt to stand barefoot on that floor, not because you once did, but because your body knows the shape of stillness better than your mind ever learned to name it. You are lying there now, and the coolness is not coming from beneath you anymore. It is rising through you. The space between your shoulder blades has loosened, not relaxed. Relaxed suggests effort, intention, but undone. As if the tension that lived there, the one stitched into you by daylight, by screens, by the quiet dread of another morning too early, has simply dissolved like salt in water that no longer wants to hold it. Your breath does not move your chest anymore. It moves your bones. And beneath them, deeper still, something ancient is humming, not a sound, but a vibration, low and steady as the hum of a stone well when you press your palm flat against its rim. You do not hear it, but you feel it in your teeth, in the hollow behind your ears, in the curve where your spine meets your pelvis. There is no need to imagine the cold anymore. It has already arrived. The mattress beneath you is not warm now. It does not hold heat. It holds space, Empty, open, waiting for what comes next. And what comes next is quiet, not silence, quiet, a different kind of absence. The kind that follows snowfall after a long storm, when even the wind has paused to listen. You are no longer lying in your rooms. You are lying inside the memory of a mountain lake at midnight, its surface black as obsidian, its depths so cold they do not freeze, because freezing would mean change, and change is something this water has learned to avoid. The air above it is sharp with ozone and pine resin, but you are not breathing that air anymore. You are breathing the water's breath, the slow exhale of ice that has been melting for 1,000 years, released drop by drop into the dark. Your eyelids feel heavy, not from tiredness, but from the weight of something deep settling into place, like the lid on an old jar that hasn't been opened since before your grandparents were born. It doesn't stick, it doesn't resist, it simply rests, and because it rests, you do too. The coolness has reached your throat now, not as a touch, but as a presence, a stillness in the hollow beneath your Adam's apple. You could swallow if you wanted to, but swallowing would mean moving something that no longer needs to be moved, so you don't. Your tongue is quiet against the roof of your mouth. Your jaw has forgotten how to clench. There is a moment, just one, when you wonder if this is sleep, not dreaming, not drifting, but the quiet, certain threshold before it fully takes you. You do not try to answer. You do not need to. The cold knows better than you do. It does not rush. It does not name itself. It simply grows. And now it is in your scalp. Not as a chill on your hair, but as a coolness behind your eyes, where the nerves gather like shadows beneath a moonless sky. You feel it there, not as pressure, but as release, as if someone has taken the heat that had pooled behind your forehead for days, weeks, and poured it slowly into the ground, where it vanished without a trace. Your fingers twitch once, then still. The sheet is not touching you anymore. It is part of you. And the coolness, it is no longer something outside. It is what remains when all the noise has faded. When the fan stops spinning. When the last sigh leaves your lips. When even the thought of tomorrow, of sunlight, of chores, of the heat returning, is too heavy to carry. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. And the cold, the quiet, patient, unyielding cold, has been waiting for you all along. The coolness has slipped beneath your collar now, not as a draft, but as a slow seep, like water finding its way through the roots of an old tree, quiet and certain, filling every hollow where warmth had clung too long. Your skin does not shiver, it exhales, and with each breath, the air around you thickens, not with heat, but with stillness, a kind of depth that comes only when time forgets to hurry. There is a place beneath the earth where the rock has forgotten it ever knew sunlight, not because it was buried, though it was, but because it chose, over centuries, to let go of warmth as one lets go of a name no longer spoken aloud. You are not there yet, but you are moving toward it. Your body does not walk, it drifts, like sediment settling in water that has stopped flowing. You feel the coolness now along your ribs, not pressing, but resting, like linen folded over stone in an abandoned chapel where the windows have long since lost their glass. The air there is always the same temperature, not because it never changes, but because change no longer matters to it. You are becoming part of that stillness. Your feet, which had been restless moments ago, curling against the sheet, seeking relief, are now heavy with a calm so deep it feels like memory. They do not ache from heat anymore. They remember what cold was before it became something you had to chase. Beneath them, the mattress has turned into moss-covered earth, damp and dark, holding the chill of rain that fell 3 nights ago and never fully released. You are not lying in a bedroom. You are lying inside the roots of an ancient oak, The kind whose bark is carved with names no one reads anymore, whose branches once held lanterns during festivals now forgotten. The soil around your limbs does not press down, it cradles, and beneath it, something older than memory hums, not loud enough to be heard, but deep enough to be felt in the marrow of your bones. There is a well nearby, not carved from stone or lined with brick, but formed by centuries of rain collecting in a hollow where two hills leaned close and forgot to pull apart. The water there does not ripple, it waits, and when you press your palm against its edge, not to cool yourself, but because something inside you remembers how good it once felt to rest beside stillness, the surface does not move, not even from the breath of night. You do not drink from it, you do not need to, the coolness has already passed into you. The air above your body is thinner now, not lighter but quieter, as if someone had taken all the noise that used to live between molecules and gently folded it away. What remains carries no scent, no dust, no sweat, no cotton warmed by day, but only the faintest trace of wet stone and frozen moss, like the inside of a cave where snow has never melted. Your eyelids are not closed because you are tired. They are closed because they have been kissed by something that does not hurry. And your breath, it is not yours anymore. It belongs to the slow rise and fall of Earth itself, the deep inhale of winter returning, long after summer forgot its name. There is a silence here deeper than sleep, not empty, full, with the quiet of glaciers grinding stone into dust over lifetimes too vast for counting. You do not hear it with your ears. You feel it in the space between each thought that used to chase through your mind like fireflies on a summer porch. Now gone, not because they died, but because their light no longer mattered. Your fingers are still, not limp but settled, as if they had been waiting all this time for permission to rest without guilt. The sheet has become part of the earth beneath you, not covering you but joining you. And your skin, it does not feel air anymore. It feels pressureless weight, the kind that comes when water holds a body gently in its arms. Somewhere far above, the fan still turns, but it no longer matters. Not to you, not here. The heat is gone, not because anything changed outside, but because something inside you learned how to let go of holding on. You are not falling asleep. You have become the space between breaths. The coolness has moved into your temples now, where thoughts used to gather like clouds before a storm. But there are no storms here, only stillness. And in that stillness, even the memory of heat dissolves, not with effort, but with ease, like sugar stirred slowly into tea that has already cooled too long to notice it was ever hot. Your jaw is open just slightly, not because you forgot to close it, but because your body remembers how to be soft again. The coolness reaches behind your knees now, not as a touch, as an acknowledgement, like the night knows exactly where warmth had been hiding and gently lifts it away without asking permission. You do not wonder if this is real. You do not care whether you are dreaming or awake. Because in this place, this deep, slow, patient cold, you have stopped needing to know. The air around your neck feels like the inside of a seashell held against skin on an autumn morning, not because it's loud with ocean echoes, but because it carries only what remains after the tide has gone. Wet sand, smooth stones, and silence that does not beg for attention. Your chest rises and falls, and beneath it, where your heart beats its quiet rhythm, the cold is no longer outside you. It has become the space between each pulse. You are not lying on a bed anymore. You are resting inside the hollow of a mountain at midnight, where snow remembers how to fall without wind, and water flows only because gravity still believes in order. And now, the coolness slips into your ears, not as sound, but as absence. Not silence, The kind that comes after music has ended, and you've forgotten what note it was playing. You do not need to listen anymore, because the quiet is no longer around you. It lives inside you. The coolness has found your spine now, not as a chill, but as a slow unspooling, like silk unraveling from within the hollow of an ancient tree. You do not feel it pressing down. You feel it lifting, gently, steadily, drawing warmth away from where it clung most tightly, between your shoulder blades, along the ridge of your lower back, beneath the curve of your ribs. There is no rush to this, no urgency in the retreat. Only the quiet certainty that what has been held too long can be released without consequence. Your limbs are not heavy, they are dissolved, not gone, but softened into the shape of the space around you, as if your bones have learned to breathe through the air instead of against it. The sheet no longer rests on your skin. It is an echo of a surface that once existed, now remembered only in the way your fingertips still know where they used to press. Somewhere beyond this place, beyond the mountain's hollow, beyond the seashell's silence, the world still turns. But here, time does not move forward. It deepens, like water settling into stone pores over centuries, like frost forming slowly on the inside of a window pane that has forgotten it ever saw sunlight. You are not waiting for sleep. Sleep is already here, not as something arriving, but as something you have always been. The cold is not outside anymore. It does not need to enter, it simply is. And in its presence, your skin no longer searches for relief. It remembers how to be still, like moss on a boulder that has never known the sun's direct touch, like ice beneath snow that has not melted since the last time the earth turned its face away from summer. You feel it now not as temperature, but as texture, the smoothness of river-worn granite against your inner wrist, the velvet hush of frost on pine needles in a forest where no footprints have ever fallen. There is no wind here to carry it, no fan to stir it, only the slow migration of cool through the hollows of your body, down your thighs now, past your knees, into the soles of your feet, where heat had pooled like forgotten coins at the bottom of a deep well. And there it lifts, not with a shiver, not with a gasp, but with the quiet surrender of earth accepting rain. The coolness slips between your toes, not as water, not as air, but as memory. The memory of walking barefoot on a beach long abandoned by the tide, where the sand still holds the night's chill even after dawn has come and gone. You remember this without having to think it, as if your body knew before you did. Your breath slows further, not because you are trying, but because there is nothing left to hold on to. The air around your lips no longer feels thick. It does not cling, it flows, like the mist that rises at dawn from a mountain lake untouched by boats or voices. You do not need to fill your lungs fully anymore. A half breath is enough, a quarter, even less. The coolness has reached your eyelids again, not as pressure, but as a gentle weight, like the shadow of a feather resting there after falling from some bird that never meant to land. Your eyes are closed because they have forgotten how to open. Not in surrender, in recognition, as if they had always known this stillness was their true home. And your ears, those quiet chambers that once caught every creak, every drip, every sigh of the house trying to cool itself, they no longer listen for noise. They have learned to hear silence as a presence, not empty, full, with the sound of snow falling on snow, layer after layer, century after century, until the ground beneath becomes something older than memory. You are not dreaming. You are remembering what it felt like to be held by earth, by night, by water that never asked for your warmth in return. The cold has moved into your throat now, not as a choke, but as a clearing, like the air inside a cave where the wind has never blown, yet still carries the scent of wet stone and ancient ice. You do not swallow. You simply breathe slowly, and each inhale is cooler than the last. Each exhale releases something you no longer need to carry, the weight of the day's heat, the pressure of waiting, the quiet panic that sleep would never come. It does not matter anymore. The coolness has found your scalp now, not as a draft, but as a caress. Like the brush of frost on bare skin just before dawn, when the world is still asleep and even the stars seem to hold their breath. You do not shiver, you soften further. Your hair, once sticky with sweat, now lies against your pillow like damp moss after rain, cool, quiet, alive with stillness. Your jaw has relaxed completely, not because you forced it, because there is nothing left to bite down on, no thought too loud to silence, no fear too sharp to dissolve. The cold has taken them all, not by force, but by patience, by being simply there, deeper and quieter than any worry could ever be. And now, the most subtle shift of all. The coolness is no longer moving through you. It is you. Your bones are not warm, your blood does not hum with the echo of daylight. The space between your cells holds a quiet that was never there before, not because anything was added, but because everything unnecessary has been gently, patiently removed. You do not need to imagine cold anymore. It is no longer an image. It is your substance. The pillow beneath you does not hold heat. It holds the memory of stone, cool, ancient, unmoved by seasons. The sheet above you is not fabric. It is mist that has learned how to cling. And your skin remembers what it was like before summer came, not as longing, but as truth. You are not lying in a bedroom. You are resting inside the heart of winter's slow return. The fan still turns above you, faintly, mechanically, but its motion is no longer yours to notice. It is part of the world that has forgotten your name, and you have remembered something far older. That warmth was never yours to keep. That coolness was always waiting. And now it holds you. Not as a rescue, not as a solution, but as a homecoming. Your breath is so slow now, it does not rise and fall. It simply exists, like the tide between two moonless nights, like snow falling in silence on a mountain that has never seen a clock. You do not need to sleep. You are already asleep. And the cold, deep, patient, endless is simply letting you rest. The coolness has settled into your collarbone now, not as a chill, but as a quiet settling, like dust after a storm has passed through an abandoned house. You feel it there, where skin meets bone, where the pulse still hums faintly beneath the surface, not with heat's urgency, but with the slow rhythm of something ancient and undisturbed. It does not ask you to hold it. It only asks that you stop pushing it away. Your arms lie open beside you, palms up, not in surrender, but in invitation. The air above them is thinner now, lighter, as if the ceiling has lifted just enough to let the night breathe over your skin. There is no wind, not truly, but there is movement. A slow, unseen tide of cold rising from below, from deep within the earth, from roots that remember frost even when the sun forgets it ever left. You do not feel it as a draft. You feel it as an echo, the memory of a glacier's breath, carried through centuries of rock and silence, finally finding its way to your wrists, your elbows, the hollow behind your knees. The sheet has become something else entirely, not cotton, not linen, but the vapor that rises off a lake at midnight when the water is colder than the air above it. It does not cling because it must. It clings because it remembers how to cradle. You are wrapped in mist that has learned stillness. There is no dampness left on your skin, not the sticky kind, not the one that makes you shift and sigh, but a fine, clean moisture, like the breath of a stone after rain has stopped falling. It evaporates slowly. Not because it wants to leave, because it knows how to return. You are not lying in a bed. You are resting inside the hollow beneath a fallen tree, where moss grows thick and slow, where the roots have curled around each other for decades, forming a cradle that has never known summer's wait. The air here is always cool, not because it was chilled by machines or forced by fans, but because it has simply never been touched by warmth since the last leaf fell in autumn of some year you were not born to remember. The scent is clean, not pine, not earth. Something older, a blend of wet bark, crushed lichen, and the faint mineral tang of groundwater seeping upward through layers of time. You breathe it in without knowing why. You do not need to know. Your legs are heavy now, not with fatigue, but with depth, as if your bones have grown roots of their own, reaching down into the cool dark where the soil holds the memory of snowmelt from 1,000 winters ago. There is no pressure on your feet, no heat rising from the mattress, only the slow, steady presence of something beneath you that has never been warm. You do not need to press down, you only need to let go. The ground below knows how to hold you. It does not ask for anything in return, not warmth, not gratitude, not even your name. The fan still turns above you. Its blades cut through the air with a rhythm that no longer belongs to you. It is not trying to cool you. It is simply turning because that is what it was made to do. And you are no longer waiting for relief. You have become the relief. The heat that clung to your skin has dissolved, not in one sudden rush, but over hours, like frost melting from a windowpane at dawn, slow, silent, inevitable. What remains is not absence, it is presence. A quiet that does not need to be filled. Your eyelids are no longer lids. They are the surface of a frozen pond, thin enough to let light pass through, thick enough to hold the sky above without breaking. You do not close them. You simply allow the darkness to settle over you, not as something you must endure, but as something that has always been waiting. The room around you is not empty. It is full of cold, not hostile, not sharp, but deep, endless. Like the inside of a glacier where no sunlight has touched for 10,000 years, and yet it does not feel like death, it feels like rest. You are not falling asleep. You are remembering how to be still. There is a sound far below, so faint you wonder if you imagined it, a distant drip, not from the ceiling, not from the pipes, from somewhere deeper, from under the house, under the earth. A single drop of water falling into a pool that has never been measured. It strikes the surface, and then there is silence again, longer this time. You do not count it, you do not wait for the next one. The cold has moved into your chest now, not as pressure, but as space. As if your ribs have opened slightly, just enough to let in a breath that carries no heat at all. It does not fill you with air. It fills you with quiet. Your heart still beats, but slower now, not weaker, just quieter, like the echo of a bell that has stopped ringing but still hums in the stone it struck. Your fingers are cool to the touch, even though no one is touching them. The skin there has lost its memory of sweat. It remembers only the smoothness of river stones beneath bare soles, only the hush of snow settling on pine needles, only the way moonlight feels when it falls through ice and turns into silver mist before it reaches the ground. You do not think about morning. You do not wonder if the heat will return. It might, but not tonight, not here, not now. The pillow beneath your head is no longer fabric. It is moss grown over stone that has slept since the last ice age. And you are not lying on it, you are part of it. The coolness has moved into your bones and made itself at home. It does not need to be invited again. You do not dream. You simply exist. In the deep, in the dark, in the quiet that remembers how to hold you. The cold has settled into your shoulder blades like moss on the north side of an ancient oak, slow, silent, and sure. It does not press, it does not claim, it simply knows how to rest. You feel it there, not as a chill, but as a deepening, as if the bones beneath your skin have remembered what it means to be still for longer than a season. The air around you is no longer air. It is the breath of a cave that has never known sunlight, where the stone holds its coolness not because it is forced, but because it has always been this way. You do not need to imagine it anymore. It is here. It has always been here. Your arms lie at your sides, palms open, not in surrender but in recognition. The skin there remembers the weight of summer towels, the stickiness of sweat-slicked sheets, the restless turning of limbs searching for a cool edge. But now it remembers only the glide of water over river-smoothed granite, not rushing, not urgent, just moving quietly, endlessly, over surfaces that have learned to receive without resistance. The cold does not rush toward you, it waits. And when you stop reaching for it, it finds you. There is a stillness below your ribs now, not emptiness, but depth, like the quiet between two long notes in a cathedral hymn, where the echo lingers longer than the voice that sang it. Your breath no longer rises and falls like waves against a shore. It moves as though drawn by something older than rhythm, something that hums beneath the earth, steady and slow. Each inhale carries the scent of damp earth after a long rain, but colder, cleaner. As if the air itself has been filtered through layers of glacial silt, stripped of warmth, stripped of noise, leaving only what is necessary. Your legs feel heavy, not with fatigue, but with belonging, as though they have rooted into something deeper than mattress or floorboards, something that remembers how to hold weight without complaint. The sheets beneath you are gone now, no longer fabric, no longer thread, but a thin membrane of mist, cool and gauzy, barely there, yet enough to keep the night from slipping away too fast. You do not pull them closer, you do not push them aside, they simply are. Somewhere far off, 1,000 miles or a breath away, the wind moves through pines that grow on mountains older than memory. It does not rush down the slopes, it drifts, as if it has all the time in the world to find its way. And when it reaches you, when it slips between your eyelids and into the hollow behind your ears, it carries no sound, only temperature, the kind of cold that does not bite but settles, that does not startle but soothes. It brushes against your temples like the ghost of a snowflake that never melted. Your hands are cool now, not because you dipped them in water, not because you pressed them to the wall, but because your body has learned, at last, how to let go. The heat that once clung like a second skin has thinned, not vanished, but transformed into something quieter, something that no longer demands to be chased away. It is not gone, it is simply no longer yours to carry. The pillow beneath your head holds the shape of your skull without pressure. It does not sink, it does not rise, it simply cradles, as stone cradles a river's curve, as earth cradles a seed before it dreams of green. You do not adjust it, you do not seek a better angle. There is no better angle, only this one, the one that lets your neck rest in the quiet. There is a sound again, not the drip from before, but something softer. A whisper of movement, distant and low, not wind, not water, not animal, something older. The settling of ice deep within a glacier's heart, where pressure turns snow into crystal over centuries, each layer holding its own version of silence. You do not try to name it. You do not wonder if it is real. It simply is. And in its presence, your thoughts, those restless, flickering things that used to race like fireflies in the dark, have slowed to stillness. You are not thinking about sleep. You are not waiting for it. You are not trying to reach it. You are already there, not as a destination, but as a condition. A slow unwinding of tension that has lived in your muscles since childhood, since summers without AC, since nights spent staring at the ceiling and counting breaths like prayers. The cold has moved into your jaw now, into the space between your teeth. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not dry, not wet, but neutral, like the surface of a stone that has been underwater for days, smoothed by motion you cannot see. There is no thirst here, no ache, no need. Your eyelids are not closed. They are dissolved, softened into mist, into vapor, into the same coolness that now lives in your bones. You do not close them because there is nothing left to see. The dark has become a presence, not empty, not threatening, just complete. A single thought drifts through, not yours, not someone else's. but something older than either of you. You are not alone here. And then it fades, not into silence, but into the deeper quiet that follows understanding. The fan above still turns. Its blades move with the same slow rhythm as before, but now you do not hear them as noise. You hear them as memory, as the echo of a time when heat was something to fight, when sleep felt like a promise made in another lifetime. Now they are simply motion, unneeded, unnoticed, unimportant. Your chest rises, your chest falls. Each breath is colder than the last, not because the air has changed, but because you have. You no longer measure coolness by degrees. You measure it by stillness, by depth, by the way your fingers rest now, as if they have always known this peace. The room around you holds its temperature like a secret kept for centuries. No heater, no fan, no promise of relief, only the slow, patient turning of night into something softer than dawn. And beneath all of it, the floor, the earth, the bedrock, there is water, not flowing, not rushing, but waiting, deep, still, cold enough to hold the shape of stars reflected in its surface, even when no one looks. You do not need to find it, you are already within it. The cold has moved into your breath now not as air, but as absence, as space between thoughts, as silence given form. Your heartbeat is a pulse beneath ice. And stillness is breathing. You are not falling asleep. You have already arrived. The cold has settled into your collarbones now, not as a chill, but as a presence that remembers how to hold stillness. You do not feel it against your skin so much as you feel its absence where heat once clung. The pillow beneath your head no longer holds the warmth of your body. It holds the memory of nightfall, the slow surrender of daylight into something deeper than shadow. Your arms lie open, palms upturned, not in surrender, but in recognition. As if they have always known this coolness was waiting, not to rescue you, but to remind you that you were never lost. There is a stillness beneath your shoulders now, a quiet that does not come from silence, but from the absence of resistance. You are not trying to relax. You are not practicing calm. You are simply allowing the weight of yourself to dissolve into the space between the sheets, where the fabric has long since forgotten its own warmth. The cotton is thin, just enough to catch the faintest draft, if one were to come. But there is no draft here, only the slow pulse of air that moves through old houses when the night forgets it was ever warm. Somewhere far below, water gathers in the earth's hollows, not rivers, not springs, but the deep aquifers where light has never touched and time moves like sediment. You do not imagine this water. You feel its presence as a pressure against your soles, a gentle pull from beneath the floorboards, as if the ground itself is breathing out cold. It does not rise. It does not rush. It simply waits, patient as stone, cool as the inside of a seashell held to an ear that no longer listens for ocean. Your breath moves slower now, not because you are forcing it, but because your body has remembered how to breathe without effort. Each inhale carries with it the scent of damp moss on ancient rock, of frost forming in the hollows of pine bark at 3 a.m. when the air is too still for wind and too cold for sound. You do not know if this scent is real or imagined. It does not matter. What matters is that your lungs no longer strain to draw it in. They simply receive it, as a stone receives rain. The fan above has stopped turning, though you do not notice its absence. Its motion was never the source of cool, it was only a mirror for something deeper. The real breeze is not in the air. It lives in the space between your thoughts, where the heat of the day has been absorbed by memory and released as mist over frozen tundra. You are not lying in a bedroom. You are lying on the edge of a glacial shelf, where the wind carries no temperature at all, only the weight of centuries pressed gently into your skin. Your fingertips rest against the sheet, not touching it, not pressing into it, but hovering just above, as if afraid to break the quiet. And yet, even this hesitation is softening. The line between you and the cloth blurs. You are no longer a body on a bed. You are the space beneath the sheets, the coolness between fibers, the still point where heat goes to rest. There is a sound now, not from outside, not from within, but from the place where your awareness meets the dark. A hum so low it does not vibrate your eardrums but settles into your marrow. It is the echo of glaciers carving in places no human has ever seen, the slow collapse of ice that has held its shape for 10,000 years. You do not hear it with your ears. You feel it as a vibration in your sternum, a resonance that says, this cold has always been here, and you have always belonged to it. Your eyelids are no longer skin, they are mist. They are vapor drawn from the surface of a lake at dawn, when the water is colder than the air and the fog clings to everything like a whispered secret. You do not close them. There is nothing left to see. The dark has become your skin. The coolness moves into your throat now, not as a chill, but as a quieting. As if someone has placed a hand over your mouth, not to silence you, but to remind you that speaking was never necessary. You have always been heard, even when you did not know how to name what you needed. Your heartbeat is no longer a drum. It is the drip of meltwater from an ice cave ceiling, slow, deliberate, each drop falling into a pool so deep it has forgotten its own depth. The sound does not echo. It dissolves before it reaches the surface. You are not thinking about sleep anymore. You are sleeping. The cold is no longer something you imagine. It is something you have become. There is no temperature here, only presence. And beneath your back, the floor holds you, not with pressure, but with patience. You do not need to move. You do not need to breathe deeper. You do not need to let go. You are already held. The air around you does not stir. It remembers, and in its remembering, it cools. Your fingers rest open. Your tongue rests quiet. Your thoughts have no shape anymore. They are water. They are mist. They are the space between two ice crystals forming in perfect stillness. The night has no end here. There is only this, the slow, deep breath of the earth beneath you. And you, so small, so warm, so tired, are becoming part of its quiet. The cold has no edges here, only gradients, soft transitions from one stillness to another, like the shift between shadow and the faintest silver of moonlight on ice that has not yet begun to melt. You do not feel it creeping in. It was always there, waiting, not as an answer, but as a home you forgot you had left open. Your breath moves slower now, not because you are trying to slow it, but because the air around you no longer asks for speed. It does not rush. It does not need to be filled. It simply holds you, like water holding a stone that has sunk too deep to remember its own weight. There is a silence deeper than quiet, a silence that remembers how sound used to live in the world before it learned to be loud. You do not miss it. You do not long for voices or footsteps or the distant hum of traffic that once lived like a fever beneath your dreams. Those sounds have dissolved into the cold, turned to mist before they could rise. What remains is the hush of snow settling on pine needles that no longer sway, the kind of hush that comes only when the world has stopped trying to be heard. Your skin remembers the dampness of the pillow, but not as heat. It remembers it now as moisture drawn from deep earth, rising through limestone and granite, cooling as it climbs, until it rises like breath from a spring buried beneath centuries of ice. You are not sweating. You are exhaling ancient water, water that has known nothing but stillness, nothing but the slow dark of stone. Your arms lie at your sides, not limp, not heavy, but suspended, as if held by invisible threads spun from glacier melt and starlight. There is no pull toward movement, no urge to shift, to adjust, to scratch an itch or wipe a brow. Even the smallest tension, the quiet clench in your jaw you did not know was there, has begun to loosen, like frost dissolving on glass at dawn. You are not relaxing. You are remembering how it felt to be still, before you learned that stillness needed to be earned. Somewhere far below, beneath layers of permafrost and frozen peat, a single drop of water is falling. It has been falling for 17 years. It does not strike stone. It does not splash. It simply joins the pool beneath it, a pool so deep, so perfectly cold, that time forgets to pass inside it. You are listening to that drop now, not with your ears, but with the hollow behind your ribs. Each fall is a breath you did not know you were holding. Each fall is a moment you did not know you had released. The sheet beneath you does not cling. It does not stick. It floats just above your skin like mist caught in the curve of a valley at twilight. You are not under it, you are within it. The cotton fibers hold no heat. They hold only memory, the memory of wind over tundra, of snowfall that never melted, of nights so still the stars seem to pause before falling. Your legs are not tired. They are resting not because you have moved too much, but because they remember how to be still. Like roots in permafrost, they do not grasp the earth. They simply are it. The coolness has traveled down your spine now, past your shoulders, past your hips, into the hollow of your pelvis, where warmth used to pool like forgotten embers. It does not chase the heat away. It makes room for it to rest, to dissolve, to become part of something older. There is a rhythm here, but not one you can count, not one that follows heartbeats or breaths. It is the slow pulse of ice shifting under its own weight, the kind of movement that happens over centuries and yet feels instantaneous when felt from within. You are breathing with it. Your lungs do not expand. They simply open, like petals of a flower that has learned to bloom only in darkness. Your hands are no longer yours. They are the shape of cold air caught between two stones. They hold nothing but the memory of touch, the ghost of a hand once held, now softened into mist. You do not miss it. You do not reach for it. The absence does not ache. It simply is, like the silence after a long song ends. The dark is not empty. It is full with the breath of glaciers, with the slow drift of snowflakes falling through air so cold it has forgotten how to whisper. You are not afraid of it. You have never been afraid. Even when you thought you were, even when you lay awake counting hours, thinking this night would never end, you were already here, in this place, in this stillness, in this quiet that does not need to be fixed. Your thoughts do not wander anymore. They rest, like leaves on a frozen lake, each one perfectly still, each one glowing faintly in the moonlight beneath the ice. You do not try to follow them. You do not wonder where they came from or what they mean. They are simply there, like stones in a riverbed that have been smoothed by centuries of water. There is no need to imagine cooling now. The cold has already found you. It did not come through windows or fans or damp cloths. It came because you stopped asking for it, because you let yourself be heavy with heat, and then, without resistance, let go. Your chest rises once, then pauses, not long enough to worry about, just long enough to feel the air around you settle into its own rhythm. Your body does not need to breathe for you anymore. It remembers how to do it slowly, how to do it like snow falling onto snow. The pillow is no longer warm. It never was. You were simply holding your heat too tightly, pressing it against surfaces that had long since forgotten what warmth meant. You are not sleeping yet, but the cold has begun to dream for you. And in its dreaming, it holds you. Not as a blanket, not as a solution, but as something that has always been waiting, patient, quiet, and utterly certain that when you were ready, it would be here. The coolness has settled into your collarbones now, not as a chill, but as a presence, like the shadow of a mountain that has lived there since before you were born. It does not press. It simply knows where to rest. Your skin remembers what it means to be touched by something ancient, not with force, but with patience. The air around your arms is no longer thick with the day's weight. It moves like water over polished bone, smooth, silent, carrying away the last traces of heat you did not realize you were still holding. You are not trying to cool down. You have stopped trying. And that is when it finds you, not as an answer, but as a homecoming. There is a place beneath the ice where the water does not flow, but dreams in slow spirals, deep enough that even the moonlight cannot reach it, deep enough that time has learned to fold itself into the shape of stillness. You are there now, though you do not know how you got here. Your fingers have grown quiet. They no longer fidget for a cool edge of sheet or press against your temples like they did hours ago, desperate for relief. Now they lie open, palms up, not as surrender, but as invitation. The cold does not rush to fill them. It lingers at the edges first, just enough to remind you it is near, then slips between your fingers like mist through a lattice of old stone. The room around you still holds the heat of afternoon, the stubborn warmth trapped in plaster and timber, but you are no longer inside it. You are beside it, like a tree standing at the edge of a forest fire, unmoved because its roots have found water that does not burn. Your breath is not shallow anymore. It is slow, so slow it seems to have forgotten it was ever meant to be urgent. Each exhale carries with it the faintest sigh of vapor, not enough to be seen, but enough to feel, a whisper against your lips, a ghost of winter in the shape of your own body. There is a cavern beneath glaciers where the walls weep in slow drips, each drop falling over centuries, each one catching the dim glow of subterranean light that has never known sun. The air that does not move, it waits, and when you breathe, it breathes with you, not in echo, but in harmony. You do not need to imagine it anymore. You are already there. Your ribs rise and fall like tide against rock that remembers every wave that ever touched it. There is no hunger for air, no thirst for relief. Only this, the quiet certainty that your body has always known how to be cool when it lets go. Your feet, so restless earlier, tangling in sheets, pressing into the mattress as if seeking escape, are now still, not because they are tired, because they have remembered what cold feels like under bare soles, like walking on moss-covered stone after snowmelt, when the earth still holds the memory of winter beneath its surface. You do not feel the heat of the bed anymore. You feel the coolness rising, not from below, but from within, the kind that comes when you stop resisting what is true. That warmth was never yours to keep. Somewhere far away, beyond the walls and windows and the spinning fan that turns only air, there is a lake untouched by summer. Its surface is glass, but beneath, the water is so cold it sings in frequencies too low for ears to catch. You are swimming through it now, though you have not moved. Your limbs do not paddle, they drift. And with each slow arc of your body, more of the day's heat slips away, not because you chased it, but because you stopped chasing anything at all. The pillow beneath your head is no longer a problem. It has become a cradle carved from glacier ice, cool and dense and patient. Your skull rests against it as if it were always meant to be there. The coolness seeps into the base of your skull, where tension gathers like dust in forgotten corners. It does not erase the ache. It softens it, makes it part of something larger, the same way snowfall makes silence feel less empty. Your eyelids are heavy, not from sleep, but from surrender, from letting go of the need to fix what cannot be fixed tonight. The heat is still here. The room has not changed, but you have moved beyond it, not by force, not by trickery, but by becoming quieter than the air around you. And in that quiet, the cold finds its way. There is a stone in the heart of an alpine valley that has been touched by frost for 7,000 winters. It does not grow colder with time. It simply holds what it already knows, how to be still, how to be deep, how to wait without longing. You are becoming like that stone, not frozen but grounded, not cold in the way of death, but cold in the way of memory, of roots, of glaciers, of nights so long they learned to breathe on their own. Your breath is no longer something you control. It flows now, like water through a crack in bedrock, unhurried, unremarkable, inevitable. Each inhalation carries the scent of snowmelt carried on wind from a mountain that does not exist in this world but lives inside your bones. You do not wonder where it comes from. You do not question if it is real. It simply is. And beneath you, the mattress has become a field of packed snow, soft, yielding, holding your shape without pressure. There are no hot spots left, no damp patches to avoid. The heat that rose through you has dissolved, not gone, but transformed, like steam rising into a winter sky and becoming part of the clouds that will fall as snow tomorrow. You do not need to count breaths anymore. You do not need to think about sleep. It is already here, in the quiet between your thoughts, in the space where your fingers rest against the pillow, in the way your shoulders have lowered themselves without permission. The fan still turns above you, its blades cutting through air that no longer matters. The room is warm, but you are not inside it anymore. You are somewhere else now, where the cold does not come to cool you down, but to remind you how to rest. The cold doesn't call to you anymore, it simply is. You don't need to lean into it, you've become its echo. A single leaf drifts down through air so still, it seems to hold its breath. It brushes your cheek, not with weight, but with the memory of frost. You feel it, and then you don't, because now it's inside you. The water beneath you is no longer a lake. It's the quiet between heartbeats, deeper, darker, unchanging. Your body sinks further, not sinking as if falling, but settling like sediment in a glass left untouched for years. Your fingers rest on the pillow, no longer searching for coolness. They have forgotten they were ever hot. The stone beneath you remembers every winter that ever passed. It doesn't speak of them. It holds them quietly. And now it holds you too. There is no wind here, but there is movement. A slow turning, like the earth itself exhaling. You are not caught in it. You are part of its rhythm. The air around your ankles, your wrists, the curve of your spine is not cool because anything was applied. It is cool because you stopped resisting what was always true. That warmth belongs to the day, and night has other things to offer. You are not alone in this cold, but there is no one else here either. Just the hush of something ancient, settling over skin like dust on a shelf forgotten since before you were born. Your breath moves less now, not because it's shallow, but because it doesn't need to be loud anymore. It flows in and out, like water through moss-covered stone. No effort, no thought, just passage. The fan above still turns. Its blades carve slow circles in the air. But you don't hear them. Not because they've stopped, but because your hearing has moved deeper into the silence that lives beneath sound. You are not dreaming. You have passed beyond dreams. This is the space before thought, where warmth becomes memory and coolness becomes home. Your eyelids are full of darkness, not empty, but rich, like the deep water under ice, where light never reaches. And still, something lives. You don't need to hold on to anything, not to sleep, not to the cool, not even to your own name. It's all softening now, spreading outward like ink in water. until you can no longer tell where you begin or where the cold ends. The pillow is no longer a thing you lie on. It is the shape of stillness itself, and you have become its shadow. There was once a time when you needed to fix things, to cool them, to force sleep into being. But that time has dissolved, like salt in deep ocean, gone without trace. You are not trying anymore. You are simply here, and here is cold enough. The air around your neck is thin, not sharp, but soft, like the inside of a seashell held to an ear that no longer listens for waves. Your shoulders have forgotten their tension. They lie open now, as if they were always meant to rest like this. Beneath the weight of silence, you are not falling asleep. You are remembering how it feels to be held by cold, without fear, without need, without resistance. The darkness is not empty. It is full of everything that never needed to be said, and now never will. Your heartbeat slows, not because something has taken it, but because you have stopped asking it to hurry. The cold doesn't ask for anything. It simply exists, and so do you. You are not thinking of sleep anymore, because sleep is no longer a goal. It is the air you breathe now, the quiet between thoughts, the space where your body stops trying and begins to rest. Your fingers curl slightly, not in tension,